bombs will make amends here. Where they bring death, we must remain. Relive the pain and turn it on down. 'Cause we must live up to our name. Strike once, we can't let go. Strike twice, rip in this war. fear what you don't know, 'cause we're far from certain fate. And we'll make our final stand, lost in the dark. We've come so far, another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day, 'cause only nightmares break their flames. So stand upon these fallen lands. to break their spine and reclaim what once was mine. Those cravens backstabbed me, deceived me. Never shall I tolerate their crimes again. Now let the hunt begin. Oh, 7,000 souls scared and daunted, such a tale of woe. Not too long ago, this village was a golden scene of hope. Call down the reckoning to bring back hope and peace. Restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime. I know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order. I am the light bringer. Fellow warriors, I ask you, should my campaign come to an end? There's way more to avenge. Oh, 15 million souls living in this realm without much hope. Not too long ago, this kingdom was a golden state of hope. Call down the reckoning
On the road to the Silver Dragon Cup, there are only conquerors. Welcome back to the LPL Spring Playoffs. Round 2 here. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Trouble for the first time, and I couldn't be more excited because we get a banger of a matchup. It's Weibo versus LNG. Welcome to Playoffs, Trouble.
Hey, so happy to be here. I'm very excited to be casting for the first time with you as well, Mazel. Very exciting stuff. We saw Weibo earlier on in the week, and now LNG having the first playoff series. It's going to be a banger.
It is going to be a banger. Let's go ahead and take a look at that playoff bracket now, though, because we've had double silver scrapes already, and if you can't say the LPL playoffs are delivering already, what can you? Because I love it already.
Oh, man, that NIP series was such a nail-biter yesterday. Rookie with the Game 5, slamming that Aurelion Sol,
so
playing
good
in front of everyone's face. W almost had them, but NIP came out clutch.
It was an incredible series itself, and I know Rookie's going to be feeling on top of the world there. It was an intense game number 5, though. Very, very close to going back the other way. But let's go ahead and take a look back at this side of the bracket and to Weibo, who had an incredible entrance into it, if not maybe a little bit of a troubled one. But this roster as a whole, I think, has represented some of the strengths that they carried over from regular season.
I mean, their successes are very clear. You can only go back to Worlds 2023, made it all the way to Worlds Finals. Sure, you get stoned by T103, but give me a team that potentially hasn't been slammed by T1 in a Worlds Final, So, very great stuff coming in from Weibo Gaming. Of course, they did change the top side of the map right after this, and they did start picking up steam throughout the split. However, not the most convincing. We have seen Weibo, especially in the series versus IG as well, and we're expecting a little bit more stability coming into this one.
Yeah, we're going to take a look back at that series as well against IG, and I love that the Anyone's Legends holdovers have really represented in this series as a whole, because I think it was a tense one after game number 2, where the first 2 were very dominant by Weibo.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like Weibo were ready, with IG coming in, subbing in Tianzhen. You knew that the Rengar was going to come, and they absolutely did. They were so ready to play more of a peeling composition, to not allow Tianzhen to play his game, and I feel like IG kind of lost their identity in game number 2. Game number 3, though, they sub in Leian, and if he's known for something, that is his more farming kind of champions that like to brawl with you, like his Nidalee, like his Graves. He pulls out the Nidalee, and I feel like Weibo kind of lost on a hands diff moment right here. It feels like IG were able to double up on playing these more skill check kind of compositions and champions, and Weibo kind of lost their footing.
Yeah, I think this fight encapsulates a lot of what was going well for Weibo, but the fact that, Odd was able to get Draven 4 times in a row, they gave a lot of comfort over to IG, and it was really kind of a skill check Weibo was trying to attempt onto Invictus Gaming, but they themselves are now going to utilize some of that momentum, at least into LNG, who have been turning it up a notch, and I particularly really like the matchups between a lot of the skill positions here, and the way that this LNG roster can actually fire on all cylinders.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. There is someone in particular on that LNG roster that's looking to take down Weibo Gaming, and it's going to have to be Wei, of course, playing for them in 2023, making it all the way to Worlds Finals with them, now playing for the other team here, Mazel. He's playing for LNG, and he's surrounded by some incredible names like Scout and Gala.
Yeah, and it helps to be surrounded by those if you don't have the greatest splits. I think Wei hasn't had the near superstar end of the season that he had last year, and I think it shows that they are playing a lot of facilitation around a legendary carry, and the last time we saw him go up against this Weibo roster, it went really well for Gala, as we'll take a look at that regular season scoreline.
Damn. Okay. Usually, again, I don't bring KDAs up. I don't bring scorelines up. But I feel like LNG live and die by Gala's sword. Like, if he has a fantastic game, which he has had many, like the game 1 that you see right here, the 4-2-4 scoreline, was a game that LNG lost versus Weibo in the series earlier on in the season. And game 2, game 3, he absolutely locked in, demolished them. I feel like this guy, and the reason we're talking about him is because his damage percentage in this team is absolutely mind-blowing. I was doing some research. He has 30% of his team's damage. That is absolutely absurd.
Hey, if we know he can carry, then let's see if he can do that tonight, especially because that last ticket, the last time we actually got to see them, he was the main star. We'll see if they can do so the same. But I want to take a little bit of a look back at that too, because I think some of those plays revolving around the versatility that the Varus brings, things like that.
Absolutely. I mean, if you see a lot of the plays right here, we talked about the facilitation that Weiwei brings to the team. Playing here, the Poppy, that was their series earlier on in the season, LNG versus Weibo Gaming. And as you can see right here, Gala, again, the main star of the team. You know, he's always there for the team fights. LNG love to team fight, especially when they have a strong AD carry, like the likes of On-Hit Varus and Gala. And he managed to get the double kill right here, but particularly, I think this is going to be a big point of discussion in general in the series, because Weibo are usually a team that loves splitting them up. They love playing their 1-3-1s, and LNG playing around Gala, they want these skirmishes and team fights. So it's going to be up to each team to try and force each other to play their playstyle.
It truly is, and I think a lot of the early priority is going to give away some of those directions, especially for Weibo, if they are going to try to go for the side lane pressure, which I do believe they are the best team at side lane in the LPL playoffs here. But I gotta say, you know, this matchup right here, a little bit foregone conclusion in terms of going to be hype, as that top lane matchup between ZDZ and Zika is going to be intense. But there were a lot of really, really tight moments in a 3-game series during the regular season.
Yeah, that is for sure. You see that a lot of these fights that we're watching right now, they're so close as well. It's literally down to the wire. You'll see that it looks very dunzo for one team at the very beginning, but then it turns around really quickly. And I feel like LNG have received a lot of criticism in general, especially for their beginning of the split. But their beginning of the split, they literally played all the top dogs in the LPL. This is why it kind of looked a little bit doomed, because they were trying to get, you know, the ducks in a row, get their team gelling back up together, especially with the addition of the new jungle and getting used to that mid-jungle synergy between Scout and Weiwei. But later on, they actually picked up a lot of steam playing towards versus those mid to bot table teams.
Yeah. And another big fact here is that Mark was starting at this point in the season as well.
Yeah.
Hung has kind of taken over that role and has kind of resurged himself back into an appearance that feels pretty consistent for the team itself. I do want to take a look at that top lane matchup that we were kind of foreshadowing to, because, man, ZDZ had a hell of a series in the last series they had against IG, but it is going to be a pivotal one here between the two and him and Zika.
I feel like CDZ does not get the praise he deserves. I understand. I get it. He's replacing the Shy, the kid's favorite over in Weibo Gaming. But look at his numbers, man. Solo bolos, 16, first in the league. Do you know who he solo killed last? Zika. When he played against him, he's one of those 16 victims in his solo kills. His damage percentage, first in the league. For a top player to be able to pull out 25% of his team's damage is absurd. And if you're thinking, hey, maybe his percentage is inflated because his damage per minute is not very good, maybe his team is not doing as much damage. Look at his damage per minute.
Yeah.
576 as a top laner, primarily playing a lot of these tanks as well earlier on in the season. He's sitting second to the GOAT 369. So if that doesn't say much for you, I don't know what will.
And Zika on the other side, he had an incredible last playoffs. He's the major reason why LNG was able to have long distance series against JDG, make the run into finals, things like that. So it was an incredible season, at least for Zika. And I think now he's going to need to step up against a guy who is red hot in ZDZ. Now, a lot of legacy between these two teams, but more so it's about how this mid lane matchup as well is going to work out. Oh, look at that. Get flowers. That's incredible. I love that. But I think when you look at big names, none other than Xiaohu versus Scout in the mid lane, that rings some bells there, because Xiaohu, not only known for his legacy as a top laner, but also mid laner, but in that last game, he was a forward centerpiece to winning against IG. And Scout, he was a double MVP last year and trying to regain a little bit of that confidence that maybe was lost in the regular season.
I feel like it's a little bit bittersweet, because you hear the names Scout and Yahoo. They're so storied, so much experience, so much skill expression between the two. You mentioned Yahoo playing the two lanes as well. This is why he's one of the best split pushers when it comes to mid laners in the league, because he understands the depths of the side lanes. He understands the map so well. However, they both have been struggling in this particular season. Yahoo, He has been struggling, but I think he does the best, which is playing towards that side lane. He has been getting caught a lot of the times. His timers are off. His vision is not the best to try and pull out this type of gameplay. And on the side of Scout, I feel like the confidence has just not been shown too much in the early stages, especially of the split. Like a lot of the Akali plays were not there. You know, we're talking a lot about, wow, he's probably the best Azir, if not the best Azir in the league. However, this is bannable. You can just ban Azir, get it out of the way, and be like, now what? So I feel like for both Scout and Jahu, when it comes to playoffs, this is their time to actually shine and come back to their top form.
And they're going to need to be played around very well. And I think Xiaohao represented a very heavy facilitation play style against IG in that last best of 5, and I'm very curious how Weiwei is going to try to counteract that a little bit, because we saw as soon as Lian entered the series, he pressed into the face of Xiaohao, and it is a much different story after game number 3. So I'm very curious if that's going to be approached for Weiwei this time around.
Yeah, I feel like the whole Leon thing is like main character syndrome kind of thing, but it worked out for him. he just pressured them to the limits. However here, like Weiwei and Xiaohao, I feel like have very similar kind of play styles. They love facilitating for their teams in terms of, for Xiaohao, it's more about stabilizing the map, because they do like to play that 1-3-1 scenario, because ZDZ is usually on a side lane, because he's really good at taking these 1 versus 1s. I feel like for Xiaohao, he just needs to be the rock that his bot lane needs to play as a 3-man core, so that 1-3-1 can function for the side of Weibo Gaming. Whilst on the side of LNG, I feel like they live and die by the sort of whether Weiwei is on an engager and a facilitator or not. This is why you see him mostly play the Sejuanis and the Maokais and the Rels to try and create those skirmishes and fights that we saw Gala shine in.
I'm just wondering how many Kaisas we're going to get tonight. I'm excited to see what the ADC matchup's going to be looking like as well, because if things kind of just get left alone, I mean, Light represented that he's a hell of a powerhouse in the late game as well, and I know Gala damn sure is. So I'm very excited to see, are they going to go for early game, or are we just going to say, hey, let's go see how many guns we can bring to the fight and blow up each other?
And for LNG, it's not a surprise that I even hear, right? They have always been, well, recently at least, the last few years, towards the top of the rankings in terms of when we're talking about playoffs in general. They've been on the top 5, top 4, so they always managed to make it here. Now it's in case of, you know, beating their demons. You know, they beat Weibo. They lost to Weibo in the last playoffs, and now they're looking for revenge. They have Weiwei to play against Weibo. They've got all the tools in their kit. Now they just need to make it happen.
I love to see it. I especially want to see some top lane flexing in this one, and I want to see if we're going to get any crazy 2v1 kills from Mr. ZDZ that he had on the Rumble. And a lot of those callouts I think will be really interesting. That man on your screen right there going to be also extremely important for LNG. And this is the first time we're seeing LNG, but you have to remember that it could also be the last. These first rounds of the playoffs, definitely a difficult one. It's a best of 5 to decide if you move on or if you go home until summer split. I don't know if I lost trouble, but maybe we did. We'll take a look at see the way both. Hey,
I'm back. Hey, there we go. I was just saying this is going to be a tough match for both of them, because last time these two teams met in this season was week 2. It was at the very, very far beginning of the split. Completely different meta, completely different champions, teams gelling together by bringing in their new members. And back then, it was in favor of LNG. It was the Gala show. They were able to pull out these team fights out of Weibo Gaming, where LNG knows that they're better at. So let's see if Weibo Gaming in this particular series can actually pull them apart on the map and try to play towards that 1-3-1 that we have been pretty much, you know, complimenting them for the entire time.
I'm very curious how quickly Tristana is going to fall through the cracks here, or if it's going to be a main priority. That guy right there having a big say in tonight against Gala. And you mentioned it earlier, but man, Gala has been on a tear. And I think this LNG roster still has a lot to prove. Last year, the story was all about, you know, finding new homes. Scout at the beginning of the year, Gala halfway through. really trying to find a way to write new stories from legacies that were already set in stone from RNG, EDG, the likes for both of them. I find it very curious that we did have that dip during the regular season, but these are the kinds of guys that turn it on to the utmost in playoffs.
Of course, it wasn't easy for both teams coming in here. There were a few changes. But as you mentioned right here, it's time to show up or shut up, I call it. Especially when you have the names that you do on both of these teams. And I am going to put my finger on both of these mid laners. Xiaohu, Scout, both absolutely freaking legendary. And they're going to have to make the biggest impact when it comes to their teams. Slowly heading into draft, I think I would really keep my eyes out for, of course, Azir. Scouts in the building.
How quick does it go in the band?
one of the best Azirs in the world. I would be very, very surprised if Azir got left open or at least not picked away for the side of Weibo Gaming. And for Xiaohu, things like the Tristana, the Talia, the LeBlanc, anything that can pull your map apart and split push you would be key picks for the laner of Weibo.
And I do wonder if that kind of counter to the Tristana, because obviously LNG had a little bit more time to prepare for Weibo. They get to watch a lot of tape from that best of 5.
They had 5 full games, Marcel.
Yeah, it helps a lot to see those games that they lost, too, to see what exactly works. And so I do wonder if Scout's going to have some answers into kind of an aggressive pushing mid laner. The Talia for Xiaohu, kind of a classic at this point now, trying to get side lane pressure in that way. And I am curious if Scout can upend that in a way, because again, he hasn't had the most consistent of a split, but they have to be bridge builders for Gala.
Absolutely. And I feel like this comes down to having a very strong 2v2 presence down there for Gala and Hang, getting the upper hand when it comes to the 2v2 down the bot lane. We've seen that Gala has resorted a lot towards the Jinx recently, and in a lot of other leagues around the world, particularly the LEC, Jinx has been prioritized over things like the Zeri as well. So I'll be very curious to see what kind of priority LNG does put towards the likes of something like a Jinx paired up potentially with something like an Ahri, something that has the double reset in their combination right there could be huge in terms of team fighting and finding this ability to push Weibo to their limits.
Another curious thing about draft, we established a saying, I guess it was Nightmare that established it, we used it on broadcast last time, no tree equal good, with tree equal bad.
Okay.
2 games of Maokai for Xiaohao last series were literally some of the most dominant gameplay I've seen from Weibo all season long. And I wonder if LNG picked up on that at all, if Maokai is still going to be a big presence for Xiaohao and if they let it through.
Okay, so 3 equals good for Weibo
Yes.
then. And no
Or if
bad.
if you're biased for Weibo, then you go to the other side.
Well, I guess you can choose any. You're right. Depends on which side you're looking at the tree from.
Now you're going to be
I'll
on the
agree.
spot and decide if you like trees or not. Then you can go full existential and go all that.
Hey, listen, you know, I've watched extensively the LPL this particular season, and I can't say that with all the junglers and the skill expression that they have on the likes of like Lee Sin and Viego, I'm particularly excited to see Maokai. I'm not gonna lie
I'll
to
give
you.
Xiaohao, he had like an incredible Bramble Smash Flash play yes, in the other series. He had the one. All right, everybody gets one.
Wow. Flashy Maokai plays. No, but
Flashy
it
Maokai.
makes so much sense. We said that in a 1-3-1 scenario, the likes of Maokai and Sejuani can be so pivotal for your core 3-man that will stay behind in the mid lane, especially when you have an AD carry that are so susceptible to getting dives, getting pushed, especially when you're against numbers advantage. So yeah, I think like Maokai could potentially be that one pick that teams will look towards just to stabilize the map. It also starts skirmishes, it ganks, it starts team fights, it peels. What doesn't it do?
Very excited to see how early we get to those respect bans for either side. LNG will be on the blue side, Weibo on the red. We already get some of them. Tristana banned away immediately against Xiaohu. The Rumble from ZDZ and the
But
Zeri
Azir?
from Light. We also get the Rek'Sai, Nautilus, and the Vi banned by Weibo.
Mazel, how about, I told you, Azir is open up and
open.
available. And LNG are on blue side. Ooh.
But they,
you know what?
they remember. They LNG are like, the ticket last time, it was Gala on Varus. Let's go ahead and lock it in.
Absolutely. I love this. However, Weibo Gaming had to suffer. They had to suffer playing against double 80 carry bot lane in their series versus IG, and it looked so darn dominant. So if right here Light can pull out the Draven, play together with Ash, split them up in half, and make Gala suffer in the early game, that would be a fantastic game plan to start off with Weibo.
It would be so huge. And last time the connection between Xiaohao's Maokai and Crisp's Ash were so big, and it's there to set up Light to get all that gold. Now LNG on the other side, they immediately locked in the Rel and that Azir for Scout, one of the best to do it on the champion.
Absolutely. Now we're looking at mid lane here for Xiaohu. I'm looking for something that can pressure early game. I really want Weibo Gaming when they go into the game to split them up in half. Maokai has that power. Something potentially like the Talia has that power as well. You've got split push pressure. You've got a really good lane into Azir as well. And you can pressure that level 1 because your Q is on such a low cooldown. So, yeah, never mind. I think LNG thought so as well, that it was a pretty good match right there.
Same thought process.
They're like, wait a minute.
Do appreciate the Blitzcrank ban against Hung, because you can just upend a lot of what Draven and Ash want to do if you just catch them out like that. The continuation of bans towards this Azir matchup is expected, unless they want to give some more respect over to ZDZ. But Weibo saving their solo lane picks for the last two.
And let's see what Xiaohu has here, because last time he did play LeBlanc into Azir as well. Now, I don't know if you're ballsy enough to pull out an Akali even, but Akali will put down a lot of the pressure that you would have in the early game with the likes of a LeBlanc. So the Queen being banned out
The Queen ban
here.
towards ZDZ.
So we have Rumble and Queen banned away from ZDZ. Honestly, I just want to see mid lane pick right here. Just pick me something like the LeBlanc and just let ZDZ on a counter pick towards the top side of the map. You'll have two incredibly strong lanes on opposite sides of the map. Ash Draven, very dominant, very great LeBlanc pick right here. Again, Xiaohu did play it in the IG series into the Azir, and it worked wonders. And right now you're giving ZDZ the counter pick top. Great stuff from Weibo so far.
Xiaohu's LeBlanc, when it became extremely popular, when the AD build and all that stuff last year, he was the most lethal mid laner on that champion. He was winning games in side lane solo because of this champion. It has changed a lot, but we get to see that essence still in the way that Weibo play their game. Now, Zika's answer is to go ahead and blind that Renekton. We've seen it time and time again. We'll see what Mr. ZDZ has in store for him.
However, a lot of people don't tend to play picks that counter Renekton because there's not that many, ladies and gents. The Rumble has been banned away. However, I was having a conversation with Aragon yesterday, who is a very big Renekton enthusiast, and we're talking a lot about the Gnar into Renekton matchup, and we felt like in a very even skill base where both players are so good, it goes pretty even. And if you are better than your opponent, you can actually topple them over with the Renekton or the Gnar. So if ZDZ wants to take control of a side lane, I wouldn't be surprised to see maybe something like a Gnar being picked for him.
The Bard locked in for
okay.
Hung. I like it. There's that TF. But the Bard, not too shabby. Only his 4th game competitively on this pick. But he's 100% on his other 3 games. So we'll see if it continues here for Hung. But it's a good, at least, answer into a lot of the aggression that the bot lane's going to have. And now you get a lot of that side lane pressure with ZDZ.
And if you look at LNG, they're all in for team fight. They have so much set up with the Bard ult, with the Rel going in, Renekton diving backline. You've got Shurima shuffle. You've got the soldiers to protect your Varus from getting hit. And on the other side for Weibo, they're so volatile. I see 4 champions that are extremely squishy and a tree. But we've said over and over again that Weibo are so good at splitting the map apart that you're most likely not very often going to see all those 4 squishy champions on the same screen. So if ZDZ manages to be enough of a nuisance, he does get ahead onto that Twisted Fate, and we have seen how problematic a Twisted Fate that gets 2,000-3,000 gold ahead can be, then this will be an issue for LNG to try and stop him on the sideline and shut him down.
And last time we saw Xiaohao on the Maokai, he was able to facilitate so well. He was kind of untouched in the early game. He had so much impact on the engages there. So I really want to see what Weiwei's answer is going to be here with that, and kind of the pathing that we're going to see between these two, because that's going to be really important. There's a lot of facilitation needed for Weiwei onto his lanes to kind of have some strength in those side lanes.
Now, almost going into the game, I really want Weibo to split the map. Try to dive early. You've got the setup with the Maokai. Push the Rel towards the top side of the map. Your TF is going to be more than fine with this. Let's see if Weibo are going to be able to do this for themselves and get that level 2 to level 3 dive ball.
See the early game, and we'll hear those Jaios for game 1 of our round 2 matchup between LNG and Weibo. Maybe the cheers already happened. Who knows? We didn't have the audio for it, so unfortunate. But anyways, we'll see the early machinations of LNG need to be kind of answered to by Weibo to some extent. I definitely want to see Xiaohu use his kind of push and move strategies to force either Scout out of lane or kind of force the pressure onto LNG in some ways.
There were some hands thrown up in the air. You'll know. Ooh, the late invade coming in here by Weibo. They have definitely been spotted. However, what can you do at this point? Because it's quite late. They are going to turn back. It is going to be the poke virus as well. And if Xiaohao manages to steal that one away, they're going to force Weiwei out the jungle, which is the key element that we talked about. But if Weiwei backs off here, his bot lane is going to be so volatile. Knowing that the Maokai is on that. Xiaohao is just
I love this
out.
so much.
They'll take the 50-50.
Like, you can't do anything, I can't do anything. You just stay here with me, where I'm one with the forest.
Ooh, Chris poked up just a little bit. But they did not have any vision on Hans Bard. Oh, Lord. We're just going to be here for 5 minutes, no?
We're just going to sit here. It's fine. It's fun. This is where we live now. This is our
Can
home.
we have like some tense music? I would love that. I would love if we could add like some really tense thriller music. But I think right now this is going to end. Yeah. Xiaohu pushing the lane. I think this is going to be...
Wow.
The camp
After
for
all
Xiaohao?
is said and done.
2 minutes and 23 seconds. We have the first camp going down. However, Tree is going to move from birds to birds over on the other side of the map. It's most likely going to be a full clear from both sides. You'll see that the Rel will probably clear the top side of the map and then move towards bot. Again, this bot lane is so volatile because double range, especially Draven and Ashe, are so oppressive in the early game. They can literally just walk you down. So you'll see a lot of the pressure swinging towards Weibo's favor, especially in the early stages of the game.
I do like the Arcane Comet Varus for this situation, just to try to get a little bit of poke down, but I'm curious how it's going to work out long term, because actually for Light, it didn't really work out in their last series. Very much to go the lethality Varus. But we are back to kind of normalcy with some heavy pushing in bot side, pretty advantageous lane lead for Light and Crisp, and no answer coming anytime soon as junglers on top side of the map.
That's 3 minutes into the game, and we almost have our first tower plating right here. So far, so good for Weibo. Great trade from Xiaohu onto this LeBlanc as well. And as we mentioned earlier on, it is going to be the AD LeBlanc coming here for Xiaohu. He played it in his series versus IG as well. I feel like Status Shiv plus Cycle Sword. You dash forward, you just probably take 30% of somebody's HP bar. Now, Weiwei is looking to find Xiaohao in the jungle, and he will, but the top side of the map has already been taken by both junglers.
And once ZDZ gets level 6, I wonder if we see him move out of that lane, or if they're just going to hold that until objectives come up, because we do got to start thinking about that. I think some telegrubbies might be needed to be watched by either of these sides. Get some early advantages in that to get some side lane pressure for Weibo would be absolutely huge, and for LNG, you just don't want that to happen. Now we see top side. Hung will make a gank with the Magical Journey. Isn't going to be able to find any CC onto ZDZ.
That was very clever from ZDZ. He walked as far away from the creeps as possible. There was no chance for Slice and Dice
Oh my
for
god,
Zika
he does
to
so
get
much
in.
damage.
And I was like, yeah, you came top lane. How do you like that? Go back bot now.
Take some damage with you while
Off you go to your lane.
Take, I guess, some cards. Here, have some cards for the journey. Now, I see at least both junglers on the bot side of the map. Dragon is coming up. If there's a trade, I think it behooves Weibo to go to the other side of the map, but it is an early Hex Dragon, and you have a bot lane that is very strong, even though it's stabilized a little bit in the CS differential.
You see that Gala hasn't taken his reset though. He does have TP, so it's not the biggest of problems. This is why Hang also took that timer to roam towards the top side of the map. He knew Gala was on the tower, he also has TP, so he'll be fine. Pushing in this wave, however, Crisp and Light not to take this trade right here because they need to push the wave. So they put down the pain, they need to push the wave as well, especially if they want to contest towards something like the Dragon. However, for now, they do have the Scuttle Crab and a lot of vision on the bot side river, and Gala will be TPing back into lane with his double longsword. So he will be able to poke just a little bit more, but so far so good. You see that the Weibo lanes, all of them, have pretty much counterpicked their opponents. LeBlanc is doing great into Azir. You've got ZDZ onto his Twisted Fate. He's actually chilling into the Renekton. Bot lane is also pushing. However, the CS differential has not been spread widely enough to say, hey, it really counts at this point in time. And as you will see, Weibo will find this opportunity in this window to go towards that top side of the map where he has the push from the Renekton to sneak out some, what do you call them? Telegrubbies?
The Telegrubbies. Do you know the Teletubbies? Is that a thing?
I do, yeah.
Yeah. It's like, you know, we're watching Saturday morning cartoons, except it's not Saturday, and it's.
You know what? They always creeped me out. I knew they were there, but I never really watched them because they scared me. I think they were very overly positive. Yes.
Ooh, a little shove into Xiaohu. He's dead.
Hold on.
That's first blood to Scout.
I would love to see a replay right here because I feel like Xiaohu did not have his W available.
He had flash still too.
Scout on Azir, ladies and gents. We said
we set it up for a reason.
Scout,
there
probably one of the
ban.
best Azirs in the world. Yeah, there you go. There you have it. Takes down Xiaohu. Love to see the replay once again. I feel like probably Xiaohu took a very aggressive trade, Wing forward into Scout's Azir, and then Azir just literally shoved him towards the tower.
Let's take a look.
Let's see what happened right here. It has to be it. He W's forward. Oh, and then just as he gets shoved, and right as he's in the air.
What, Scout's just better. Like, he just calculated that. That's incredible.
Okay, the timing for that was actually impeccable. Right as he was still airborne, the W disappears. He cannot get back to it. Now 3-man top. We'll try and pick on ZDZ.
There's a metal horse coming for you. You got to get away. Got the yellow card. Okay, he's fine. He pulled out his cards. Hung is also here just in case. Yeah, they are full on pressing.
No TP. There's 3
he
members
used ulti
there.
just now. Oh, this is looking really rough for Gala. They are putting some hurt onto him, and they. Oh, I took a little bit, but Light got the cash in. Okay.
That was, I think, 500 gold cash in for Light right here. It's actually huge. However, on the other side of the map, you do have ZDZ suffering, and this is your win condition for LNG. Try to break apart the champions that you know are going to be split pushing and being a nuisance for you over in the early game. Scout took care of his one in the mid lane, 1-0 up onto this LeBlanc, almost as his first item completed. CS difference, dead 0. Nothing. There is no difference over in the mid lane. And on top lane, the more you get that Renekton ahead, the better you can force those early to mid-game fights around the dragons and around the neutral objectives. So very great job right here for LNG. Gala is going to suffer, however, and we did say that Gala is the name, especially when you want to go towards those team fighting compositions like LNG have structured here. And put him a little bit on the back foot is not the best, but Weibo Gaming, of course, have to reply with something on the map.
Yeah, the team fight's going to be strong with LNG. And Crisp looking to get some support with combat under his name here. He's the hawk shot and forces Hung to go back under turret.
Certain dominance.
No big deal, no big deal. And I do wonder how that plays now that Weibo haven't really found those big leads besides that big CS differential in bot side of the map, and how they utilize that to strengthen their kind of side lane pressure. Because now you got the static shiv completed for Xiaohu. He'll have a lot more presence in the wave clear at least, and to try to move into those side lanes. And that proactivity is going to need to start coming up for Weibo.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially, I think you'll see this happening when Essence River has been completed. For Light in the bot lane, they'll probably like move around that piece on the map because you have the static shiv, as you mentioned, and Essence River on Draven is super duper strong. But as you will see, LNG are trying to play towards the strong side. They will rotate their entire bot lane towards the top side of the map to try and get ahead in these objectives. And this is what I love. If you look on the top side of the map, Xiao Hao was clearing his jungle and he was spotted on every single camp. This was something that I criticized LNG earlier on in the split, was their map awareness and their vision control. It was really, really bad trying to play for their side lane, trying to play for Zcap. However, right now in this particular series, they have set him up for success. They have put a lot of vision control down as well, so he can pressure ZDZ down. And so far, so good for LNG. They're getting pretty much whatever they want on the map in terms of not staying too far behind in terms of gold leads in individual lanes and playing towards these later on team fight abilities.
Yeah, I think Flash coming out there as well. They're going to just get the Nature's Grasp here. Flash play from Xiao Hao, but they actually get the push back. And it's still going to be Crisp over the wall. He can't get him, but the sapling. No, it's Xiao who makes the difference there. He gets a revenge kill on a scout.
Okay, how reportable is that? I'm asking for a friend. Hang sees the crystal arrow flying from Crisp and flashes behind his mid laner.
Hey, KDA play, you know? It's fun. It's, one way to play the game. It feels bad, man. It will be a utilization of Weibo's strengths, though, I feel like, especially those pig play. Ooh, we actually take a look at what happened bot side.
Renekton Gaming, okay. Has to
cleanse.
force the cleanse. Yeah. However, Draven, pressing B button right now, on the reset, should have the Essence River. There you go. It's already in the inventory. A little bit of a... He's got the Vamp Scepter for a little bit of lifesteal as well, which is going to be huge for Draven, especially in lane, taking these trades, Sometimes you find yourself against a Renekton, on the rotation. What can you do? Vamp Scepter is going to help with that. You've got the Knight's Vow as well, coming in from Xiao Hao. He's full support duty now. They know Scout doesn't have the flash.
They knew he was there, but not able to pull the trigger there. Another little thing, LNG did scoop in and get those last grubs, so they will have all 6 to deny Weibo's split pushing power. ZDZ is going to get trounced on by a very angry Crocodile. He's
You know what?
Make out of that.
They did sacrifice their mid laner for these void grabs, so they better put them to good use.
Is it a worthy sacrifice?
They better put them to good use. Let's see this again. So Xiao right here getting chased by Scout and Hang and Crisp. Oh.
We had to see it in slow-mo.
Observers did Hang dirty right here. Hang flashes behind his mid laner. I feel like somehow Scout was also moving to take that crystal arrow. He knew he had a dash and his ultimate and a flash. So maybe he thought he would actually tank that one and that Hang wouldn't die and they would both get out and they would grab the void grabs. However, now talking about neutral objectives in general, is going to be the second dragon of the game.
Ooh, got the Nature's Grasp out beforehand now. They get the double TPs coming in. A little bit of damage on the side from Chris. Xiao Hao is in there. There comes the chain to Crystal Arrow as well. The Whirling Death coming over. Xiao Hu's trying to lock down Zika. They have a lot of damage on the Gala here as well. Zika goes in with the flash play. Can he survive though? He gets it. He's going to get him as ZDZ claims his kill and now Weibo can move forward. They find Weiwei slow here. They're going to chase him down and that's the strength that Crisp has on the Ashe. They can't find the angle on the other side as the magical journey gets LNG out, but that's Dragon number 2 for Weibo.
Jungler down, top laner down, no Renekton around, Weibo Gaming. That was a fantastic fight. LNG overextend and Weibo pull the trigger with all their ultimates. Nice flash from ZDZ to get out of the shuffle. Weibo, the true winners of this one, slowly but surely they have accumulated a 4,000 gold lead only 13 minutes into this game. And they have some very deadly champions. Let's watch this again because Hang finds a pretty good ult. They're like, hey, if we kill the Mauga here, that's the only tanky champion, but they have to overextend. And please look at the positioning of Crisp. He's leveraging the fact that he's zoning the entire team with the range from Ashe and the slows, permanently slowing Gala. Gala cannot move in. The second Zika overextends, he's too far out of his team. Light flashes out the way. I think Crisp zoned the entirety of LNG, and even though sure LNG overextended in a very small choke point, Crisp's positioning right there was so pivotal for Weibo's success.
It was so close to Light going down as well, but LNG no slouches and not one to sit on their hands. They will be right into the Rift Herald's face and take another topside objective, which they've had complete dominance on so far in the game. But this is the bread and butter of Weibo, and Xiaohu taking a side lane turret.
Already on a side lane for Xiaohu. He does have his static shift. He's pushing the waves really quickly. However, you're trading a Rift Herald for a bot lane tower. Usually, we're talking about, hey, if you are going to take the Rift Herald, you most likely invest in a lot of time for potentially a tower. But look at the rotation coming in from Weibo. Gala.
Gala gets blasted. Oh no, Gala missing the chains of corruption, and Light will claim his kill. A big cash in for Weibo's bot laner.
Absolutely fantastic rotation right here. You see Xiaohu pushed in that bot lane wave. Started rotating towards the mid lane. They catch Gala. They take his flash. There is no cleanse onto Gala. So the second he's rooted by an arrow, by a Maokai, by LeBlanc, anyone is going to end up going down. And again, we mentioned the question right here. What do you get with that Rift Herald? The answer was, sure, 2 towers and a bunch of money on the Azir, on Scout's Azir, nonetheless. However, your mid lane tower, which is one of your most important towers in the game, because it dictates a lot of the control and a lot of the vision you have on your map, has gone down for the side of Weibo. And right now, having such a huge pick composition with arrows coming through Fog of War, with Maokai ults coming through Fog of War, it's going to be so difficult for anyone to walk up from the side of LNG on that mid lane.
Indeed it is. We see a lot of gold traded back and forth, but it's still a giant lead in bot side that reigns king and reigns supreme for Weibo right now. They also have the dragon stacking for them, so it's actually pretty big. But I do want to talk about some of those differencing of styles that we see for these two teams and the way that they drafted their game 1 comps, because Weibo definitely want to play with an advantage. If they can pick apart pieces of this teamfight comp, that's their way in. But LNG are going to start getting stronger and stronger in these 5-on-5s, and if they can kind of temper a little bit of the aggression of Weibo with those tempered fates, maybe it makes the difference.
However, this is what I love from Weibo Gaming. They know that sooner or later, LNG are going to try to pull them towards those neutral objectives. They're going to try to lure them into the 5 versus 5s. But they already have 2 dragons. They've won themselves another 10 minutes. LeBlanc, lethal on towers in the side lane. ZDZ on the Twisted Fate, lethal towards these towers on a side lane. So the second LNG start grouping to start picking up a few of these dragons to try to make it into a soul. That'd be 20 minutes for now. That is so much time for Weibo Gaming to play the map and to pick apart their fights.
It's also very interesting to me because in their last series, the big narrative and the story that we were kind of looking at for Weibo is they are very slow. We called them the tortoise because a lot of times they take the first 15 minutes pretty slowly, but then they turn it on 25 to 30 minutes, their win condition. This time around, we're seeing that kind of up-tempo Weibo with those early side lane pressures, and the Draven here, maybe a holdover from Light in his past, but also IG. The IG series itself had a lot of really good moments against them. But we actually get the second item completions for Weibo, and it's going to further their strength on the map.
And I want to highlight the fact that they were pressuring mid and bot right now, and look at the vision when it comes to the map towards the river. The next neutral objective that's going to be coming up, it is going to be that dragon in 30 seconds. And if Weibo manage to snatch it away, they have bought themselves yet another 20 minutes from now. However, Weibo Gaming, they're not slouches to team fighting right now because they are ahead. They're 4,000 gold ahead. There's so much gold onto this Draven. There's so much power onto this Draven. 2 items, Infinity Edge, Essence River, plus Vamp Scepter. He's going to be tanky, but he's also going to be lethal. So I feel like Weibo Gaming, if again they can manage to get LNG to overextend and pick them apart, that would be huge for them if they can get the soul point.
LNG are looking for some prime positioning around this dragon, try to deny a soul point from Weibo. Xiaohu was picking and prodding at their defenses, but nothing else going to come of it. Try to get mid lane pressure. ZDZ going to find a big angry Croc yet again, an enemy he knows very well.
Uh-oh.
Actually going to get the slice and dice all in here. The Dominus popped, and now ZDZ going to take the W, as well as, no, he actually has the speed with the Destiny. There's no CC out, and he's out of there.
Oh my god, he had to tip himself out of this one. However,
Dragon,
again,
though.
He created so much pressure on the side lane. Hang had to go towards top side of the map. The second they see this, they pull the trigger, they go towards Dragon. That's 3 dragons on the side of Weibo Gaming. And this is the strength of the way that they like to play the game. We highlighted at the beginning. They want to pull LNG thin on the map. They want to try to get them to stop ZDZ, to stop Shahu. I personally had my eyes on that control ward in the bot alcove. And I'm like, hey, maybe Zika pulls a TP right there and they tried to kill Xiaohu and then they translated into the Dragon. It was the other way around. They tried to play for the top side of the map. They ended up losing the Dragon. 20 minutes into the game, for LNG to have a soul, that would have to be 40 minutes into the game. That is more than enough time for Weibo to split push this game to victory.
Actually gonna take a little bit of vision prio around Baron Pit here. They do still have a lot of that long distance engage once the Enchanted Crystal comes up. It is not up just yet, but they'll be looking for it on the side. They do not have Destiny either for a while, so it feels like Weibo gonna turn off the heat for a bit.
Yeah, and ZDZ, of course, not with the top side of the map. The closest neutral objective is going to be the Baron, so you definitely want any champion with TP to be close by, but that's 4 members hovering towards the bot side of the map.
Come at me, bro.
Scout is looking. Uh-oh.
Xiaohu,
He might TP out.
Yeah. He's gonna make it out. As he does, Scout just gets to clear the wave. That will be the TP on the top side to the Baron. Scout does have TP to join.
Let's see if he's gonna pull the trigger. They're trying to make them.
But
I'm assuming they're trying to pull the TP, and they do now.
Sorry about half health. Weibo just wanted to get the resources used, so they'll pull away.
That was so perfect because Shaku's TP was forced by LNG. However, because the entirety of Weibo Gaming have to resort into running towards the top side of the map, that means that the mid lane is open up for grabs for Weibo.
Hung thought he got him. Gets the Tempered Fate there. They actually solo down Xiaohu here, but they are split focus. Zika ends up burning his flash to get away. Xiaohu breaks their ankles while Enchanted Crystal Arrow comes across onto Scout. LNG and Weibo just trading blows.
LNG are really trying to find their openings. They're really trying to find a fight. But Weibo is just so slippery that this just can't be cool. They threw everything towards Xiaohu. And even though, yes, they do take the flash off of the Weibo game in mid laner, that doesn't result into anything else for the side of LNG. They're looking at ZDZ. Weibo is not going to take that tower down. I feel like Scout has put his carry pants on. He's stopping the split pushes, he's chasing Shahu, he's forcing his teleport towards Baron, then he teleports back in, he takes his flash, he stops them from taking towers. Like, Scout is locked in this particular game. He's trying to 1v9, he's trying to bridge the gap between how strong he is right now and Gala getting back into the game. I'll receive this replay again. Very nice journey from Hang right there. Will wrap around with Weiwei. And they do catch Shahu. They catch him on the Dragon. However, LeBlanc is a very, very slippery champion. So once you flash the ult from Rel, he just snaps back to his old shadow and he's out.
Really good coordination there from the team as well. Enchanted Crystal Arrow going top side to stop the back. Oh! Ooh. It didn't hit it. It was very close. That is going to be 2.5 items for Scout. Very close to 2.5 there for Xiaohu as well. The biggest thing for me now is trying to utilize light in any way possible. It's been a little bit quiet for this bot side, but LNG, they want to punish Xiaohu yet again. They get TP, Tempered Fate going to actually hit. So now Xiaohu, you got to make a magic trick here. You are a magician. Is it going to be enough? CC combo is there. Xiaohu goes back to his clone, but it doesn't matter.
LNG managed to punish Xiaohu with the lack of flash, but what do they lose on the map? However, ZDZ is pushing bot lane tower. He's going to take that one, but LNG are going to start Baron. 30 seconds for Xiaohu. There is no teleport on their mid lane. They're going to have to fight these 4 versus 5, and mind you, they've got the super squishy composition. They're not built to team fight.
Destiny did get popped, but he's not going to join just yet. Nature's Grasp in there. Light doing a ton of damage. The Whirling Death Grenade. Scout, he's going to flash out of it. Beautifully done from Lau. Look at Kala. He's going to die to the Baron. Xiaohu gets the kill there. And Weibo, they've utilized their map pressure to force LNG into mind control themselves. ZDZ's fighting the chase down. Crisp has the slows, and those volleys are going to help rain death on LNG. On just wants to get one more. Oh, the frozen volley not going to be enough. Xiaohu Xiao. He's got the saplings, but it's going to connect onto Zika. They're under tower on a scout. Xiao might be overextending a little bit here as the trees, they have come alive, and here comes ZDZ too. Light's going to try to get scout here, and he goes golden only to delay his death, and Light will claim it.
And there's so much that's going on in this team fight that Sahu is back up on the map. They might be looking for the Baron right here, but the bars are so low that they can't afford to stick around. And Weibo, how in the world do they turn these 4 versus 5 into a winning team fight? Now the teleport's gonna be pulled on live, but we're jumping straight into that replay. And you see the second they pick up Xiaohu, they turn their attention onto the Baron. Light with a fantastic cleanse flash out of the air zero, and they leave Gala in the back of the pit. Baron is just killing Gala. That's your main carry that goes down. The redemption from Xiaohao is going to seal the deal and get the kill, while also Xiaohao is killing another member on the other side of the map. And you see that Weibo then have the numbers advantage, they have the HP advantage as well to chase them down. Xiaohu comes back up on the map, and honestly, huge props to Weibo Gaming for how they're playing these team fights. The coordination is fantastic. Their the champion selection is also fantastic, and honestly, I feel like they're beating LNG in their own game with a completely non-team fight composition.
And during that replay, we saw Gala get a kill over onto Light there, so he got his first kill of the game too. So it is chaotic even in the replays, and now we have Dragon back up. This would be Soul for Weibo.
There is no setup in the river for LNG. They do not have many wards, so they need to use the brute force. They need to use the bodies of Renekton and Rel to try and get in, push that mid lane tower. Push that mid lane wave and get back into river, try to gain some vision. However, there is push on the bot side of the map from ZDZ and Weibo Gaming. If they don't wish to fight this, they don't have great positions, they don't have flash or cleanse onto their Draven. I don't think this is a very worthy to fight for objective right here for Weibo Gaming, but they have the chance to say, you know what, just FF this one. We already have 3, we can fight again in 5 minutes. Shafu with the poke, they just pushed them out the river.
They did. They actually got the Destiny popped on the other side so ZDZ could get to safety here. Now LNG are going to try to move in through the top side of this pit. They need to clear out that mid wave.
Ooh, I wish right here somebody from Weibo Gaming would be pressuring that bot lane wave that's building up onto the inhibitor tower. But they want to stick us 5 to try and fight LNG Scout on pushing duty over in the mid lane. Dragon's going down. It's very low.
So Xiaohu has TP. He's going to try to come back into the fight with a better health bar. Scout also coming back, but he's already full health, so he must be completing an item. Here comes the double TP. Zika on the side. That's Zanya's completed for Scout. Very big. Dragon getting low. Who's going to get the smite bite? It is secured by Weiwei, so Soul denied. Xiaohu going to have the flank here on the other side. Tempered Fate goes wide. Zika now joining, but he's going to back away because LNG got what they came for. ZDZ are the one desperately looking for something, and there's the flash out of the Chains of Corruption.
Ooh, they saw Weiwei falling really low and they have blood in their eyes. You kill Weiwei right there, you take the smite out. That is Baron guaranteed for Weibo Gaming. However, you did not kill Weiwei, he's still sticking around. LNG, they know that the Baron is going down. There's like double, triple, quadruple AD carry
on the side of
LNG.
Weibo are trying to decide if they want to commit. Here comes the crash out for Weiwei gets it! And that's why he was in finals just last summer. And now here comes LNG for the fight. Crisp is able to put some damage on the other side. Weiwei sacrifices his life. And now the blade, the whirling death, it's enough. It's gonna claim more. Xiaohu claims his old ADC, and Gala. Memories run deep, but teamwork runs deeper. And Weibo wiped the fight. They even catch out Scout here. They're gonna lock him down. He goes golden, but is it gonna be enough? It's trying to get some damage back here. He goes in, he gets CC'd, and Light claims him now. Light's about to get even more gold dumped into his pockets, but it's Xiaohu who claims the kill, and they're on to the mid lane turret.
Weiwei's efforts for nothing. Weibo Gaming kill every single member of, not a single buff survives for LNG. We talked about the power of the Maokai and Xiaohao 2, 0, and 12. He has facilitated, he has engaged, he has disengaged, he has set up fights, he has protected flanks with the seeds. He has done everything except for smiting this Baron. However, Weibo Gaming managed to turn this around. What a fantastic steal, 50-50 right here from Weiwei. However, LNG are not able to translate this fight. Weiwei is all the way on the top side, while again, Chris is zoning 4 members of LNG that cannot walk forward due to the slows applied by Ash. And Xiaohu cleans up house right here. ZDZ has the extra movement speed, has the golden cloud, pins down Scout. And you'll see that in the end, they do lose a couple of members to Zika diving in onto the Renekton. Again, very powerful pick. However, they do kill every single one of them. And Weibo Gaming, again, they're just beating LNG in their own game. Now almost 10,000 gold in the lead.
I love that Weiwei was literally able to get Smite Fight wins on both sides of the map, but in the end, it doesn't matter because Weibo are just so supremely far ahead. Xiaohao is definitely entering the mantra of tree equals happy for Weibo because every time we've seen this pick for him, he has been monumental, but they are surely finding a way to hone this side lane presence that they have been so strong with throughout the season and now have used to dominate some playoff games.
And it's absolutely absurd. It's the only frontline that Weibo Gaming have. It's the only engage tool. However, he has not died a single time. It's been so calculated how they will always pin down the exact same person from the side of LNG. They know their target selection. They all stick to one. And Weibo Gaming, again, such a great early game presence that translated into these late game team fights. We said how if they do get ahead, their champions can snowball. They have snowballed. They've pulled it back into team fights. They have more items, they have more money in their inventories, and it shows. And LNG, honestly, they look a little bit lost. Their target selection not necessarily great. And they have to find some backline access. They need to shut down the Draven. They need to take out Xiaohao. Again, he's the only frontline. However, you're playing Varus. It's not that easy to kill the tree.
It's not, and I think we're also seeing some big item differentials come across because ZDZ is almost full build already. Able to use a lot of that side lane pressure there. We also almost have full build for Light. Light against his previous organization in LNG, one that he made some big splashes on. And now he's taking Gala to task here, 5-1 and 5 on the Draven. And they're going to be able to use this to springboard their pressure forward.
So LNG are trying to find a way into this river. I think you're really going to have to use your Renekton here to try and brute force your way in. He is the scariest member, level 16, 3 points onto the ultimate right now. Zika is actually huge. He can walk up and take a little bit of that poke. Royal doesn't seem to be the same case right here. You'll see they will bundle them up. You need to actually brute force with bodies right here. Renekton will be sent towards the top side of the map, so LNG are a little bit more susceptible to getting picked from Weibo Gaming.
They did deny it last time. Can they do it again?
Xiaohu on the flank. They do have so much vision on that ball quadrant. Weibo Gaming know everything, Gala.
Ooh, Xiaohu's getting some really good poke on the other end. Tempered Fate to deny some time. Ooh, we got a little top lane tussle there. Now the Dragon getting low. Wait, got it last time, but this time Xiaohu gets it. Now Xiaohu getting some more poke. Here comes the Whirling Death, not going to get him. The flashes have come out. There is a big Emperor's Divide on the Light, and they take him out with Gala's help, and that will be Gala trading his life for it. Now Xiaohu hunting down Hung. ZDZ had ended up fighting his way to mid lane, and Weibo, they take their soul, they take their fight, and now they're marching down this Zika crocodile on the side lane.
And they're honestly stopping the backs here as well. They do have a wave towards the bottom of the map. You see ZDZ instantly going towards top. There's a mid lane wave pushing. Weibo Gaming have pressure on 3 lanes. Xiaohu is looking for Zika, trying to stop him. Ooh, Zika goes past the control ward. He knows he's in He's trying to bait it. He knows.
He ends up getting him down. Zika's still pretty healthy. They're just gonna have to kite their way to victory. It's like that movie Godzilla. But it takes a little bit longer than the movie. I feel like he will end up falling finally to Xiaohu.
Renekton Zilla goes down. Man, that was so sad to see because you've got Crisp there reapplying slow after slow after slow. And you saw Zika trying to play sort of like the controlling game where he's like, oh, I'm running away. I'm going to engage on you. Never mind. I can't because I'm slowed. Wait, I'm going to engage on you now. Never mind. I'm still slowed because Crisp kept reapplying the slow. It was so sad. Oh my god. This Ashe has been so freaking oppressive. And I think Weibo Gaming were the first ones to actually witness it versus IG when IG pulled this out versus them in their series, and they did end up losing to that. So, you know, you learn from your opponents, you learn from your mistakes, you learn from your opponents. They pull it out here, the Draven Ashe that we mentioned earlier, and it's paid dividends. It's done so well for them, and now LNG have been put into a task to maybe have to go in 4 versus 5. There's no freaking way. Your Renekton's dead. There is no teleport. You're gonna lose the soul. You're gonna lose the Baron, and right now LNG, they've got one last breath. They've got one last fight in them, and it's going to be in their base.
Yeah, I think the entire time Weibo having so much control around the map makes it easy to play this composition out because you have so many go tools and so many pick out tools, especially with Crisp and the lightness of the length of his engage. Now, I love that we just have IEs on 3 members of Weibo. That's a really big Tempered Fate block there by Crisp, but at least now it's all the damage available. A full build ZDZ in the side lane, a full build Light as well. It's very difficult for LNG to find any saving graces here, even with Gala approaching his 4th and 5th item.
Yeah, that's why I actually commend Hang right there to try and get something going on the map. Oh, there's a long-range arrow. He will hit Z. Oh, he stopped. He stopped right before the arrow.
Oh my
Hang cannot
goodness,
say
he's
the same.
just gone. That's a full build Draven right there for you. Now Xiaohu finding a little help with ZDZ. A long distance yellow card, and Weiwei, he's going to have that armor cut in 2 as the Whirling Death claims his life. Light gets another one. 7-2 for the carry of Weibo, and a little bit of memory in Sting for Light against his previous organization.
Yeah, and just a reminder here, Weibo lost to LNG in Summer Playoffs 2023, and there's some sweet revenge. They haven't necessarily won the series yet, but getting that first dub here, knowing that they lost to this team last year, must feel good.
They're crashing down the mid and top. They have all these Baron minions available to them. And the red side victory, not one to come often to our LPL teams, is going to be a first strike for Weibo in this series. Get one best of 5 separating the end of your season or a continuation onto JDG, and Weibo using their momentum off of that IG victory to open up playoffs to bring the heat to LNG. They take a couple more, one big Emperor's Divide from Scout, but that Azir made no difference this time around, and Weibo turn their eyes onto the Nexus, and they'll claim game number 1.
What a fantastic Weibo Gaming game. That's the only way I can describe it. We talked about the 1-3-1 potential. We talked about how good they are at splitting the map. They use that to their advantage. I also love the fact that they pulled in a lot of those elements from their IG series. The Draven plus Ashe, so oppressive in the bot lane. Who's really good at dealing damage in LNG? Gala. 30% of the team's damage is Gala. You put him down in lane, you never allow him to come back. LNG tried to play fights with a virus that deals no damage. It's easy peasy for Weibo Gaming. Such a stellar performance and great execution on the plan.
Yeah, I wonder if the Azir is still going to be a priority for LNG or if that needs to change at this point. An answer needs to come, though. We'll see if we get an LNG bounce back or if Weibo go up yet again for another series, 2-0. We'll be back after a short break.
When you know that you're the best and you really got nothing to prove. Hey, you really got nothing to prove. 'Cause I'm alive, I've been afraid of. Keep going for gold. Never give up until I do what I told you. I really got nothing to prove. Forever. Bring down the WBG.
Welcome back, everyone, to the LPL Spring Split Playoffs. We are here in round number 2, where Weibo has struck first blood in the best of 5 series. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Trouble, and what a way to do it, Weibo. We set him up, side lane, probably the best to do it in these playoffs. They executed against LNG.
Absolutely. I'm just gonna echo Crisp in his little video where he was like, nah.
It's so good. It's so good.
Because that Ashe looked so good. Honestly, the range that they used to their advantage, splitting the map, then team fighting. This guy didn't even die. He was the only setup. He was the only engage. He was the only disengage. He was playing in LNG's face the entire game, 4-0 and 18.
Yeah,
Damn.
It was insane to me with stats looking at this playoff. He had 90% KP from that first series against IG. Here in this game, he had 96% KP. This guy is everywhere, and we were talking about flashy Maokai plays. Who needs Lee Sin when you can flash Bramble Smash?
Absolutely. I think Xiaohao was definitely a highlight. I feel like the whole of Weibo Gaming played to their win conditions so well. They've had the advantage over in the bot lane with the Draven and Ashe. They literally choked Gala underneath his tower. They dived him over and over again, didn't allow him to play the game. And then once the Draven was snowballed, they took him all over the map. And I feel like Xiaohao was such a big part of that success because he facilitated and he engaged and he started a lot of these plays.
What's so cool is it was a tried and true Weibo style, the split pushing, the side laning, but it was shadows of IG. It was some of their learnings from that first best of 5 that went the distance, and getting light this wonderful Draven that ended up popping off, super huge, but again, sticking to the styles that worked for them. And you got to think for LNG, do they just have to ban some of these big picks?
I feel like Ashe should definitely be off the board because it's such an oppressive pick when it comes to bot lane. And again, Gala never seemed to get back into this game. He played poke Varus because there were so many squishy members on the side of Weibo Gaming, and especially when you're playing against Ashe and Draven, putting down the poke together with the Bard can create a very volatile state for the Ashe and Draven. And then when you bring the Rel in, but it just never worked out because he was alone underneath the tower. He got dived again, and he just never took off.
Yeah, it's very telling on how Xiaohu and the rest of Weibo Gaming want to play their game. Here they come back onto the stage, but for LNG, I don't think the Azir was the problem for Scout. I think the way they played the early game, some of that execution was the issue. So you wonder, is LNG going to try to bring some more of that similar style? Their team fights have been their strengths, but they've got to get there.
Absolutely. I think I'm a little bit disappointed in Weiwei. I do not think I saw him at all in this game. I don't remember him at all in this particular game. There were some glimpses where Hang went towards the top of the map to try and get Zika ahead onto this Renekton, but Gala was just too far behind. I feel Weiwei did not particularly have a very good game. He was overextended in a lot of these engages. I feel like his only highlight was actually stealing the Soul and the Baron off of Weibo's hands, but other than that, that was about it. I feel like, if anything, Scout was everywhere on that Azir. He tried his darn best. He was stopping towers from going down, he was split pushing, he was catching people, he was forcing TPs. I feel like, if anything, you slammed that Azir B1 for Scout, and you just let him cook.
The Varus was highly pressured last time. That was the LNG's B1 pick last time around, and rightfully so, right? I think they had a lot of strength last time against Weibo on that pick for Gala, but I want to see him go mano a mano against Light. Light getting the better hand is good news for Weibo. Again, a guy who has consistently been a big late game team fight carry for Weibo, but getting the upper hand bot side with an aggressive Crisp, who also, I gotta highlight Crisp. The guy has had a renaissance this year. I feel like last year he did not have as great of a split as a world champion maybe deserves. But this year, he's definitely had a lot more to say on this Weibo roster in his second year.
Ooh, love that adaptation right here. Ashe being banned out by LNG. I think that's exactly what they needed. Alleviate a little bit of the pressure off of that bot side of the map. And let's see what Light and Crisp choose to come up with to sort of pin down Gala in lane again, because I feel like that Ashe is so freaking oppressive for anything down the bot lane. Let's see if now, with no presence of Ashe, they're gonna choose to go Varus again. It's not going to be the case. They're going all out. It's a Lucian lane.
I said I wanted mano a mano. Well, the gauntlet has been dropped.
There you go.
Gala. We'll see if Light does respond in kind. Or, again, he is the kind of guy that's fine going with like a late game. So maybe they just go with something that can deal with the pressure of an early Lucian. I think this pick and these next two for Weibo will be very telling if they go back to a style of split pushing. Tree equals happy. And I think Weibo going to be very happy yet again.
I feel like it would be a very good choice to go against Lucian to play for the split push because all of the good pairings to put in the bot lane, the double AD carry with Ashe, the Zeri Lulu that does really well into any Lucian lane have been taken out. And right here, of course, locking back in that Maokai that brought them that huge success in the early game versus LNG in that game 1 is going to be very pivotal. Tristana locked in as well. Now, Light plays Tristana bot lane. Very great pick to push back the Lucian as well. However, Xiaohu shined on the pick in his IG series. So that's a great flex, actually, from the side of Weibo game. You just slam the Tristana here and put it into mid lane or bot lane, however they wish.
I really liked the way they used this Tristana to kind of push in mid lane really heavily with Xiaohu's complete guidance. Literally, Xiaohu like hovered over Xiaohu for the entirety of the early game the last time around. And want to see that pressure utilized here as well if it is going to be that mid-jungle duo. Definitely needing to be strong there. But some picks still relaying the message for LNG that they want to have a little bit of team fight pressure. With that as Zia locked in. Again, it wasn't the problem in game number 1.
Oh, absolutely not. I think if anything, Scout was the best performing player on the side of LNG. He tried his best to try and keep the team afloat. However, here, Weibo Gaming are going to build more of a front-to-back composition, which is a little bit uncharacteristic. Now, I'm saying front-to-back. If Citizen locks in that Cassante, and it's going to be the case, it's one of his strongest champions, one of his most big champions, of course, from earlier on in the season, when Cassante used to be a terror on the top side of the map. But I'm going to bring back a flashback. ZDZ on Cassante has solo killed Zika this season. So if that doesn't bring back deja vu, I don't know what does.
And you get 16 solo kills in season, makes it easy to be picking off heads of some of the top laners in the league. I love a little bit of respect given over to Zika, though. The Cassante was a mainstay for both these guys in the regular season. Zika actually a little less so than the average of our top laners. I feel like I see so many times top laners have like plus 15 games on Cassante in our league. But we get into the second phase of bans. That's Senna very particular towards Light, as well as the Poppy being banned away against LNG.
Hold up, that Poppy ban right here kind of smells to me like a Kalista Renata bot lane coming out from the side of Weibo Gaming, which is very oppressive. Loving the Renata ban right here to try and break apart such a powerful duo in the likes of Kalista and Renata. And I feel like what gave it away was mainly the Poppy ban right here. Now, I'm wondering if they're going to pivot off of that and potentially give LeBlanc to Xiaohu again, and then go towards like something like Tristana on the both side of the map. However, still again, a very potent, very powerful pick. But yeah, the Poppy ban,
I like it.
the Poppy ban did smell like Kalista.
I would love to see Crisp's Rakan. Again, weird combo there, but Crisp on roamers. I just need to see him have some ability to get out on the map. We saw it even with the Ashe and the utility, the hotshot, but that is when Crisp has been at his deadliest so far this split.
Gonna be a little crazy here. I think I might like a Nico for Crisp right here. Playing into that double range, into the Nami Lucian, sets up the team fights really well. Lucian, very short range AD carry. You grab your Nico, you drop it into that team fight. You create so much space for your team to play around. You have the Maokai creating so much space, the Cassante as well. I feel like a Nico could be a great choice here, as well as any other pretty much melee champion as well, but they used to definitely suffer into Lucian Nami lanes. Ooh, hold up.
That would be huge.
Hold up.
But I do love the confidence of a Renekton still being played for Zika, still also grabbing the Rel for Weiwei. There's that Nico you talked about.
I love Weibo Gaming. I just love what they're doing. I feel like LNG are pinning them on red side, and they have all the answers, Marcel. They pick a very safe red side top laner in the likes of a Cassante. really difficult to gank or dive from right side due to the wall structures. Maokai worked wonders for them, got MVP for the game, Xiaohao. Xiaohu on his Tristana was by far one of the best performing Tristanas in the playoffs so far, especially in his IG series. And then you've got a bot lane that can pressure Lucian Nami as well as create so much space with the Nico and Maokai in the team fights. I'm loving what Weibo have so far.
I also really like to see the direction the coach was giving. He was literally handing between Xiaohu and Xiaohao, saying this needs to work. You got to find some strategies there, because the last time around there was so much pressure given by this duo. And honestly, it's been a duo that has been really huge. I don't know if you remember, if the audience remembers, but at the beginning of the split, the entire promo, one of the biggest hitting moments was Xiaohao after their loss last year on AL, a devastating one, and a crying interview afterwards. But the quick tick into Xiaohu saying, I will lift you to that mountaintop, we will get there together. This is another step towards that direction. This is another step in Xiaohao becoming a prominent jungler in the LPL. Now it is game 2 that LNG desperately want, as they want to claw their way back into this best of 5. But Weibo struck first and struck hard, same way they started off the last time around, just a couple days. And we'll see game 2 between LNG and Weibo.
Okay. Cheers
Crowd
from
out in
both
force.
sides. Yeah, absolutely. And now, I love how you set up Xiaohao, because he's the one replacing Weiwei. Weiwei was in his exact spot last year, making it all the way to Worlds Finals with Weibo Gaming, and now Xiaohao is the one replacing him. He is the one stepping into his shoes, and he's doing a fantastic job right here. And if anything, he has the chance to eliminate him from this bracket as well. Get him out of the playoffs. And we talked about a lot of the win conditions for Weibo Gaming, but for LNG, I feel like it's very clear. Get Gala ahead.
Yeah.
Gala on the Lucian plus Nami combo. I need Weiwei to be active this time around. I need Weiwei to path towards that bot side of the map to get Gala ahead. Early kills onto this Lucian. Get that Lucian huge mid-game spike. Lucian in the mid lane. Chunk down anyone who walks up. Deep into river. Take controls of objectives. This is the plan for LNG. I just need to see more of Weiwei in this particular game than I did in game 1.
And I think this game is going to be very telling on how the rest of the games in the best of go, because we're getting a version of LNG that are trying to strike back a little bit to Weibo, who Weibo have traditionally been a very slow team in the first 15 minutes, but they've turned it up a little bit, learning their lesson from IG. And it's something where the Maokai is going to have to become a question if Xiaohao has yet another pivotal performance on it, and where he dictates the map this game. It's going to be really important to keep an eye on. We actually get the level 2 gained by Gala and Hung first down here.
Yeah, that was a little bit disrespectful from Weibo Gaming, because they knew they were losing out in terms of XP and push. So the level 2 was going to come out from LNG. Burns out the heal from Light, which is kind of huge, especially when you know that Rel is going to be pathing towards the bot side of the map. You are in a little bit of a timer right here in terms of getting dived. Great trades up top side for Zika as well. Onto ZDZ. That's exactly what you want to be seeing if you're an LNG fan. Your top side winning and your bot side winning. However, okay, Tristana is an almighty champion when it comes to priority and push in the mid lane. But Scout, luckily, is on a champion that scales. So you'll get pressured a little bit in the early stages of the game, but then you come online.
I really like the Tristana into the Azir. Feels like Xiaohu's been waiting for this. He saw Scout in his way. He's like, I just got to get this going. He showed it off in that first series. Now see if he can do it yet again. 2 legendary mids going at it. Like an RNG, big legacy builder for Xiaohu. EDG for Scout winning a world championship. Not too shabby, but both of them making their own legacies on new teams. LNG for Scout another year. Xiaohu for Weibo yet another year. But it's curious how their stories have developed so far, and now they're going to have pivotal roles in helping out their junglers. Wait. Striking first on the Skull Crab.
I feel like they're going to get Xiaohu to deep into river right here. Xiaohao is wrapping around, which means that Weiwei does not know that he's there. Gala,
There's
not
a tree
the
coming
healthiest
for
in terms
you.
of HP.
Well, you gotta watch out. Tree equals happy face for Weibo. He gets the Nature's Advance, and there you go. Chris gets first blood for Weibo. They strike on the bot side where we said LNG needed to be strong.
Oh, that was so clever from Xiao Hao. He knew that Weiwei was going for the Scuttle Crab, and instead of contesting it and giving away his position on the map, he decided to wrap around instead. Now Scout is gonna try to put some hurt onto Xiaohu, but Xiaohu with the first tower plating 4 minutes into the game. Weibo again with a fantastic opener to game 2 of the series.
And that's what's crazy. This Weibo run, we literally were calling them the tortoise. This was gonna be the matchup of the tortai, as I called it, because both teams played so slow. But Weibo have turned it up a notch. We actually take a look at that early play here.
Oh, that was so clever because Xiao Hao was wrapping around trying to go for the Scuttle Crab, not seeing Weiwei. But the second he spots him onto the ward, he just wraps around. He knows that Gala and Hank have just taken a very aggressive trade, and I'm loving the flash E coming out from Chris to force a flash out of Hank, which means that Xiao Hao doesn't even have to burn any summoners. He just walks in, throws sapling, twisted advance, dead.
Weiwei missing the shattering strikes there. Maybe there was a chance to turn around. Here he comes to fight Xiao Hao in front of the Telegrubbies. Guys, these are some cartoons. We just want to be friendly and watch some cartoons together. Xiao Hao, he does not realize there's a giant croc there. It does end up seeing him at the last second, trying to get away here. Not going to have an angle, but Xiaohu here to put some damage onto Zico while Weiwei is taking down those two scuttle, at least the Rift Scuttles, as now Xiao Hao makes it out alive somehow.
I don't know about that one. I think that was a huge misstep right here from Xiao Hao, because Xiaohu was on a reset. Ziddy did not have priority on the top side whatsoever, and Xiao Hao starts the void grabs. Luckily for him, does manage to yoink one out, but that's the TP out of your mid laner. That's your own flash, and this one void grab better be worth it because you lost quite a bit of pressure. In terms of your mid lane priority right here. If Xiaohu ends up going down to a Weiwei gank with no TP, you lose so much. Look at Weiwei. He's been so patient, trying to see if he can catch out Xiaohu.
Xiaohu, he still has flash, still has his rocket jump, gonna get some damage back on a scout. The buster shot helps even up the odds here. Now he can rocket jump his way back after the reset from the explosive charge.
Yeah, hits them with a thumbs up. Nice try. Good one. And again, we expected Weiwei to be a little bit more active. He has. He's been towards the top side of the map. He's been towards the bot side of the map. A little bit late towards the bot. But we still see Weiwei trying to make plays onto the map. I feel like LNG heavily rely on him in this early game on their rel to try and get them ahead. Now, of course, he's looking for that level 6, level 5. A couple more camps potentially clearing that top side of the map that's going to be coming up. Level 6 is going to be huge, especially fighting around that dragon that's up and available right now onto the map.
What's crazy for me, for Weiwei, even though we're seeing some rough performances early into this one, he was literally in the World Finals in summer. It was actually insane. This guy wasn't even playing in spring. He came in summer for Weibo and had a big run to help facilitate around the team. And it feels like now in playoffs yet again, he needs to try to light that fire under himself a little bit more. The rel performances so far, just trying to get the facilitation for them. They are a little late to this dragon. Weibo already struck it down to about 1,000 health, and Xiao Hao will claim that first dragon for Weibo.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, they're playing with the timers, right? Scout was all the way back in base. It was resetting. Weiwei didn't use that. Weiwei, please!
I think I just gassed or cursed him a little bit. Luckily, it won't fall, so I don't have to take any responsibility there. But it is Weiwei getting pressed heavily.
I'm going to say it. I'm going to say what I'm seeing. LNG look lost. Ooh, loving the clone right there from Crisp to tank most of the culling coming out from Gala, but LNG look lost. They're late to the plays. They're not playing towards the strong side of the map. And even though we did say, hey, play towards Gala, try and get that Lucian ahead, if you look over on the top side of the map, Zika has been absolutely crushing this matchup right here. So I would say, hey, if it's not working out towards the bottom of the map, Nico very slippery, Kalista very slippery, Tristana very slippery, hard to catch. If you're a Rel, play towards the top side, maybe try for a dive onto ZDZ. There have been chances where ZDZ has been pretty low, and even though like Asante, it's still doable. Try to get your Renekton ahead and then use the power of the Renekton to play towards the neutral objectives to then funnel gold into your Lucian. Look at these trades. Zika has been smashing it.
He's having a lot of good presence up there. Now Hagen gonna roam his way up as well. Not level 6 yet. Back going to be going through from Zika, but that also brings in a conversation that I love to highlight for LPL playoffs because we are literally back to back to back to back. It ain't no stopping. So a little bit of momentum goes a long way. And yes, it went all the way to 5 for Weibo. You got to stress test yourself a little bit, and maybe that leads to some of these strengths in the early parts of this best of 5 here.
Hey, you know what I call that? Official practice. It's better than scrims. Why play 3 official games when you can play 5 and juice out all the information that you can about your own gameplay, about your opponent's gameplay, etc., etc. Now Scout is looking at Shahu.
Ooh, flash out, buster shot there. He's going to have a rocket jump available. Gets over to safety. Scout doesn't have any way into the fight now, and Hunk's going to have to flash. Pop Blossom flash into on a Weiwei. That is also the Tangle Barb. There are so many lockdown potentials from Weibo. They force so many flashes from LNG.
Absolutely. Shahu and Crisp lost their own ones as well. Again, Crisp using that clone from Nico to tank the culling, and huge fight up on the top side of the map. They really want to deny the 5 Void Grab buff
They have a collapse here.
from LNG. ZDZ so far away, no TP. One already gone.
They just need to get one of these potentially here. If they can sneak in. Xiaohao's going to get bubbled up here now. Cleanse actually from Gala too. Xiaohu is looking to jump in. They do end up getting in here in time to deny that 5th stack of the grubs.
That was crazy. CDC walked all the way from the both side of the
Long
map.
distance travel.
Absolutely, literally, he's committed to this relationship, okay? He traveled all the way from that bot lane tower just so he can make sure he's there for his loved ones to take that second Void Grab to deny the buff off of LNG. Again, LNG are desperately trying to get advantages onto the map, but as you will see, Weibo have the answer. Scout, see Shahu, throws him towards his team, great, but that was a lovely flash coming out from Shahu to get out of the CC from Rel, throws out Scout, which means the damage does not land from Azir because he's not there, and then just rocket jumps his way out of dodge. Flash force from Nami as well, because Crisp was there onto the Nico ult, and again, Weibo Gaming are just running away with everything. LNG can just not seem to land a single kill, a single opportunity.
Xiaohu has taken so much pressure this game. It is insane. And he's able to just utilize a lot of the resets that you can have, manipulating that explosive charge to get a double rocket jump, things like that. It is going to be so big for Weibo to kind of push around these fights like that. Because LNG, they really want like a front to back, a big shove from Scout, a big engage from Weiwei, maybe a little bit of a flank action from Zika, but they're going to have to try to put that together now, especially with about 45 seconds till another Dragon for Weibo. It would be 2 in a row for them.
I feel like I just want to see LNG, all 5 members, on the same screen. There's a bunch of times where Scout, you know, he's trying to shove Shahu into his team. Zika is fighting ZDZ on a different place on the map and then TPs into team fight. LNG are good at team fighting. They shine when Gala is able to put down the damage for them. Therefore, set up for him, facilitate for him, be all 5 members on the same damn screen. Shahu found out.
Ooh, he has a lot of damage to put in. He doesn't even have his first item yet. That buster shot's going to get that trade down for Xiaohu's favor. He is going to push this wave in. He still has TP available. Scout's no doubt going to have to burn his now.
Absolutely, that is a TP down from another pressure point coming in from Shaku Gala.
Weiwei. That's the Nature's Grass coming out as well. They're going to tag onto Weiwei. Ooh, double bubble. You're boiling in trouble there. Pop Blossom from Chris, though, is going to lock down Weiwei, and Light rends his life from him. Zika is here, gets caught by the Tangle Bomb. Oh, no. Oh, no. There's an avalanche coming with you, and he's got 2 in Tofu's. That's double kill for Light. Make it more here with a trade back from Hung. He able to get down Xiaohao, but the pressure is there, and Weibo look to press under the turret.
They're going to take a few more tower plates right here. There's 2 members running from base. They're looking for Zika, but diving right now and Renekton when you know that Azir is already on the rotation would be absolutely catastrophical for Weibo Gaming after winning such a fight right here. And they're gonna press the reset buttons, run straight towards that dragon. You see Xiaohao died in this exchange, so he's gonna be running straight towards that dragon. And ZDZ, even though he did press his B button trying to reset, he's gonna stick around trying to go for that dragon contest.
Get a TP from Xiaohu. It'll take a lot of damage on the way out, but he'll go towards top side of the map to his split pushing desires. We also have first items fully completed for a majority of members here, at least. Xiaohu's going to be close, I'm sure, after he gets all the gold up there. But we did get the Yumu's first item for Light, as well as the Static Ship first item for Gala.
Now, this is a little questionable right here from LNG because they know the Renekton on the tops of the map, and we said how powerful of a tool it is to have the Renekton in these team fights. Weibo know that Zika is stuck towards the top side of the map. However, they do not want to be taking any chances because the river has not necessarily been set up for them. They do not have any resources onto the Kalista either. There is no flash, there is no heal for Light, so they don't want to be running into a 50-50 on whether they can win this team fight or not. Again, I just want to give huge props to Crisp. I think he's had so far an incredible series. The space he's able to buy both with Ashe and Nico. I just wanted to look at this particular fight because Gala sees an opening. He'll go in. He done most of the culling onto Gala, and Crisp again uses the clone to absorb majority of it. And the second the double bubble lands, Crisp knows his job. Instantly presses R, splits apart Hang and Gala from their jungler, and Weiwei ends up going down. And then the second the TP lands from Zika, he roots him as well. Like,
Yeah,
I cannot stress enough how much of a banger for series Crisp has been having so far, and it's only 1.5 games.
And he realizes that he has enough space with that Pop Blossom to force Gala to literally do nothing if he doesn't have a calling up. That lack of range that LNG have is starting to bite them a little bit. Scout and take the ire of ZDZ here.
Uh-oh, number 17.
It does have to use that Shifting Sands out of there. Not going to have to burn anything else just yet. But we're looking at top side of the map because Rift Herald is on the table here.
And look at the TPs. ZDZ does not have his Scout, doesn't either. This is very dangerous for Scout right here because Ghost is coming up really, really soon from ZDZ. And ZDZ is looking at that magic number 17 to add to his solo kills. Hank takes a huge jump.
Weiwei's in a lot of trouble. Xiaohu looking for the angle here. Nature's Graph going to connect in the end. No explosive charge on him as it went on to Hung. Oh,
he goes
ZDZ.
in.
He wants to get some more of those solo kills you were talking about. Can't get the unstoppable combo, and he might just die.
Oh!
That's why Scout is the Emperor on Azir.
Number 17 you were looking for, ZDZ. Have you met Scout Azir yet? Crisp is looking.
Ooh, Chris finding a nice combo. Tidal Wave on the way out, though. Nice Magnet Storm. Xiaohu gets bubbled as well. Ren's not going to be enough. Neither is the explosive charge, but Xiaohu wants it with the Buster Shot, and there he gets it. Now Zika has found a flank onto Xiaohu. Xiaohu's trying to rocket jump his way out of that one, and LNG left wanting after that as Zika found an entrance but couldn't capitalize.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, Weibo Gaming have to run away. There is no much mana or HP onto Xiaohu or Light, so they cannot contest walking up into this river. So it might, after all, be LNG taking control of that topside river to go for the Rift Herald. Again, a huge, huge mess when it comes to team fights between those teams. You see how hard they both love fighting for these neutral objectives. And yet again, I feel like Weibo Gaming have come out on top, getting yet another kill. Xiaohu, we criticized him. Both him and Scout, they've not had great series. But look at Scout. Let's start with him. Because ZDZ, we said, his ghost is almost up. He's looking for his 17th solo kill. And Scout slams the door straight in his face. And jumping from one mid lane to another. What's Xiaohu in this particular series? Very great ultimate right here from Chris. Tramping Weiwei in place. And you'll see that bone plating does wonders right here for Xiaohu because he tanks almost the entirety of the culling, flashes in to ult the Rel, and then just rocket jumps himself out with the help of a few plants.
A little thing I noticed in that Azir trade as well is Scout waiting to use this Emperor's Divide until ZDZ was in mid-dash, knowing he can't use the Unstoppable. But now we get to see Xiaohu pouncing on the Weiwei again. He's very tanky, has the Magnet Storm. Tidal Wave coming in as well. He actually tanks up everything. And now Zika is the frontliner that LNG need. They will push them off this mid lane priority here, but it was also in the side lane that Scout got another solo kill on a ZDZ.
ZDZ is trying to desperately 1v1 Scout, and it's just no going in his favor. 2 solo kills right now for Scout, and we said how he was set behind in game 1, and he was still all over the place for LNG. He was still the saving grace, and right here he's banked 2 kills from 0 from ZDZ. That is very big for LNG when it comes to team fights. This Azir will be huge.
And we were talking a little bit about what's going to need to be banned by LNG, but that Azir maybe starting to rear its ugly head here. We will see Weibo actually trying to make a play onto Zika in the side lane. Xiaohu is going to tank the turret. Does stutter step his way out, and that's an easy juggle there. A little healing from Zika, but the rocket jump will help Xiaohu get out to safety.
And they get another one onto Xiaohu, onto this Tristana.
Oh, wait. I don't think, the Rel is going to find it, and an auto attack from Crisp is the one that gets it. Xiaohao just mind controls Weiwei a little bit.
Absolutely. Get in, get out of dodge. The second you see Scout coming in, Scout almost with an hourglass in his inventory. He's going to be absolutely invincible when he dives in. And yes, please show us that replay, because
right,
what in
ZDZ.
the world is going
Let's
on?
see.
Oh, God. Okay, well, he interrupts him. That is very well done right here, because I feel like... Oh, no.
He's just like, oh, I messed up. He does
Did he
a lot
know
of
it?
damage.
Because his team won on the top side of the map, and now they're looking for
Not
Scout.
wrong. Not wrong. Scout's going to go for the play on the Xiaohu, though. He's trying to get the outplay. Emperor's Divide in. He wants one kill back. He gets it. Scout goes golden. He will not survive very much longer, but he got a kill back, and it was onto the mid laner. Almost takes down Light as well, but that's a big shutdown. 700 gold to Light.
Still, there was a 1 versus 4, and now LNG have pushed in the mid lane. There's Dragon coming up as well. LNG already have one. They have the Rift Herald. They can take so much pressure on the map right here from the side of LNG. Scout bought them so much time. Took down Shaku, which was the strongest member from Weibo Gaming as well. Great stuff coming here from LNG. We were waiting for a reply to all of this aggression, and Scout's Azir was the answer. 2 mid lane towers, plus a lot of vision control towards that bot side where the Dragon has already spawned.
That's why he's the best to do it on the champion. And LNG just took a game to wake up into this series, it seems. Able to punch back a little bit to Weibo. Now we're getting to the strengths that LNG and before this series Weibo had, because after 25 minutes is where these teams really turn on. Gala going to burn his cleanse here as he gets caught by Xiaohao. Tidal Wave going to be used as well. So a couple big ultis, but it is going to be a dragon point and center with an even dragon state.
And here's the difficulty now. With the Azir being fed, as we look at the replay as well, to show you why this Azir is mega fed, Shaku's going to literally TP in his face, and they just use so many of their ultimates right here. You see Scout shoves him away. The heal is also used from Light, and it's just not going to be quite enough. And then at the end of all this exchange, he almost kills Light as well. That was a 1 versus 4 with 2 of the strongest members of Weibo Gaming literally beating Scout. And he still gets out with 1 kill. Now the problem is, Light onto the Kalista, an extremely short-range AD carry that loves playing when his team creates space around him. And you do have the Nico, the Cassandra, and the Malka to create space for you. However, the Sand Soldiers do not make it easy at all for this Kalista to walk forward. The second you walk forward, you get instantly poked by Azir. You have to go back to base. That's a 4 versus 5. So Scout right here, the second he starts poking down those HP bars, LNG will have so much freedom walking in for a fight.
And Light needing to go with a little bit of defensive posture as well with the Edge of Night, just to try to safety from any errant, I guess, skill shots. But this is Weibo returning to something they know very well, and that's split pushing power, bringing Xiaohu into the side lane to try to take one. This will be their first turret of the game, so finally returning to something they know very well. But it means that there is a lot of standing gold, even with this small lead for LNG, still on the map for Weibo. They do end up burning objectives very quickly here, with Scout having that second item, about 2.5, but they were looking on top side.
And it's also pretty huge that they did get the 2 towers mid lane, right? That means that Weibo Gaming have a lot of scouting in the jungle to do before they even get anywhere near this Baron. Now they are pulling the trigger. Zika does have teleport to join his team if he needs to, but Shaku is all the way in base.
And he doesn't have TP to get in. Nature's Grass coming across here now as well. 3,000 health on the Baron. Can Xiaohao even get into the pit? He's going to flash. He's going to go. He gets it. He steals it away. That's going to be a big bubble blocked out of by ZDZ. Triple knockback there. He will give his life, but it is 4 Baron buffs cloaking Weibo.
Oh my god, Xiaohao heard me talking in the previous game. How I said he can do everything but smite the Baron. Gets revenge on Weiwei from stealing his Baron in game number 1, and that is huge news for Weibo Gaming. You commented on it as well. They love playing the 1-3-1. They love playing split push with Xiaohao on the side lane, having Baron up creeps, being able to beat these towers down. So much standing gold for Weibo Gaming. The game is dead even. You get a Baron, you get to stall to get the game state in a way that you want to play it, and Weibo Gaming really needed that breather.
And it's awesome to see kind of some of the underlying currents for Weibo stay true, that side lane pressuring. But Xiaohao, he's had 100% KP right now. He's had 90% plus in all of playoffs so far, 96 in the last game. He is everywhere, and he is the engine that helps facilitate this Wonder Start team.
Absolutely, I agree with that. And on the Maokai back to back. And here we see why he's gonna throw in the ultimate. And he's just waiting around on the side. Flashes into the pit, smacks Baron on the back end and smites it and gets out. What a Giga Chad move right there from Xiaohao. Sealing the Baron away. I mean, it's just revenge, right? Weiwei stole his Baron in game number 1. And, well, I guess it's not a good omen, is it? Weiwei stole the Baron, but ended up losing.
And then they lost. Yeah.
And then,
don't read that far into it. It's fine. Let's just look at the surface level. Results-based analysis. Don't go too deep. But it is something to think about where LNG, their composition does rely on a lot of item spikes and things like that. I think Zika will salve a lot of really good entrances in the backline. My biggest thing is Gala has to find entrances. One of the things I love about the LPL is our Lucians hit different. They can find big moments even in late game, where in a lot of other regions we see failings past that 30-minute mark. Gala has to be that guy this time around, and that third item spike that's right on the horizon, that'll be a moment of that pressure.
Sure, but I'm getting a little bit concerned, you know. I've seen Ruler's Lucian and what he can do, and usually you want a very dominant or even lane phase translating into that mid game where you put that Lucian mid lane, whoever walks up gets a huge chunk of their HP bar gone, and then you dictate the map from there on out. However, Gala hasn't necessarily been able to have these big moments where he just dashes in with the Nam and gets chunked down, because if you dash into a Maokai, a Nico, a Kalista, you could end up going down, and this has been a little bit of a blocker. And this is the problem again with like very short range AD carries like the Lucian and like the Kalista. They are going to struggle when you have a lot of setup and a lot of poke in your team. Scout!
Oh, who's gonna get it? Xiaohu flashes into the bush. Scout goes golden. He's gonna go for it. He gets the explosive. He's dead in midair. Scout with the cool guy looks will not even die to the explosion.
3 solo kills for Scout in 1 game. Takes down ZDZ twice, takes down Xiaohu once as well. What can this man do? This is why he's so famous for his Azir. 3 solo kills in 1 game, and you know what? He didn't choose any of the 3. Everyone is taking the heat onto Scout, and Scout stands tall.
Xiaohu playing at the edge of his champ, but Scout just gets the better of him. Now they have advantage here, even with Xiaohu not there. Weibo are going to try to advance into this one. They don't need to fight for this. They could just give it over to LNG. It looks like that might be the decision in the end, because LNG have a lot of strength in the 5-man. BDC stepping up. They just want it. It's going to be taken over by Weiwei. Here comes the TP in from Xiaohu, the pop boss of double, and they're looking for the resets. Tidal Wave stops Xiaohu in his tracks, but here he comes with the damage profile. Crisp is in there. He goes golden. Zika flashes over the wall, finds a little bit of damage, but ZDZ on the Scout, and they take him down. Now Xiaohu can go to Reset City, and it's looking like a beach paradise, as Tristana will have the distance, the damage, and the length. Had to find the difference for Weibo. They pull it back from the brink, and they increase their lead by 3K.
And Weibo did not want to take the chance, the 50-50, the 4 versus 5. They waited for the timer until Xiaohu is back up alive. Used his teleport. What a fantastic team fight from ZDZ. Brings it all back around. Again, the spacing, the way that Weibo coordinate. This teamfight win is gonna net them 3 towers on the map, the entirety of mid lane, bot lane, and top at the same time in 1 teamfight.
Yeah.
You lose 1 teamfight to Weibo Gaming, they'll take your map.
It was literally 4 towers to 2 to 1 rather, and then 2, and then now it's 6 to 4. As we see the 1v1 on the side, Scout getting the better of Xiaohu.
And you'll see. He tried to alter like these creeps, but
he
doesn't
just
life steal.
there.
He doesn't have any life steals. And look at this here. Xiaohao on the flank, trying to catch them going through that choke point in the tri-bush, and they're waiting for Xiaohu's TP to come back up. And look at ZDZ landing that Q3 on 3 members straight into that Nico ult. And what's Chris? Because he walks forward, he knows Renekton is on the side. So he'll walk forward, pin down Scout, that instantly go golden into the hourglass, and another incredible Q3 coming out of ZDZ, pushing Scout straight into his death. What a phenomenal team fight from Weibo Gaming. Their coordination is impeccable this series.
The fact that Nature's Grasp connected onto both Weiwei and Scout, that Scout burns his flash, that he doesn't have literally anything after that. It feels so good to burn these cooldowns from Weibo, and they're dictating a lot of the fight pressure here so far. Doesn't mean that LNG are out of the fight. Again, their 5v5 is huge. Scout is a monster, but he's got to have the pivotal performance here.
That is a 6,000 gold lead accumulated for the side of Weibo Gaming and a bunch of items in their inventory that hurt really hard. I feel like the key moment are here for LNG is having Zika pinned down Light onto this Kalista so they can play the teamfight a little bit more freely.
They need to choose. They need to do something. Weibo are just going to burn the Baron. Now the engage from Weiwei goes wide. This is ripe for the picking for Weibo as LNG find themselves on the wrong side of the tracks. The bubble connects, but actually in the end it does not. And it looks like LNG might need to find an exit plan here. I wonder where their nearest exit is. It looks like it's through topside.
Honestly, I commend here Weibo Gaming for their patience. You definitely do not want to be following into Fog of War. That Renekton can turn on you real quickly and you'll end up losing members, and especially because you haven't reset right after the Baron buff. You see a lot of the items coming through, the Redemption, the third item coming in from the Maka as well, which is going to be around doings. So they did have huge item spikes that you definitely do not want to be giving away all the gold accumulated from these fights that Weibo Gaming have been putting immaculacy onto the Rift. And now Weibo Gaming with a foot forward. They have the Baron, they have the split push as well with ZDZ, with Shaco on the bot side of the map, ZDZ on the top, and a very, very strong three-man core in the likes of Nico, Kalista, and Mako that can push mid lane. Weibo,
They also just have
again,
the item spikes.
I don't understand. Weibo have just woken up for playoffs.
They have. Again, they were one of the slowest teams in the league coming into it. You know, post 15 minutes, between that 25 and 30 minute mark was really where we were seeing them turning on. But here they have learned a little bit from their previous opponent. They've turned on the heat, and they are not stopping the cooking because they have a 4-0 Light, they have a 4-2 Xiaohu, and now they're looking for Gala in mid lane. But they have 4 item spikes, and that's almost a full item over majority carries for LNG.
Very well said, and it's not very easy to push into them as well. You'll see that they're trying to take advantages of pressuring down the waves and trying to crash them at the same exact time. However, it wasn't the case at this time around. Oh, you see Scout and Zika, the TP in the backline.
Oh, but Gala, he almost just dies outright. Now Scout with the double TP from him and Zika. They get the Pop Blossom on a Scout, but he's going to go golden. That's a really good play call there. Here comes ZDZ, though. ZDZ wants Gala. Look how fast he is. And now Weibo, they take that engage. They're turning it right back on LNG. And LNG look like a bunch of chickens with their heads cut off. They're running around. They do get the culling back into Xiaohao. But here comes Xiaohu. He wanted Gala. He can't get him. He can't get his old ADC, but he can take down Zika. And Light rends the life from the crocodile. And now Weibo are on to the Dragon Pit and TPing behind his Xiaohu. Oh, I don't know if he actually has the angle, though. Gala trying to go over the other side. Oh, my goodness. Explosions happen, and a fish gets served up for sushi dinner. Now, Light has found him, and he gets the stop on the Scout. Scout wants the damage, but he doesn't have it. Weibo have picked apart LNG. They've taken everybody but Gala, and now they're looking at the base.
They do not care about your Azir. They do not care about your 3 solo kills because Weibo Gaming's team fight is just that much better.
I can't believe it. No way. They just win off of this as well. They still have the minions here. Okay, ZDZ's taking a brunt of damage, but Xiaohu cleans him up. Oh my goodness. One fell swoop, one giant leap, and Weibo, they're on the cusp of going 2-0 up for the second time in a row. And here we go. It's match point for Weibo Gaming.
A triple kill for Xiaohu to seal the deal as well in this series. And Scout, he does not look happy. He does not look happy. He has put such phenomenal performances back-to-back on the Azir Game 1 and Game 2, and it's just no clicking LNG. I feel like LNG really need an intervention. I feel like at this point you've chosen blue side twice, choose red side. I think you need to choose red side. Try to counterpick top lane, try to shut down ZDZ, try to get Gala on a favorable matchup. I wish I could grab LNG and just shake them like this and wake them up, because this is just not what we were expecting. Weibo is just beating them in every aspect of the game.
The fact that Light is having an incredible performance against his previous organization, he has had Gala's number in every game so far, it feels like, but also Xiaohao showing that he means business, not only leveling up in playoffs, but against Weibo's previous jungler in Weiwei. It's looking real good. Also, I'm pretty sure he had 100% KP again. We'll check it on the other side of a break. We'll be back with game number 3 of this series.
When you know that you're the best and you really got nothing to prove. Hey, when you really got nothing to prove. 'Cause I'm allowed to be afraid of, keep going but go. Never give up until I do what I told you. I really got nothing to prove.
Welcome back, everyone, to the LPL Spring Playoffs. We're here in round number 2, and we have 2 quick punches from Weibo here against LNG to start it off, Trouble.
I mean, Weibo Gaming are just doing everything right. In game number 1, they started with heavy lane pressure. They had counterpicked every single lane. Their Maokai everywhere. Game number 2, again, pressure in almost every single lane. They used that for side lane advantage. They won every single team fight. I'm so happy that Chris got MVP of this game because he has been absolutely phenomenal in both of these series. The space he's been buying his team with the Nico, with the Ashe in game number 1 has been impeccable. Love the flash E here that's coming onto him because he knows his jungler is wrapping around. And Xiaohao here, he doesn't even have to burn a summoner to get onto the Nami. The amount of times that he's used his clone to absorb the culling from Gala, not allowing him to do any damage towards his team. Like, Chris has been absolutely world champ material.
Hey, he's that for a reason. I think a lot of the engages set up so many things for him, but it was also a pick you highlighted you wanted to see from this guy because of the setup angles you can have, and that has been the strength of Chris so far. Yes, he is known for some enchanter play, but man, when he's on engages, it's a completely different guy, and I need to see that continue if Weibo wanted to go ahead and take a sweep, but we got to take brass tacks conversation about LNG because things are not working. Again, for a second game in a row, the Azir is not the problem, but they just can't make it stick. And at this point, you might just have to find something else that works.
I just feel like at the very, very beginning, we highlighted how pivotal Gala's damage is for LNG. This guy has 30% of his team's damage share. And in both game 1 and 2, he has been kind of choked down more heavily in game number 1 than in game number 2. But we said, hey, if you're going to pick Lucian and you're not going to stomp your lane, then you're kind of going to fall off towards the later stages of the game. And it's kind of what happened. And my biggest regret here, my biggest why, if you will, is Weibo. I don't remember the guy in the entire series, Mazel. I don't remember him in game number 1. I don't remember him in game number 2. I don't know where he was.
He's got to find a way to make his entrance known here. It's not too shabby coming off being a world's finalist jungler. Obviously having fallen to T1, but still nonetheless a big moment for him. And now trying to find his way on a new team and make this work with one of the most legendary mid laners, and that duo is just not cohesing yet. Now, we did see Weibo in a similar position just a few days ago against IG. They went up very strongly 2-0 in the series, and then IG punched back with the help of Loyen all the way to 5 games. I'm not saying this could be the same story, but Weibo have had a history of trying to close out series and it not going their way.
Absolutely. I think the bells are going to be ringing right now like, hey guys, we're 2-0, we're 2-0, we're 2-0, and it went to 5. We can't let this happen again right here. I feel like for LNG, you should take that Maokai away. There's no way you're going to allow the Maokai to go over for a 3rd time. I'm expecting if they don't want to go over to the red side and try to play for counter picks and try to play for better lane matchups, at least take that B1 Maokai and just play through that. And I'm going to say something that is completely and utterly illegal in terms of pairing it up with a Maokai, but I feel like Scout needs to jump onto something that makes him a little bit more proactive on the map, like the Ahri. I think his Azir has been absolutely impeccable, but he hasn't necessarily been able to impact the map as much because he has always been going to sides trying to put out fires.
It's really difficult when Weibo again are the best team at side laning here in the playoffs, and you haven't found a real answer to that style of play where they're utilizing the strength they're getting in side lanes to collapse into team fights and getting ways to kind of pick your team fight apart, and that was the strength of LNG. So maybe an adaptation of style holistically, Weibo not on a rel. We gotta see something change because we're in the part of playoffs where there's no Guardian Angel just yet. You're still links away from that, to be fair. And even in the second round, you lose here, your season is done until summer. You win, and you go on to a Titan in JDG.
Oh.
We're in LNG versus Weibo Gaming, game number 3. It is the Maokai Ashe Rumble ban by LNG on the blue side for a 3rd game, and the Vi Nautilus by Weibo.
And you know what I love? I love the fact that Weibo Gaming, now that they know that Zeri hasn't been banned, they're banning away that Nautilus. They're like, hey, if you're gonna give us Zeri over, there's no Nautilus, there's no Vi. So I really hope for LNG's sake here that they do just straight up B1 the Zeri if they can.
God, what is that camera? I love it. Just zoom into the eyes of the killer. He's right there. He needs to have a big moment. 30% of his damage done when he was coming into this one for his team. It is the Tristana locked in for LNG, so a takeaway, but also some flexibility.
I'm thinking this is Zeri gaming. This is Zeri gaming for sure for Light and Crisp. Especially since Ashe has been banned and they can't play that towards the bot side of the map. I'm loving the Tristana takeaway right here from Shahu because they can also flex it between Shahu and Light. So it takes that away. However, we did ask for a pick for Scout that's a little bit more dominant in terms of the map and not necessarily just putting out fires. Tristana does that, Ari does that. I'm more than happy to see the Tristana locked in here for Scout.
We said before, tree equals happy, no tree equals sad for Weibo, but they're going to have to find a world where they do find a happiness without the tree. See what they get for Xiaohao here. Right now, it'll be the Taliyah. This is another pick we highlighted coming into the series that has the very big synergy with the way that Xiaohu wants to play the game, right? You push, you move, you get to side lanes.
You get to set up a lot of these fights as well, and I feel like Xiaohu has been an impeccable Taliyah when it comes to these neutral objectives. The way he places his walls around the team fights has been great, and it is going to be actually Scout onto the Tristana solution Nami for both sides of the map. Now let's see what they're going to choose to put next to the Varus later on. I mean, I was about to say, if it's not the Maokai, it's going to be the Setsuani. If it's not the Maokai or not the Setsuani, it's going to be the Xin Zhao. So we're sticking to the facilitating champions. We talked like earlier on for these two junglers as well. They need to be on champions that they set up fights for their teams. Another Maokai is out of the question. I feel like Setsuani is a great tool in Xiaohao's hands. You have a non-committal engage in terms of your ultimate as well. If it hits, perfect. You go in. If it doesn't, you just pull out.
And you have such quick decision-making power with this Sejuani into a very squishy composition in a double marksman comp. And also you have a Taliyah into a comp that has a lot of movement stuff. And that workground is going to be really interesting. As we get in the second phase, though, we have to look at some of those jungle bans, and it is already that Ivern that we had seen in solo queue for Weiwei taken away.
That's absolutely spicy here with double AD carry banning the Ivern away. He's very clever. We have seen Mad Koi over the LEC really favor the Ivern as well, especially when they play a double marksman composition. Now, what do you pair up with the Varus? Because I was about to say, Nico is not going to be left up for Crisp. However, Renata works great when you're playing against a double marksman composition because you hit one of the two, you just let them do the work instead of you.
You also get the Renekton final ban for Weibo. Take away some of that blind ability for Zika. Also something he found a lot of comfort on and a lot of backline access to. Not going to give that to him for a third game in a row. Now the final ban here has to be towards some of these potential setups for Weibo. Again, maybe an engager taken away. No, it's the ZDZTF.
Wow. I think like, ooh, love the Lulu right here. I was about to say Lulu, Renata, any of the two is great. Where is the Zeri, man? That was perfect game for Zeri. Anyway, Varus is also Varus is also really great right here. Now, let's see. I feel like Zika's gonna have to probably resort onto a tank, something like the Cassante or the Udyr. Third case scenario is also potentially something like the Aatrox. You need frontline if you're LNG right here. You need frontline really bad because you have double marksman and you need to be able to force these front to backs to allow space for your two AD carries to play the fights.
At the line, Cassante going to be the lock-in here. Also, just a note for the Lulu for Crisp. The last time we saw him against IG when he played that, he was getting some insane wild growth combos with the knockups, being very aggressive with it. And I want to see if he continues that path or if he's going to play a little bit more defensively. Now, there is still a big option on the table, and it is the brand for Weiwei. So he'll have a lot of onus on how this game goes for LNG. And there's that Zeri.
Wait!
So we got a little spice as ZDZ is going to be taking the Varus to top lane.
Hold on, is this Merwin from Mad Koi coming into the LPL? We have seen this monstrosity of a champion on the top side of the map. You build towards that Jack show as well. You're basically, Mad Koi was talking about it, you basically play frontline with the Varus. And I'm so happy this ends up being the Zeri because Zeri Lulu is such a great duo. into Lucian and Nami. It's one of the only few duos that actually goes toe-to-toe with the presence, with the aggression of Lucian over in the early game. Weibo Gaming, their drafts on red side have been so great in terms of countering and capitalizing on what LNG want to do with their drafts. Now here, LNG have a very simple task. Get that brand fed. You have so much priority through your mid lane with Tristana, which means that you're not very easily going to get invaded. So the more farm you have onto this brand, the more damage you can dish out in the fights later on.
And you have to remember, Weiwei has been on the Rel multiple games, has not had the brightest of moments. A couple steals here or there, but some really rough ones on the Rel. So now taking a lot more of that pressure on his shoulders in a pivotal game. To go back and harken on the fact that this could be the final game we see of LNG until summer if they lose here. Weibo on a steamroll after taking a full 5-game series against IG. Momentum is key, and here we go. LNG on the cusp of being knocked out. Let's see if they can bring it back from the brink. Weibo flag flying high, the LNG flag flying high. Love those camera shots, love seeing all the crowd out there. But we get a little throwback to IG there. He was spamming this one as well against IG earlier in the tournament. But ZDZ on the Varus, this is something we have to talk about. It will be very difficult for Zika in the side lane. It does present a little bit more of a squishy comp for Weibo, but my God, if this composition gets ahead, it's going to be so deadly.
Absolutely oppressive. There is so much damage coming through from the Varus, the Talia, the Zeri, backed up by a Lulu. It feels like Weibo Gaming really shine when they have a composition pretty much curated out of damage dealers. And Xiaohao is the facilitator. He's the engaged, the disengaged, the peel. He's the albeit when it comes to team fighting and setup. He does it for his team, and he allows the rest of the members to carry them forward. Now for LNG, I'm really glad they pivoted off of the Azir and off of the Rel. I feel like Weiwei playing a little bit more of a carry slash farming oriented champion in the likes of Brand. He has played it before, and I paired up with Scout's Tristana. This is the time that Scout can actually shine because you have so much push over in the mid lane with the Tristana that you can actually start to be influencing all the side lanes later on.
Scout gets some really hefty trades on Xiaohu early on there. Again, Scout, a guy who earned double MVPs this last year. Ooh, actually, you can't even talk about that because Xiaohao has done what brands hate.
Hold on a minute.
And gone for the engage. Also a flash burn by Weiwei, and nice little double rev his thumbs up as Xiaohao goes to clear his wall.
Xiaohao has had Weiwei's number in every single game so far. Scout continues to get pretty hefty trades onto Xiaohu. And I love how Xiaohao pretty much doubled down on invading because I said, hey, you've got Tristana mid lane. There's no way in heck you're getting invaded. There's no way. You're just gonna pretty much bounce your Tristana into the jungle. You're gonna have a 1v2 advantage. But Scout actually went towards the both side of the map, tried to clear a ward in the Wraith's pit, in the Raptor's pit, sorry. And his jungle ended up getting invaded on his Wraiths and Raptors and chickens and popcorn. I don't know.
Chicky nuggies, I call them.
Yeah.
Get filled up. Everybody needs a good protein snack, I feel like. Speaking of, I feel as Xiaohao has had his fill already. As I think an interest will be how ZDZ utilizes this Varus to kind of counteract maybe some of that pressure that Xiaohao's using, or I guess not counteract, but enforce. And we see that he's already winning out in terms of the pressure in the lane. Weiwei's looking bot side though.
Ooh, really nice trade right there from Weibo Gaming's bot lane. Weiwei is waiting on the side because he knows Setsuane is going to be hovering towards that bot side of the map. Skullcrab taken from Xiaohao. Now they're going to meet in the river, so he knows there is presence from that Setsuane towards the bot side. But you see Lighthouse is hovering the wall. At any point in time, he can just jump the wall and he'll be free. Oh,
Scout going for it here. He does have the explosive charge. One more auto. No, it's not enough. Oh, these two mid laners wanted so bad trouble, and it gets so close.
Oh, I feel like Scout really wants to get his team ahead. Scout has been literally tooth and nail fighting to push LNG past the finish line. And right now he does have a champion that he can impact earlier on. We said it straight off the get-go in the draft that this Tristana needs to have impact early on, needs to have priority, and he has done just that. 15 CS above his counterpart right here in Xiaohu. And Scout, I feel like he has been doing great this entire series, and I feel like this game really relies on him.
It's crazy to me that he's leveled up so much in this series. He's literally been like Super Saiyan mode every single game on the Azir, but he just can't pull it together with his team. Now he's just like, I am tired of this. I'm going to press every single moment that I'm just going to punch you in the face, and he's done so far. They have to find a way to hone that pressure, though, as we see objectives spawning on the map. We have the grubbies on the top side. Very big if Weiwei can get that one because of the speed that you can take it with the brand.
However, if you look at top lane, Varus lane Kingdom, Xiaohu was able to also push in that wave, which means that there is a lot of control from the side of Weibo Gaming towards that top side. There's going to be double Scuttle Crab from Xiaohao as well. And again, playing against the farming champion being already CS up, a level up, and having the freedom to do void grubs here is going to be huge. But Scout's just going to walk in.
Dude, Scout is a single-handed menace here. Now, Weiwei had path towards this control ward over here. Does get the CC onto Xiaohu, and will take down that ward, but kind of giving up the pressure on top side, even though Scout pushes Xiaohao off of the grubbies. We wonder if they just go right back to it.
Just a little bit of a chat about the Varus. I had to research, actually, because the only Varus that I've seen recently... as Scout gets ganked right here. Nice jump. Very nice jump away. Is Merwin. He played it versus Fnatic from McCoy. And his build was Experimental Hexblade, Raids Blade, Blade of the Ruin King, and Dark Show. And then when McCoy spoke about that Varus, they were like, hey, we can use that type of Varus as a tank in the front line. So it's sort of like doubles up a little bit as a Sejuani as well. You know, you've got the non-committal engage with the ultimate like Sejuani, and then you can play a little bit of front line as well as light. Ooh, nice
little sidestep. I like it. It's also funny to me that, you know, Xiaohao was just confident with the Sejuani and what it can do into a brand. They didn't need the melee solo laners. They just went with double range. They just have the strength in their own right. And even though something went a little bit awry for LNG and bot side, it's still Weiwei trying to be proactive. He will reset and go towards the top side of the map, again leaning towards these grubs, which I think is important for LNG.
It's just a little bit of a rocky situation right here, because that Sejuani is already 60 CS
yeah,
up.
it's insane.
And usually when you're looking at things like void grabs and neutral objectives, when a jungler will spend time to do these neutral objectives and the other jungler farms, you're going to fall behind in terms of experience. But right here, because the Sejuani is ahead in the farm, you actually have the chance to spend to go and take these void grabs, especially when you've got double split push with the likes of the Talia, with the likes of a Varus in the side lane. You know, this Varus, the disease, already hammering onto this tower. It's so worth it to spend the time knowing that you're not necessarily gonna pay in terms of experience and gold to try and take all void grabs.
And Weibo know that's really the option they have for LNG right now, is to play towards the top side of the map. So they're just bringing Xiaohao and Xiaohu up here. Xiaohao's just going to start up that first episode of the Telegrubbies, and he'll be watching cartoons all on his lonesome. And while Scout actually going for another trade on Xiaohu, it's starting to get a little bit more even in these trades.
Yeah, LNG could not walk up towards the top side of the map. You'll see that Weiwei was behind an entire camp. Now he just hits level 6. However, Xiaohao has already done one of the void grabs, so he at least gets max XP and gold from that one. And again, I feel like Hank has played such a pivotal part in terms of roaming towards the top side of the map to try and free Zika, to try and make plays with Weiwei and Scout. Of course, here is just going to be a hover just to make sure that Weiwei can make it into the pit to grab these void grabs. And he's going to make his way all the way down ball.
Yeah, he actually had the angle there, but realizing there's a lot of bodies missing for Weibo. Now Crisp has roamed his way mid. They're going to press under turret, get a plate here too. So nice utilization of the pressure movement. And now Xiaohao has path down towards this dragon.
But looking at Hank here, Hank is also like one level behind on Crisp.
Yeah.
So you do not have the tidal wave, which is really, really great tool to have, especially when people sort of get stuck on choke points. Talking about getting stuck on a choke point, Zika is stuck underneath his tower. Oh, the Tin of Corruption is going to miss. That means Varus does not have that tool. However, he does have 2 tire platings of gold in his pocket.
That's the most difficult part, just slowly losing out in the top side
3K.
of the map. Yeah. He's gonna have a big spend. He's got a lot of gold over, about 800 gold over Zika. We see the dragon being the main focus right now for Weibo. They will claim their first one about 9:30 into the game, so a little bit late on the stacking.
I'm getting a little worried because LNG are just bleeding slowly at this point. 500 gold lead only, sure. We cannot overreact. However, it is the first dragon when you have priority with Tristana made. Your brand has fallen behind previously, now of course ahead. But like Sejuani did double neutral objective right here, and Sejuani was about 2 to 3 camps up onto this brand. And now coming back onto the map, you see how Xiaohao has his entire jungle if he chooses to go back to clear, but he's looking both sides.
He's got the Glacial Prison, gonna hit Hung. That's a frozen fish, gonna be served up for dinner later. That is first blood for Weibo yet again.
Ooh, I feel like Hang thought that if he flashed there, the flash was going to be predicted. So it's the part where you say, I'm not going to juke because they're going to expect me to juke. So I'm going to juke it like this. It wasn't the case for Hang. He doesn't burn his flash, ends up going down. That means a lot of pressure towards the bot side as well. More tar platings there. You see there's 2 missing from the top. There's 1 missing from me. There's 1 missing from bot lane. And slowly but surely, this gold gap starts getting wider and wider for the side of Weibo Gaming. 1,000 gold in the lead right now. You'll see the swap Hang again towards the top side, trying to punish ZDZ.
There is item spikes on the top side of the map as well. ZDZ has his Blade of the Rune King. Set up a nice dive from Xiaohao. Here comes the tidal wave with a little bit of the speed up. ZDZ is going to flash his way away. Chains of Corruption going to go wide there. The Xiaohao was hovering up towards this top side, but this is fine for Weibo. They want this kind of situation to play out for them. Scout's going to have to use the buffer on the rocket jump there. Gets out to safety. Xiaohao actually takes a huge trade into Weiwei, but they want this fight as the cooldowns go down. Scout comes over for the fight as Pyroclasm will be used. Might be able to get a little bit of damage back, but Light has joined the fight now, and Weiwei does not have a lot of health. It will get the Buster shot at a Scout to save his life.
And Weibo are going to bunch up as a team. 4 members towards the top side of the map. They know that Hang and Gala swapped.
Oh, they're going to get caught again. Oh, ZDZ claims that kill, and the ADC is getting all the gold here early.
A little bit of a revenge kill right there on from ZDZ as Hang flashed onto him to gank him towards the top side of the map, and Weibo Gaming are just ahead of the play every single time. LNG's bot lane swaps towards the top. 4-man gank onto that top lane. They have not let Gala breathe, and they are not planning to. They're looking to dive.
No way. Oh, the Glacial Prison is up too. The TP is going to signal the retreat, though. Xiaohu saves the day here as well as maybe being able to get over here, I thought, with the Weaver's Wall, but he's actually going to pull away. And it's LNG that get their trigger pulled with the TPs.
That was double TP right there. That means Xiaohu gets free time to pressure that mid lane. That means ZDZ gets freedom to push down that bot lane. And they don't lose nothing but a support flash. That is very worth from Weibo Gaming. I feel like LNG are starting to make very, very desperate plays early on because they know that they need the solution to get ahead. They need Gala locked in and online because once Light gets to 2 to 3 to 4 items onto the Zeri, I mean, come on, we've all seen Zeris. We've all seen them on the LPL as well. Way too many pentakills to count.
And, Light with the electric base carry kind of works out in its own right. Now, LNG will also get 5 grubs. So at least being able to get the first might spawn there when they get some pressure onto the turrets, that's really big and could come up much later. But we also have to look at now Rift Herald spawning and another dragon if Weibo want to continue stacking those up.
And Zika's going to walk towards that bot side of the map, especially as you mentioned, Dragon's coming up in 1 minute. You definitely want Zika there onto that front line. The bot lane is going to reset from the top side, try to get as many items as possible in these inventories. They definitely want to start stacking these dragons. You do have the Void Grubs, as you mentioned, the buff, but there are not many towers that are being hit from the side of LNG right now. I feel like the only one who can potentially reach a tower right here is going to be Scout on the side lane. So an extremely useful tool for that Tristana. I feel like LNG, without Scout in the team fights, have been looking so extremely lackluster, especially since Gala has not been able to find a footing this series.
And it's crazy that LNG find themselves on this precipice, right? Like, this is a round 2, Weibo using momentum from their first round into this one, but this is an LNG that felt like they were starting to bring it together. Yes, they were slow, but they were potent once the game got long, and especially Gala being a major factor of that. They ended up cleaning house on their last 5 series at the end of the regular season. So maybe taking some time to wake up to this series, but they've got to wake up now. The alarm clock's been going off for like the last 30 minutes, and they're about to be late for work.
I mean, it's already been 2 games, and now we're 50 minutes into the next one, and it doesn't seem that great yet because Weibo Gaming have had their reply to every single engage LNG have been able to put out. Now, Weiwei has already started the Rift Herald, but as you can see, ZDZ, no TP. So Weibo Gaming can just let this one go. They already took first tower on the map, and there's no one to reply that bot pressure that ZDZ has been building.
So much gold being given over to Weibo just passively here. Xiao, he's playing with their minds a little bit there. He will get bubbled, but Light gonna pop the lightning crash, and there's a little bit of a difference in when lightning hits a fish, and we see that right now as Weiwei actually getting a nice stun on a Xiao, who's gonna flash away. Chris trying to delay Gala on the other side. He's doing so much damage. Xiaohao misses the engage with the Arctic Assault. Light's going to go low with the explosive charge. Flash being burned by Xiaohao. LNG can chase. Scout was looking for the rocket jumps, but not going to pull the trigger on that one. Rift Herald will be used, though, from Weiwei in mid lane.
And they do have the HP bars to pressure that mid lane. LNG coming out clutch right here, getting that Rift Herald hang is going to go towards the bolt of the map where ZDZ has been putting so much pressure. If he does hit a bubble, they could kill him.
All right, the Unstoppable actually came through there. ZDZ locked up and taken out. Zika gets some revenge of his own.
Zika with the solo kill, almost. We're not going to mention that Nami was there. Onto ZDZ. But again, pressure in the mid lane from LNG did not result in a tower, but we mentioned how important was going to be that Void Grubs buff in terms of Scout on the Tristana on a side lane, taking down towers. But Weibo Gaming once again are going to use their reset timers from LNG. LNG to sneak yet another neutral objective is going to be the Dragon this time around. And I'm starting to get worried myself. I'm starting to get worried. I see 2-0-1 on the Zeri. I'm seeing a Runan's completion very, very close. 16 minutes in, almost 2 items. You've got another AD carry up top lane. You've got AP damage coming through your Talia. You've got so much facilitation coming through your Setsuwani and Lulu. And that Lucian is just not taking off. And again, I wouldn't be so worried if I was like, hey, you know, I've seen Ruler's Lucian, you know, get even out of lane. It's fine. And then he destroys an entire game just by being even. However, Gala in the previous game did not show any signs of that, and I'm starting to get worried for LNG.
They actually get the combo here. Xiaohao, he's getting the explosive charge used on. That's a flash. Scout's under turret. He's going to go down here. No, the turret shot's not enough. And Scout gets out alive. ZDZ ends up having to get away from that one. Trying to go for the cheeky play there. Can't end up finding it. Weiwei and Hung trying to collapse onto ZDZ here, but really the pressure is from Weibo in mid lane.
That was a great play from LNG. That's what we want to see. Tristana with the kill, Lucian with the kill. Get that Lucian ahead now. Crisp and Light might be in danger. There's 4 members of LNG around. They have to be careful. If you get hit by a bubble, if you get hit by a brand stun, very squishy, gonna end up taking a lot of damage. Light and Chris playing on the heads right here, trying to clear out any vision that LNG has on that side of the map. But great 2 picks from the side of LNG. They needed something to happen on the map, and they do catch Xiaohu and Xiaohao.
We're going to take a look back at that replay as well, as it started off by Weiwei being able to find a nice trade onto Xiaohao, and Scout coming over the edge. He really wants to try to pick up some of these kills. You can see the desperation. It comes up clutch.
That was so much damage from the brand onto the Setsuwani. This is why this pick is like so prominent as well, because you don't expect the damage that's coming out of it. An entire combo almost killed Setsuwani. Nice sidestep from Scout. Taking the flash off of ZDZ as well to get out alive. And that was great 2 picks. 2 picks that were very, very needed. As you can see, Gala very, very reliably can dish out the damage right now. Has his second item. got that rapid fire cannon, more range onto his poke, and Scout already hammering on towers. This is looking more and more promising for LNG.
They're using some of the medicine that Weibo usually gives by taking some side lane turrets, especially with those mites, helping Scout really buster down those turrets. As now we actually have LNG in transition to kind of hover over Scout on bottom side of the map, but you have to be careful in these kinds of moments because that's where Weibo's quick decision making and long distance engage can come in clutch. Look at that. It's a little bit of a drift, and it's Weiwei getting knocked right back into his death's grave.
Ooh, when we mentioned how pivotal it is to hit those Sejuani ultimates, you are the only engage coming out from Weibo Gaming, and right now without Weiwei, without the wave clear, Gala has already used his culling. They could end up taking down the tower.
I love it because Xiaohu at the beginning of the season was, I'm going to be the one to bring you to the mountaintop. Xiaohao is the one trying to bring him to the mountaintop. Now he's got to find a way to disengage from Zika here. It's going to be Crisp into the flash out. Weaver's Wall blocking the rest of LNG out. And look at that, Weibo as a team strong together.
Yep, he got absolutely lululed right there. Gala has to flash out of the knockup as well from Knight. They're playing on the edge. LNG wants this. They want to get back into this game, but Weibo are not letting go. They're not giving them any space. ZDZ with the constant pressure on the side lane. Second item, as we mentioned, Blade of the Ruined King, Rage Blade into tank is usually what you're going to see. Let's see how.
Oh goodness. That's
that was
that's a little
great
rough.
play.
Oh! CDZ! He's out ADC Scout on the Varus versus Tristana solo.
That was honestly such great display on why Fog of War saves lives, people.
Yeah.
That was one auto attack away from dying from ZDZ. That was that one auto attack that Scout missed with his E up onto ZDZ when he went into Fog of War inside that brush. So very, very well played from ZDZ. And there is your solo kill from ZDZ. Number 17, baby.
See now, actually, they push into the outer tower mid, easily take that one here. As Weibo have finally cleaned up all of the outer towers from LNG. There is a dragon spawning in about 25 seconds, would be sole point for them if they want to keep priority in mid lane. Looks like a back willing to come through. Oh, gets stopped.
Crisp is not going to be able to take that reset right here. And when it comes to both of these teams, they both obviously want a team fight. They have very clear win conditions. However, LNG do not have a very easy way of engaging fights. I feel like the best bet right here would be Xiaohao engaging onto a target and then LNG just peeling off and killing whatever target comes to them. And using that extra range onto Gala to poke people out of these fights. Because if you allow Weibo Gaming to fully engage onto one member and you lose your front line, very nice from Gala.
That's
Exactly.
really good moves.
Exactly what we talked about, right? Use Gala to poke people out because in a proper front to back, you do not have the engage tools to pick up these fights. Uh-oh.
Anyway, he knows that somebody's over here. ZDZ is going to catch him in the bush. A lot of damage, though, coming back to him. Scout's going to go in, does get the reset there. Huge step, and gets caught out by ZDZ. And now LNG can take the dragon, force that hand.
Ooh, right before the dragon as well. You definitely do not want to be getting close. ZDZ, you're not on Cassante this time around. That is a very, very squishy champion he's playing. Another BF sword in his inventory, but he ends up giving the dragon away with this skill, as well as a lot of pressure on the map. LNG are gonna move towards the top side of the map. There is no TP for 17 seconds. There is no TP at all onto ZDZ, so they could force a 4 versus 5 for this Baron.
Yeah. I'm just sitting here in my head screaming, finally, LNG are looking awake. Finally, these players who have been some of the top in their role are looking alive. Now Light is looking alive his own right. That electricity's pumping through his veins, and he's taking down Hung in his own. That's a solo to him. Now Xiaohao, who ended up coming in clutch there, can't make it out alive, and neither can Xiaohu. They'll chase him down, and it's Scout that gets him. Zika ended up taking out Crisp in the mid lane.
That was huge for LNG. They take the Baron, they take 3 kills as well. Now they can start exerting some of that pressure of the Baron buff onto the map. As you can see, that Cassante is locked and loaded when it comes to armor. There is a lot of 80 damage over on the side of Weibo Gaming, but the items are looking pretty good. And again, ZDZ gets... Oh, he gets spotted by the control ward. I thought Weiwei was 5-head right there, but he blocks the exit with a blast cone, he pops it off, and then they just all engage onto ZDZ. Again, that was a very crucial fight because you've got a Zeri with 2 completed items, and you had an item and a half onto your Talia as well, you definitely want to be taking these fights. However, being a man down right, the LNG pulled the trigger for the Baron. I'm sure Shaha did try to potentially cheekily steal that. Ended up going down as well as another 3 members of Weibo Gaming. And right now, LNG, as we said, pull that restart on the side lane. You've got the Void Grabs buff. You've got the Baron buff. Creates so much pressure on the side. And you've got a pretty solid 4-man mid.
And I love it because LNG are in their prime form when they are team fighting. They have a perfect team fight composition. And we are getting to that 25-30 minute mark where LNG and Weibo find a lot of their strengths in that regular season. And the team fighting comes to a head, and we have both team fight comps now coming to crash together as mid lane outer turret gets taken by LNG.
Opening up the map right here from LNG with the Baron buff. Gala dashing forward, not necessarily that much you would expect, but it was also the tankiest member of Weibo Gaming. It was onto the Setuani. And right here, Weibo Gaming are the ones that are asked to respond to LNG's push right here with the Baron. Pushing towards the bot side of the map. There has been a wave build by Scout. But it's slowly getting taken out. And as you will see in the mid lane, Light is taking care of that mid lane wave as well. So Weibo Game are trying to minimize their losses with this Baron that they lost. And LNG are looking for openings. I would love to see somebody pressuring that top side of the map. There is a huge minion wave that's about to crash under the wave.
Oh, nice buffer there from Scout saving his life. Tidal Wave came out. ZDZ is going to pull the trigger on that Chains of Corruption, doing about half Gala's health. They're just trying to get this tier 2 down here, but Weibo stands strong. Scout has moved mid with Zika. Light going in on the Scout there. Trying to take down these Baron minions. Lightning Crash. Scout got to get out of there. Nice damage back from Weiwei, who's going to get caught by the Glacial Prison. Here comes Xiaohu as well. A lot of CC can go down. Here's the seismic shove. Weiwei splashing into a wall, and he headbutts himself to death. Xiaohu claims it.
Weibo Gaming catching LNG onto the rotation towards that mid lane tower. That Baron did not end up resulting in too many structures for LNG. So Weibo Gaming should technically be happy with that particular defense. However, LNG are sticking around. Another blue buff is going down. But you definitely do not want to be risking it. 1 minute on the clock, about 1 minute for the next Dragon. And it's going to be very pivotal for both teams because for LNG right here, you're literally stacking an Ocean Soul Dragon, which is going to be huge. There's all that poke that's thrown at you from the Talia, from the Zeri, from the Varus. And for Weibo Gaming, they're only 2 dragons away from actually taking that soul themselves. But again, Light takes matters into his own hands. He just dashes in through the wall.
I love it, man. This guy, he's actually insanely talented in team fighting, but he has had a pickup in decision-making in recent history that's been really huge. This catch-out, obviously, actually gigantic on the Weiwei. But you got to remember that Light is against an organization and a team that he spent so many years with, and he really carved his name into LPL on that LNG roster, the ones that made the miracle runs, the ones that were so supportive in the runs to Worlds and things like that. And now we see him on this Weibo roster over a year into it and really carving out a new legacy.
Absolutely, trying to take them out, same as Weiwei, right? Going all the way to Worlds Finals with Weibo Gaming. Now playing for the other side of the Rift, and talking about the other side of the Rift, the Dragon has come up. So point it would be for Weibo Gaming.
They're already taking it down so quickly there. Who's going to get the smite? It's actually Weiwei this time. So he'll claim the second Ocean Dragon, but the fight afterwards is the important part. Zika goes in. He's a little bit too far. Nice lockdown there on a ZDZ. Lightning crashes, but Gala is able to help Scout take him down. And now Scout tries to find Chris, but can't do it. Xiaohu's trying to flash away, but he gets dragged back by Zika. And LNG are TPing into the bot side of the map. They want to try to do lasting damage to the base of Weibo.
There is no damage left from the side of Weibo Gaming. There's just a Setsuani and a Lulu, and there's 5 members of LNG absolutely smashing those towers. They have the wave, they have the power. Can Weibo Gaming here defend? It's just the Lulu and the Setsuani.
They got Xiaohao and Chris, but can they stand against the wave of LNG? They have one more wave. They're into the last turret here as well. The focus will be the Nexus after it comes through. Chris goes down. LNG will not go quietly into the night, and we will go to a game number 4.
LNG waking up just in time to not miss this series. 14 minutes into the game, Marcel, and I'm gonna tell you, I was so worried. Every single chance they had for a gank, it just didn't work. Your brand was falling behind in CS. Your neutral objectives were not there. The Dragons were going away to Weibo Gaming, but they brought it back. I feel like if you could, like, even if you lose the series, let's give a big fat medal to Scout, because this guy has bought a 4XL backpack to put everyone else in it, and in this game, it worked.
Yeah, it feels really good to finally see the big names that this LNG roster are built around actually performing to the namesake that they hold. Now, that was a intense game number 3, and LNG staved themselves off for one more, but they have to continue that momentum, and Weibo have been here before. We'll see if they can right the wrongs and not be cursed, as we'll get to game 4 shortly.
The era of metal has begun, and metal shall prevail. For we know what they have done. 5 legends of our realm who sought to follow the path of their dark musings. But they did not know what they had summoned. Pentakill. To these creatures, there is but one thing left to do. Heavy metal. of the realm. Come on, I sing out to wipe out the traitors. The earth trembles as we gather ashore for the lands we swear to hold. For our kingdom glorious.
Well, we find ourselves in a very similar and maybe deja vu style situation here for Weibo Gaming, where now LNG have fought themselves back in game number 3 and pushed us to a game 4. Weibo going up 2-0 early. I'm Mazel, I'm joined by Trouble, and what a game 3 it was. Scout said, no, you shall not pass, and he played Tristana pretty well.
He's been trying for 3 games, okay? I feel like the reason he hasn't gotten MVP all 3 games is because the first 2 he just didn't win. But this time around, Scout was everywhere, man. He was dumping waves in the mid lane just to try and get towards the top side of the map to secure void grabs for his jungler. His jungler being 16 CS down. He's diving into under towers to try and get kills, pushes people out. Like, Scout has gone honestly above and beyond this series, and I'm so happy that LNG woke up in this game number 3 and are actually facilitating for him.
Yeah, he earned double MVPs in the regular season last year for a reason. This guy is a mainstay. He's a world champion. He needs to find success, and he tried so damn hard on his Azir first 2 games, giving him the sticks on the Tristana. I expect Tristana to be nowhere present in the final 2 games of this series if we go all 5, because this champion is insane. The way they utilize it, the pressure it provides, the strength it has been the difference maker and has a huge win rate because of it.
Absolutely, and I feel like it's for both mid laners, right? Yahoo has used it to its utmost potential. Now Scout shows that he can play it as well, and he can take it to its utmost potential as well. And I feel like the fact that LNG have been focusing these void grubs as well as pairing it up with a Tristana is very dangerous, because you hammer these towers down super duper quickly. Now, I don't know if it's necessarily gonna be banned or potentially be wanned.
I'm very curious at what they're going to go for priorities here, because ZDZ's
There's too many bans, you know?
did not work out, but the Maokai needs to be banned, the Ashe needs to be banned, we need to see the Tristana banned at this point. Like, there's a lot of things that are starting to take priority, and that's what I love about our best of 5s and the way that a lot of these drafts dictate the mini meta within it. And I think these 2 guys in your screen going into a game 4, it has been punches back and forth with the Tristanas and trying to find what works, and that pressure out of mid lane has been what's worked for both of them.
And I'm so happy to see a smile on Scout's face as well. He left the chair in game 1 and 2 so disappointed. He tried his hardest. Now in game 3 it worked out, and I'm not gonna lie to you, Marcel. You talked a little bit about the Varus. I think the Varus was a mistake. It was like, hey guys, let's lock in the Varus, and then they were like, wait, that's actually a really good Zeri draft. Yo, ZDZ, do you play Varus top? He's like, yeah, I'll take it. I mean, the dude got a solo kill, right? He played it very well. However, it's not what the team composition needed at that point, because it did have a lot of damage dealers. And the Varus seemed to have completely thrown the composition a little bit off right there. But locked in and loaded for game number 4. Weibo do not want to go into 5 series again. They do not want for them to happen what happened to them versus in the IG series. And honestly, I'm gonna put an asterisk right here for the man on your screen on the right. Crisp was so stellar in games number 1 and number 2, sort of caging him on a pick like Lulu. I feel like lost a lot of the pressure that Weibo Gaming had in the first 2 games.
Weibo, having finally lost, they get side selection. They go straight to blue side. LNG will be on the red side for the first time in the series, so some big changes in that direction. It's already the Vi and the Cassante ban by Weibo. Also, that Maokai Ashe that has been a consistent respect ban by LNG. They only have 1 more in the first phase. The Varus is the ban by Weibo.
Ooh, Maokai Ashe out. You would expect maybe a Tristana ban right here, as you don't want to be giving it away. It has been such a pivotal importance there is for both of these teams. And right now, you have so many choices to make right here. However, Nautilus has been that one pick that has been permabanned for the entire series.
And Crisp on Nautilus looks like a monster. He finds so many engages. He's on the roam consistently. It is huge. Now LNG may be harkening back to their regular season against Weibo. The Senna locked in for Gala, so some safety and scaling going their way.
And let me give you a flashback right here. 7, 1, and 9 was the scoreline of Gala playing that Senna versus Weibo Gaming in their 3rd game in the regular season best of 3. The game that LNG ended up coming out of winners. If you want someone to carry for you, Gala onto the Senna could 100% be it right here. And what does Weibo Gaming have in store? Because I feel like Yahoo's Talia is still a pretty strong tool. You still have Azir up and available, and I mean, do you want to be giving this away over to Scout again? Because sure, he didn't have the most impact, but that was because the team was not necessarily functioning as it should. Right now, you've got a... Oh,
this is what's been banned away every game, too.
Hold on, I do say ZDZ. However, we have seen Rumble bot lane shenanigans.
We definitely have. I wonder if we are going to get some of those shenanigans. But the last time we saw ZDZ on this pick, he got a 2v1 kill in the top side against IG, and it was massive in the pressure that it led to that game and a lot of the dominance that he showed on it. Now, Light will be back on a comfort on the Zeri, and he had a lot of strength in last game, but the composition was just a little wonky to play around it. Now, it's full frontal on the Zeri carry.
I'm also talking some smack. It can't be bot lane. Nautilus has already been locked in B1, so I'll take this one back. However, there is so much scaling on both sides. Zeri with a 3-4 items. Same for Senna. You've got a Kench in the front line. Nautilus on the other hand side. Rumble, who absolutely shreds through any bruiser on the top side of the map. However, Aatrox is one of the picks that I call him an AD mage because he primarily uses a lot of his utility on his kit to not necessarily have to walk up to the wave too far, which is something that Rumble loves to abuse when any melee champion walks up to the wave.
Get that flame spitter cooking them. We've seen time and time again from ZDZ. Now in the second phase, we got to see some particular focuses because jungles are still the main one that we are looking at in the second phase, although it's right now the mid lane matchup. It'll take the LeBlanc away from Xiaohu and take some of that side lane from Weibo.
I wonder if Azir is going to get banned here. I wonder, with such great front to back for the side of LNG, are we thinking of an Azir ban right here?
There it is.
Of course. And I'm expecting also some sort of Talia ban right here. There's Way as well that Scout has been doing so freakishly well on. There are just so many champions still in the pool that can make an impact. I want a little bit more proactivity towards the top side for LNG. You've got perfectly scaling, Senna Kench on the bot side, Aatrox is scaling. I need some mid-jungle duo synergy going on. I feel like something potentially like an Ari together with a Viego would pair up really well just to get you through these early stages of the game.
I want to see the Ace Soul if we get it. We've been seeing it pop up everywhere else. We even saw it just last night.
More scaling,
and,
yay!
More scaling, I want it. The Talia was that ban. The Ari there, nicely called, as that was the target from Weibo, trying to take away some of the strength that can be done between the mid-jungle duo. But now we have a potential final pick. Oh, Weiwei is going to whip out the Nidalee here.
Hold up, if Weiwei is pulling out the Nidalee and the Jace is still open, this could potentially be a Scout Jace in the mid lane. That is a lot of pressure coming out from the side of LNG. I'm loving it. Oh no! I'm getting Leia flashbacks. Flashbacks from the IG series. They're doing to them what IG did to them. However, seeing the Karma hover right here, this is going to be probably Karma Xin Zhao. Very, very strong. Karma X, Karma Lee Sin, Karma Xin Zhao, Karma Viego. Extremely, extremely strong when it comes to the 2v2 scenarios.
That's really big for Xiaohao as well, giving a little bit more priority towards him and some carry potential for him. But we have seen Lien got the better of him on some more aggressive styles, and we'll see if Weiwei can adapt that style into this one. They are going to lock that Viego in. A lot of weight on the shoulders of Xiaohao. You can see he's kind of feeling it there a little bit. But pressure is on here for Weibo not to be brought the distance. The TF for Zika. Oh, maybe not actually for Scout, rather.
It's a TF for Scout, and it could potentially be an AP TF. Okay, not the best pairings that you would expect with something like a Nidalee, especially since Karma mid lane can exceed a lot of pressure in terms of priority early on, so I do want to see how this will go on. However, you do have a lot of side lane pressure with TF, especially since you have Aatrox and you have Nidalee. Being able to join the side lanes on skirmishes like that, especially after level 6 with the TF, is going to be huge for Scout, and honestly, he has so many tools in his hands to be able to influence the side lanes, which he has been trying the entire series to do.
Very different style compositions coming out. No more facilitation for Xiaohao. He's got the sticks. He's the one that's going to have to find the leads. Whereas for LNG, They have put together a very scale-heavy composition, but a lot of strength. I feel like if they can find the connection between Weiwei and Scout with that yellow card with the spear combo, but that is a bar of execution that makes it a little bit more difficult to reach. And I think Weibo will take a lot of that with the synergy that you can have with the Karma and the Viego.
And I'm gonna be very honest with you. Every time I see a Viego in a game, my very first question is, okay, you get the first reset. What is the kind of what are the souls that you're getting? Are they worth it? Are they high value? I don't see a lot of high value. You're getting Senna, Nidalee, Tom Kent. They're not really souls that you necessarily want to be taken to follow up on a kill. I feel like his primary targets are going to be like Aatrox and TF, because getting this gold cap would be huge.
We're getting into game 4 now, pivotal one. LNG still on the brink of being knocked out. Weibo looking to surge forward and not be brought to a 5th game. So many faces know each other in this stadium and on this stage. And only one of these teams can come out victorious. See if LNG can get us to silver scrapes.
A lot of cheers from the crowd as well. I'm sure they won the 5th game here, Mazel. However, I don't think Weibo wants to rinse and repeat Monday series.
Or we go with the mindset of like they want more games again. You know?
Hey, official scrims. There you go. Official
it
practice.
all circles back.
I mean, especially if you're going up against JDG, you need as many official games as you possibly can. You need to like stretch the mile as much as you can at this point. Get every bit of those games in. And right now, I feel like this is literally the point where I feel like a lot of the teams sort of resort back to scaling. We had a very interesting conversation yesterday over in the LEC where a lot of the European teams, especially in a best of scenario, best of 3 or best of 5, if it's gone all the way to 4 or 5 games, you will usually see both teams sort of resort back to scaling. They say, hey, if we play a slow and calculated game and we know we're really good at team fighting and how we play, there's no way we can lose, right? And I feel like Weibo's team fights have been absolutely exceptional. Like in game number 1, in game number 2, the way they were coordinating, they were picking their targets, the way they were dancing pretty much back and forth in and out of these in these team fights where it was immaculate.
Yeah.
So I feel like for Weibo right here, it's kind of the same situation. They're like, look, we've got scaling all across the board with a very strong mid-jungle duo and a top laner that can bully lane with Ignite.
Yeah.
All we have to do is just wait to scale.
And these two teams are the ones that want to, right? We came into this one saying this was the tortoise race and who's going to be a little bit slower, who's going to have the slowest pace, because they love to get to the 25-30 minute mark and have those big team fights. That's where they excel. We've seen Weibo adapt their style a little bit by having a little bit more tempo in the early game so far in this series, and it's led to some really big games. But now we are getting that point where, okay, both teams, we realize we're strong later. Let's find us comps that will allow that, and a lot of bridge building to be done by some very aggressive junglers early on.
However, the execution status on the side of LNG is a little bit more difficult. You've got a Nidalee, which is not the easiest to team fight with. You're looking for skirmishes early on. You're trying to get that gold card into potentially a spear from Nidalee to try and 100% to zero somebody real quickly. You don't have the classic front-to-back jungler that you always want to have when you have a Senna in your team. However, you do have a Kent and an Aatrox that can frontline for you from the side of LNG. And Crisp,
this is what's so deadly.
He has been spotted. He's been pinged out, but Xiaohao is there on the other side as well.
Crisp has been so good on the roams on the Nautilus. There's a reason why it's been banned so often against him. He has early presence on the map, and he can find decent engages there. Now, he does need to go back towards bot side, as Weiwei will be in his way. On the way there, actually, Crisp not realizing that he's
he knows
here.
he's been spotted.
Not going to be able to do too much. He is a Nautilus. He'll run straight into it and flash immediately. Wow, Crisp with the reaction speed.
I feel like he knew what was happening. He sees that the Skull Crab has been taken. He sees that he's been spotted on a ward. And he also sees that Gala and Hang start hovering towards that tri-bush. Literally the second that Crisp was about to walk in. However, Crisp was like, you know what? I'm not backing out. I'm not taking the long route. I'm going to walk through this tri-bush no matter if it costs my flash. It costs his flash. However, he does have the Hex flash. And now Xiaohao,
they know he's
potential
here.
dive mid.
Yellow card available. He's under turret here, but the spear not going to be in time. Just a couple milliseconds off of each other from LNG.
Oh, I love that creativity right here from Weibo Gaming, trying to go for a dive. Crisp The sliding gates, a little bit of back and forth in the bot lane, but I do like the activity over in the mid lane for Weibo Gaming. We said how Karma X, whatever bruiser, jungler, or fighter jungler you want to pair it up with. That's really, really great in terms of skirmishing, diving, pressuring mid jungle duo of the opponents, and that's exactly what Xiaohao has been trying to do here.
Doing a lot of damage to that catfish. Double root will connect though from Gala. To see it. A little bit of pressure to get it back from Weibo on the bottom side of the map. Something else I want to check in is this top side, as the Grubbies will be watched by Weiwei. We did have the double Arcane Comet top side of the map, so trying to combat some of the poking available is Zika, but they will still, even though he's getting pressed so heavily, get the Grubbies.
I'm not going to lie to you, I'm always scared when I see top lane Ignite. Because if that goes south, if you end up dying, you just get punished over and over again. And the reason why you take Ignite in lane is so you can have that extra pressure. You take the Scorch, you take the Comet, you take the Ignite, and you actually have kill pressure very early on. If you end up going down, all of that kill pressure completely dissipates because you do not have teleport anymore. So your kill pressure is not there anymore, your map pressure is not there anymore, and you pretty much have to be following around, which means you lose a lot in terms of priority over in the side lanes and push over in the side lanes. And if we're looking at push and priority, you see that LNG have a Twisted Fate on Scout, which is most likely gonna be buggering off to a side lane later on in the game and just taking down the towers, and same for Zika onto the Aatrox. You've got a Karma and a Rumble. You definitely don't want to be having these two picks on the side lane.
We have level 6 achieved by solo laners at least. Both of them going to be popped in top side of the map, but the more important one I feel like is Scout with the Destiny. ZDZ going to get hit by a couple Q sweet spots, dodge out of that nice spear, and see some proactivity from Scout with the Destiny. He can get out of lane where Xiaohu can't. I think that's going to be really important.
That is going to be important, absolutely. What's also very important is Weibo Gaming are going to have to try and find ways to lure LNG in to fight them, and so far they've been doing a pretty good job. I feel like Weibo Gaming have been focusing heavily on finding these early game dragons, which frees a lot their decision making when it comes to that mid game. They've got the luxury to say, we're not going to contest this dragon, we're not going to fight it, we already have two. And that's the case here again, and it all comes down to Light and Crisp. They have had an absolute lane kingdom all 3 games back to back to back, which has allowed Xiaohao to sneak in and take those early game dragons, which then allows them all this space and time to make these decisions later on whether they want to contest or not.
It's been really big because we know Gala to be a mainstay of the carry potential of LNG. He has not had the biggest of series so far. He is on the Senna. He'll have a lot to say as time goes on. He was even trying to get on a roam there as well on the Xiaohu, his old team partner, knowing each other well from his RNG double carry days. But I think now, especially with Xiaohu having a lot of consistent pressure on this Scout, it's going to be a lot more difficult for the TF to get out of this lane, be proactive, and to help Weiwei start building that bridge.
Yeah, that's what we talked about early on in the draft, right? We're like, Twisted Fate doesn't necessarily pair up together with Nidalee very well because you cannot necessarily build a lot of synergy in the mid-jungle. Yes, maybe if you walk out of lane and you get a gold card, you can pair it up with a spear and just assassinate somebody straight up. But the Karma is just going to perma-pressure you in lane. It's going to be very, very difficult for you to get out of lane. Talking about getting out of lane, he's going to pop the Destiny right now. It's going straight back mid, guys. There's a wave under tower. He needs to farm that one up. The Karma pressure is just immense.
Xiaohao will answer Weiwei, get one of his Krogs up here after pressuring onto Zika. ZDZ having a hefty CS lead, and the Rumble finally being unlocked for this guy as it had been taken away from him in the bans. And there is a lot of highlight clips from just their last best of 5 that showed why this pick has been so monumental for Weibo. And they can play so safely because of that pressure now. Look at this, man. We've seen this deja vu time and time again, and Zika is forced out of his lane. He doesn't have TP, and it's just that difficult.
Oh, he pops the Hex Drinker as well. Ignite's still up. Equalizer still up for ZDZ. He can choose to Equalizer the wave right here even if he wants to and just instantly back out. Huge advantages towards the top side of the map that have not yet been answered by Weiwei. We usually have Hang cross the line and go towards the top of the map trying to get Zika ahead. But at this point, Hang is the one farming down the bot lane. You cannot leave that bot lane with Tam Kench if you're the one farming. So It all falls down to Weiwei to try and find a way to break the top side of the map. We said how important it is if you take the flash off of ZDZ. If you do manage to kill him, all that kill pressure goes down massively from the top side of the map, and so far he has not been punished.
Weibo, they're moving all bodies up towards this top side of the map. They want to contest for these grubs. They cannot give over the might stacks to LNG, which paid dividends last game for them with the early game pressure it allowed. Zika, he's looking for a flank. There is no ward here from Weibo. He will be able to find a big pincer maneuver. Now, Xiaohao is actually manning that side of the map, and Zika forced to move away from that flank that he had. He will move back topside to go deal with ZDZ, and we just have ships passing in the night here as maybe things starting to light up a little bit heavier.
Yeah, I love Weibo's pressure right here. They did not overextend. They allowed ZDZ to pressure the wave, which forces Zika to reply. Now he's ditched the wave under tower. And looking for ZDZ.
Scout has yellow card. He steps up a little far. Equalizer going to separate where LNG can walk through. Oh, nice root donning shadow on top. He's trying to get up, but he can't do it. First blood goes to LNG. Second blood goes to LNG. And guess who's picking it up? It's that vicious cougar in the jungle, Weiwei. He's looking for Crisp as well on the other side with a spear. He's going to connect it. And that's a triple kill for the world's finalist jungler.
And he's come back. No more Rel. Only fighting junglers that will play in your face. He brings out the brand in game 3, it works. He brings out the Nidalee in game 4, it works. LNG are finally clicking. They grouped up towards the top side of the map. They had a very clear target, which was ZDZ and Xiaohao, and they take them down. And as we see in this replay again, ZDZ is literally the first target that they have in mind, because Equalizer is a huge tool when it comes to these neutral objective fights and being stuck into choke points. I feel like this Equalizer was not necessarily the best. It breaks apart the fight, but that's about it. And Xiaohao takes the root onto his AD carry, which was disastrous for Light onto the Zeri. And then they follow up with a third kill onto Chris, but Xiaohao getting hit by the Senna root and carrying it over to Light. A big whoopsie right there from the side of Weibo Gaming.
Yeah, steps up a little bit too far, punished heavily. And now a Lich Bane already completed there with the static shiv in mid lane for Scout. There's a lot of presence and pressure on the map. Yes, Dragon did go over to Weibo, so they'll keep stacking that one up. And they still have a lot of strength in the team fight, right? The Malignant's picked up for Xiaohu. He will be a menace now, being able to mantra Q anytime he wants. But it's also about trying to stave off some of the early presence that now Scout and Weiwei will have together. That bar of execution just got a little bit lower and a little bit easier to achieve.
Absolutely, because we're still only 12 minutes into the game, and Lich Bane hurts so much. Even the base AP from the item when it comes to the spears landing from Weiwei is really going to hurt those HP bars. It's only later on that the Nidalee is not having a very great time. ZDZ is not having a great time either.
He's definitely not. He's gonna wish that he had some wildlife repellent of some sort, because Weiwei comes up, gives him a visit, gives Zika a kill, and that's huge. Also, on top of all that, while Weibo was getting that dragon earlier, all 6 grubs got achieved from LNG, and it's officially Grubageddon.
Yeah, I feel like LNG have had a tendency on going for those void grabs in general in their entire game, and I mean, like right here, it makes so much sense. You've got the Ajax, you've got the Nidalee, you've got the TF. They're going to be hitting towers, and they're going to be hitting them so much harder now with the buff. Xiaohao is going to walk up, but he's going to find out really soon that he cannot be walking up all on his lonesome, and he's going to wait for his jungle mid duo. Sorry, his support mid duo to join him, but so far so good from LNG, and Weibo are just not finding the answers that they so wish. I feel like they have completely turned around their playstyle. We talked about how good they are on their 1-3-1s, and currently they have completely ditched that style. They talk about 1-3-1s, they don't even have a teleport on their top laner. The kill pressure has been completely taken out of the rift by killing the Rumble. Even level right now with Zika. Zika gets that Hex trigger, he's gonna have his items, so a lot of that kill pressure falls off. And LNG are bringing the hit. I'm loving, Mazol, the 180 change on Weiwei from being completely invisible to being completely invincible.
It's been really, really nice to see a wake up from a superstar jungler in his own right. But also, I just have to talk about it. It's the second series in a row we've had really questionable drafts from Weibo in games 3 and game 4. And now Weibo may be feeling a little bit of that here as they are trying to stave off some of the darkness that they were brought into yesterday by IG. They were able to stave that off. They finished off Game 5 triumphantly, and here they are in their triumph trying to take down a Rift Herald right in front of the rest of LNG. They brought light up.
It's resetting. Okay, this Rift Herald has reset 2 times. I feel like LNG, if you look, bot Hang was resetting at this point, so maybe you could think of like a TP in. But right here, LNG are so far ahead that they're fine to give this one away, especially since they do not have the setup. They don't have their Tam Kent right there to walk in first. He's very beefy, and they're earning other advantages over on the map. As you can see, Scout is also hovering both sides of the map. ZDZ walks up again. That is a non-teleport rumble. You kill him, it takes him so long to get back in lane to grab any sort of CS and experience from those creeps. So LNG so far have managed to pretty much not only shut him down, but also get fed in the process. 3-0 onto Weiwei, onto this Nidalee. Now, we need to see him put that Nidalee onto some work, because the later the game goes, the bigger the shields get from Karma, so your poke is not going to be as effective.
Got to keep the momentum up there. Again, they've got their hammers out. They've got some material to build a bridge, and they are doing so right now. But it has to be a bridge that's built to a carry like Gala, and he has to be the late game scaling factor for LNG if they want to have a hope. But we are looking like we're going to get to those moments, right? We're passing that 15-minute mark. We're going to be getting to a point where Weibo can feel a little bit more confident on the map. Crisp is already consistently roaming, and we're going to have a lot more presence out of mid lane. About 40 seconds till a dragon spawns. ZDZ has completed his Leandries, and we'll see the first item spikes aplenty for the next fight.
He uses Scout pressure in bot lane as well. He's very close to that dragon if a fight breaks out. Absolutely eating through those towers. Has the support and the vision control from his team as well. Something that LNG has been heavily criticized for, not having a lot of vision when they split pushing. Right now the whole bottom side is lit up. Rift Herald gonna be popped for some pressure from the side of Weibo Gaming, but look at Zika's positioning on the top side.
Getting the charge in. Zico casting a wall, threatening a little bit of a flank there. They did end up getting their first turret for Weibo. So a little bit of that standing gold given over. But the dragon is spawned. Weiwei is in primary position. We'll end up knowing that they're there, though. Weibo trying to collapse over. Oh, Light, you're in a lot of trouble. Destiny on the other side of the wall. The flash coming out now as well. And Crisp just goes instantly on the scout, but the Dawning Shadow across onto 2, and Crisp is already gone. Zika try to go for a side engage. ZDZ on the other side does have Equalizer available and his flash. Weibo still have tools to fight, but they've lost their primary engage in Crisp.
Absolutely, and right now you need your Equalizer to stick. Without that Nautilus, how do you make the Equalizer stick? How do you make a huge impact with it? I feel like right here, Weibo Gaming just need to give up this dragon and try to play for a little bit more pressure on the map, pushing that mid lane wave, pushing that top lane wave, and try to get some of that standing gold that you've been mentioning on the map into your pockets. They need more power into these champions later on. When you're diving into the backline as a Viego, you need to be strong enough to take someone down. And so far, Xiaoha has just not had the easiest early game to be able to translate that Viego Karma pick.
He is not, but he's trying to get a little bit back for his team now, having taken the Chicky Nuggies and was actually focusing on the Krugs. But Hung, TPing in topside, realized he immediately needs to run away from said topside as there's 4 members of Weibo up there. And Weibo take a second turret of the game for themselves.
I'd like to see Weibo Gaming just move a little bit into the jungle, trying to get some control of some sort, because so far a lot of their TPs and a lot of the movements on the map have been very reactive. As you can see here, Light is trying to dodge that, but he has to flash the tongue lash from Tam Kent, and Crisp got a little bit too far forward, cannot escape. The entirety of LNG is there to jump on them, and again, I feel like Weibo Gaming are at their best when ZDZ is at his best, and having him right now stuck onto an Ignite Rumble that cannot necessarily impact the map as much as he wants has sort of handcuffed Weibo Gaming in terms of how they like to play the split map and how they like to have that side lane pressure.
LNG might have found the ticket to their reverse sweep. Some forcing of compositions to make Weibo play late game and come into their comfort zone. Again, these have been teams that have been very slow I know LCK wrapped up just a little bit ago. You know, if you're missing a little bit of that, both these teams definitely leaning towards that play style so far. But with a scaling composition like LNG have and the lead they already have, it's getting pretty monumental, about 4,000 gold up for them. And with a couple more objectives coming on the map, some item completions. Now also Banshee's Veil for Weiwei. Going to be able to play a lot more confidently.
Yeah, and I'm starting to think that maybe Nidalee is the kryptonite for Weibo Gaming.
Yeah.
Maybe they just see Nidalee and they throw their hands up. You know, caught, go next draft. 3-0 for Weiwei.
Have you ever run
It's
it?
been-
You know how you deal with a cougar in the wild?
Okay, go
Have
on.
you ever learned about it? No. So
You know what? I've never met a cougar in the wild, and I don't really want to. But please let me know how to deal with it.
You don't turn your back and run. You have to face them and walk away slowly. We'll see if Weibo have learned their lesson here. They're going to face them right up. But Xiaohu, he's starting to turn his back and run, and maybe that's going to initiate Weiwei to go in. There's a couple spears going wide there, not going to find it. Weibo pushed off of the advantage from LNG.
Yeah, level 12 Nidalee right now. The spears hit so freaking hard. You got the lead Spain for that extra damage as well onto the auto attack and the Banshees to keep you safe from any type of engage, whether it comes from Crisp or anyone else. And right now, Weibo Gaming, they just do not have that front line that they wanted to break that fog of war. LNG are just walking wherever they please. And again, unfortunately for Weibo Gaming, ZDZ twice in a row, he's not having the game he wishes he could have. And Weibo Gaming, it feels like without that pressure in the top lane, they're just literally crumbling on the map. 5,000 gold difference, 21 minutes in from the side of LNG, and if they so wish, they can turn over to the Baron real quickly,
Yeah.
as they have taken over that side and just force a fight through that.
Xiaohu's having a lot of trouble on the Viego just because you're not getting a lot of the resources given to him. And that's what we kind of set up in the draft, is he needed to find resources early to try to get light into the game later on. But so far, no good on that direction. Weiwei has had his number so far. And I think with a little bit of the lull in the state, we do have a second item completion for Xiaohu. So we'll have a lot more poke. And that's actually going to be really important. The karma sneaks up on you a little bit with the amount of damage you can do with the mantra cube.
It does. However, you have a Tam Kent that's going to be playing right front line together with Zika, who has pre-built a lot of that MR since he's laning against the Rumble. So I think both of them would be more than happy tanking a lot of the mantra Qs coming out of Xiaohu. Now, if Xiaohu manages to find any meaningful ones towards the backline, they're definitely going to hurt. That is 3 very, very squishy members from the side of LNG. And Weibo Gaming are trying to establish a little bit of vision control. You see that Weibo want to go wherever LNG is not. You definitely do not want to be walking into any spears. You do not want to be walking into any roots from Senna. So they're trying to establish control wherever LNG just doesn't exist for that moment.
Zika actually took a side lane tier 2. He's onto an
Hold on a
inhibitor right now, and Weibo are going to trade that for a Baron. This is a big moment, and Zika has a TP.
Ooh, this is a pretty great Baron pit for ZDZ onto the Rumble, but he's been chucked down so hard.
Scout has the engage on the other side. Gotta watch out for the yellow card. Big Donnie Shadow on 3 members. Equalizer comes way too little, way too late. LNG are moving forward. Yellow card could be coming up for Scout. They get Chris first. Now flashing forward. Xiaohu's getting in trouble. He's not going to find any kind of reset. And it's about to be a full ace here. Can they find Xiaohu? The last remaining member of Tongue Lash comes through. They might set this one up here for Weiwei, but it's going to be Zika. And a full ace onto Weibo. And a full lead for LNG.
Weibo Gaming, do you believe in deja vu? Because I'm so sure you've seen this before. You've seen the 2-0, you've seen the 3-0 crumble before your eyes. LNG are bringing out their arch nemesis, Nidalee, bringing it back, and they're pushing us almost to a game number 5, 10,000 gold lead. LNG should be able to close this one out cleanly, and as you can see, that was the perfect Baron pit for ZDZ. You walk through this choke point, you lay down the carpet of death, perfect, but LNG just do not give him that. And once Crisp is down, once all of your engage is gone, what a lovely gold card right there from Scout to stop Xiaohu dead in his tracks. LNG are locked, they're loaded, they're back, and they won that game 5.
God, Scout is just so good. Oh my goodness, the TF pick coming in against Xiaohu in a pivotal game 4. This guy has had insane carry performances, and now he's spreading the love to the rest of the team. This matchup, we said, was going to be extremely pivotal. The mid lane having a lot to say in a game number 4, and now Scout almost on 4 items.
And now it's going to be so difficult to try and contain LNG.
Can't
on
contain
the
the
push.
chillin'.
Can't contain it. Weibo Gaming, they do have a bunch of wave clear. I'll give them that. Zeri is pretty good, Karma's pretty good. You can throw down the equalizer. However, if you have to throw down the equalizer to push out a wave, that will give LNG a way to push through another lane. They caught
TP.
Hang, but he's very tanky.
He is tanky. He's going to have to burn his flash. End up getting a nice healing factor there from Weiwei. As, Xiaohu. Crisp down trouble. Everybody's losing their health bars, and Zika comes in over the top for the kill. Destiny has been popped into backline access. Scout will get there. Nice yellow card sets up Zika for a second kill. Q sweet spot's not going to connect, but Xiaohu's going to heartbreaker his way out of that one. Scout has another yellow card ready to go, and honestly, those cards must have the Grim Reaper on them because he has been on point.
1-0-8, absolutely shredding through that game. Scout with a phenomenal performance this entire series, no different onto this Twisted Fate. No matter what champion he touches, this guy is absolutely mind-blowing in terms of performance. And now the rest of LNG, thankfully, have woken up to back him up. They have found a way, and that is through a more proactive jungle, a more proactive mid lane, and so far in 2 games back-to-back, it has worked for LNG and Weibo Gaming back on the drawing board. You're on the losing side. You have picked blue twice, and it's not gone great. You thrive on counter picks. You thrive on having priority lanes. I'm expecting Weibo to already be thinking about game number 5 here.
Side lane has to be the ticket. LNG didn't have any answers for those first couple games when they were playing so well through those side lanes. But they absolutely have answers if you just try to take a straight team fight composition into them. This is their strength. They're pulling the whole Bane meme. They were born in it. Weibo are merely visiting.
Oh, and I love the fact that Scout right here went for the Zeri. There were 3 members of Weibo Gaming in front of him. He could have gold carded whichever one he wanted. However, he did go for the furthest one. Thank you, Rapid Fire Cannon. It was the Zeri. Light goes down. And lights out for Weibo Gaming very, very soon as a 14,000 gold lead. LNG is literally knocking on their front door whilst they're waiting in a brush on the neighbor's garden.
They're trying to find Zika, but he played him very safely over there. They don't end up finding him. They'll lose an inhib in mid lane, so top and mid cracked. And Weibo struggling to keep up their defenses here as Zika will start to work on the final remaining lane.
Pushing down that bot lane, as you can see. Top lane wave is going to push in eventually. There is a super minion walking down with an entire wave. Mid lane just pushing in right now. They've got 3 lanes pressuring Weibo Gaming. A very, very easy way to open up a base from the side of LNG. Very, very well calculated right here. And just crashing down their waves. You'll see that right now. Mid lane's gonna crash in a second. Top lane is already shoving, and bot lane is already underneath the tower. LNG is just a matter of seconds.
They got a full flank going right here. Dawning Shadow delays what LNG can do, and now they find more. No, Xiaohu's gonna flash out. Light is looking to fight back. He's gonna be turned into just a lightning rod for LNG's success. More kills to Weiwei. LNG kill everyone but Xiaohu, and they're on to the Nexus turrets for 3 days in a row. The LPL has delivered. Are you not entertained? A game number 5 on the horizon.
LNG, somebody must have shook them backstage to wake them the heck up. There's no way they would go down. 0-3 to Weibo Gaming, not with the caliber of players that they have in the team. Weiwei wakes up right on time, right before they lose everything before their hands. And again, mind-blowing performance, brings in the needle, he brings back the deja vu onto Weibo Gaming, and Weibo again not being able to close out a series. 3-0. They must be kicking themselves.
They start so strong every time. It is 2 dominant games into 2 games that feel like it's a completely different team. And
Yeah.
Weibo, they need to bring themselves back from the brink. They did it yesterday, or the 2 days ago rather, against IG. They need to find a way again, but LNG, they've been sleeping, but the chillin' has finally awakened, and it is hungry. We'll see what Game 5 has in store. We'll take a short little break.
When you know that you're the best and you really got nothing to prove. Hey, you really got nothing to prove. 'Cause all my life I've been afraid of. Keep going for gold. Never give up until I do what I told you. I really got nothing to prove.
Welcome back, everyone, to the LPL Spring Playoffs Round 2. Of course, we had to go the distance again, especially when we're talking about Weibo. That is going to be another 5-game series, 3 in a row in the LPL playoffs. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Trouble. And what a way to get here. 3 and 4, those games, that is not Weibo's safety territory. They don't like those games.
However, if we take it from Monday's games, hey, they did win the series.
They
It
did.
just took them
Game
5
was
games. They just
okay.
wanted-
3-4 now.
Exactly. They just wanted the full-on practice, you know? You just go 2-0, then you throw 2, then I can't just say they threw. I think LNG have been playing great. The man on your screen right here, he has been freed, ladies and gents. He has been freed. No more shackles on the rails. No more shackles on tank junglers. He played his brand in game number 3. Great performance. That game number 4 was the cherry on top of the cake. A quick little triple kill in the early game. Completely, absolutely unchained Weiwei in this game.
Yeah, I think LNG have truly woken up. They've started playing to their playstyle strengths, especially seeing Scout actually opt into a stronger early game once they got a lot of pressure there to help a lot of the scaling along for them. But it truly was Weiwei just being extremely active on the map. And that's what we saw IG do well against Weibo that set Weibo back a couple games. Was that early proactivity against Xiaohao, and they found a ticket into that, and now it's about how Weibo find side lane pressure, because that's where their best moments are, and we haven't seen that in a couple games.
Yeah, I feel like when any team manages to break a Weibo game in the very early, it feels like they can't necessarily find a way back into it, and I feel like a big major reason why is that top lane for Weibo game.
Yeah.
I feel like it's such a pivotal part. We talked about this a lot last year with the Shy. He was such a huge breakpoint, if you will, on whether the Shy was gonna pop off. The Weibo gaming 3W. If the Shy was put down in lane, then it was very difficult to come back. And I feel like it's sort of the same story with ZDZ right here, because side laning is so important in how Weibo love to play the game. When you shut down ZDZ, when you put him on a champion that not only he's running Ignite on, right, he's playing for the lane dominance, but then you end up falling behind due to the gank, then it becomes so difficult for you to play the game that you've actually envisioned. And I just want to see Weibo gaming going back to game 1 and game 2. Big for side lanes. Go for these Tristanas, the Talias, play for the 1-3-1. That's what makes you shine.
0 kills going over feels really bad, but a game 5 on the line with some big names on either side. Another historical fact that you were talking about in the break is LNG have a history of beating Weibo in round 3 of summer playoffs. They took them out, and we'll see if that remains true. It'll be the second time's the charm.
Yeah, that would be a bit difficult as well, especially since Weibo started the series 2-0. It would be so unfortunate for that to happen over again. However, it feels like LNG have warmed up. I feel like Scout was warmed up throughout the entirety of this series, but then the entirety of LNG like actually woke up and is matching him in terms of energy right now. So I feel like if LNG are already on that trajectory, it's going to be so difficult to shut them down.
And you have to remember, these 10 players, the staff behind them, this could be your last game until summer. Everything's on the line. That Guardian Angel still steps away in these playoffs. And it's so important to keep that momentum going in what is just a gauntlet, back and back and back and forth with games. And I think that's what Weibo led with so strongly. I think they used a lot of that momentum from the IG series to win those 2 first games. A lot of the lessons learned from those series. But now LNG are in their comfort zone. As you said, Weiwei is unlocked. Scout has been playing good the entire time. Finally, everything's rising to the moment for LNG.
Yeah, Weibo Gaming need to find a way again to play that 1-3-1 composition that they've been shining on. I'm guessing that this time around they're going to be the ones picking the side. I would say go red. You were forced to play red side both games in game number 1 and number 2, and I feel like their drafts really reflected so well in whatever LNG was throwing their way. They were counter picking them. They had stronger lanes, they had the stronger push, they had the stronger priority, they had the stronger matchups. However, when they jumped over to the blue side, that didn't necessarily translate in draft. So I would say, hey, you lost and you're picking side here. I really hope that they're on red side.
We're going to take a look here soon. That man on your screen, so important. Is Azir going to come back? Does LNG feel like, he played well at the Azir those first 2 games, but the rest of the team couldn't rise to the occasion? Maybe now is the time to pick it back up. And, You wonder what those draft priorities are going to lie towards. The ZDZ Rumble didn't work out last time. We've seen some consistent bans of the Maokai towards Xiaohao, but now does Weiwei feel confident enough to let that open and some of that utility go his way? Because I think Xiaohao has consistently been playing a lot more facilitation. He was known for some skirmish-heavy jungle matchups and things like that, but a lot of the recent success of Weibo and a lot of the early setup for them has been through his facilitation.
And I feel like if they're going to play this game in general from the side of LNG, like freeing Weiwei to play a little bit more of aggressive matchups. Also loving the fact that Weibo went red side. We talked about why just a second ago. I would like to see Xiaohao play something like Graves, Diego again, Lee Sin, play something aggressive and in their face, try to make the plays early on, break that mid-jungle synergy that Scout and Weiwei have very wholeheartedly tried to embrace in this particular series, and it has worked in the past 2 games.
Wondering now, as some of those comfort bans start getting taken away, or at least the comfort in this series taken away. I like that the Hung Nautilus is actually taken away, just to give a little bit of that forward presence. That Maokai going to slink in there as the last ban from Weibo on the red side. Tristana is still there, and easy first pickup.
I'm wondering, what does Yahoo have as a reply right here? Could we potentially see something like his LeBlanc come out into Scout's Tristana? Just a reminder, Scout played Tristana over in game number 3 together with Brand in jungle, and they absolutely demolished Weibo Gaming when it came to those team fights. And we said how strong Weibo Gaming is at figuring out ways to play for their side lane. Loving the Talia reply right here. I feel like it suits Yahoo very, very well. And I'm loving the Varus too, because it can be a very stable pick in terms of bot lane. You can leave him all alone and have Chris from the map.
And that has been so important for Weibo. Now, that Talia, I love for Xiaohu, but if he gets pressured, we'll see if he can even get out of that lane. This would be an interesting one. Okay, they're going to go with that safety scaling for LNG's bot side. It's going to be the Senna yet again for Gala, and no doubt that Tom Kench for Hung.
And now you're expecting some sort of tank to come out from the set of Zeka, because that Tristana is most likely going to be paired up with some sort of AP jungler. Whether they're going to pull out the Nidalee again, or whether they're going to resort to something like a Brand, it screams team fight for me. Somebody has to take the hit here and play the tank engage, and it's most likely going to have to drop over to the top laner of LNG. So I am expecting very heavy bans towards things like the Aatrox, like Asante or the Udyr.
I would love to see the Udyr actually come through. That reminds me, it'd be a lot of fun. It was something I kind of got sparingly banned in some of the later games against Weibo in the last series. This would be a big one, and this is what I've been wanting to see all series long. We get crisps for Khan. The amount of roam pressure he has, but also the engage setup he gets from this pick is huge for Weibo.
And right now we do have a lot of open scenarios where it comes to the jungle and the top lane for both sides. Again, no tanks from neither team right now. You just have a Tam Kench on the side of LNG, but you definitely want to look towards a more heavy front line. That Ivern was banned away over in game number 3 as well. Double marksman. It does really, really well front lines with the ultimate as well, so you definitely want to get rid of that. However, I'm looking over the side of the LNG and I'm like, are you banning things like the Cassante, things like the Udyr, things like the Aatrox? Because ZDZ can very safely pick them on the red side.
That's also very curious too. Also taking away the Ivern, something we also saw earlier. The Sejuani band against Xiaohao, rightfully so. I feel like last time around he was pretty strong on that pick, moving around a lot and being very proactive. We'll see if the junglers actually get more bans here in the second phase, or if they're actually going to try to focus in on that top lane matchup, which I feel like in a game 5 can be super pivotal.
Absolutely. The Rek'Sai being banned out here as well. I'm looking to see especially what is going to be the jungle matchup, because there haven't necessarily been any proactive junglers banned so far. They know that Xiaohao really likes Maokai and Sejuani, both being banned out from different sides. So I'm looking at things like Lee Sin right now, things like Diego, like Graves, that can match potentially something that Weiwei is going to pull through. So I'm expecting here a very safe R4 top lane pick, like the Udyr, like the Cassante, that ZDZ has been playing a lot of, and then potentially a counter pick when it comes to jungle.
There's the Xin Zhao for Weibo. So Xiaohao has one of his comfort picks from regular season. Also just a lot of spacing tools available for him. The scariest part, I feel like, still, though, is the lack of answers, I feel like, into this Tristana that we have seen be so ridiculously strong in this series. There is the Cassante, and we will potentially see another carry jungler for Weiwei. And right back to it, he's going to get the brand.
I mean, we knew that was coming, right? They paired it up with the Tristana over in game number 3. It worked wonders for them. Now, what does ZDZ have for the top lane? We have seen replies like the Gnar into the Cassante, but I feel like for ZDZ to make such a huge impact, he needs to absolutely storm his lane. The Crocodile has been hovered one too many times, and I feel like it is most likely going to be the case. However, I'm not very sold so far in what Weibo Gaming has over on the red side. In game number 1 and number 2, we left the drafting phase and we're like, wow, Weibo Gaming, great lanes right here. You have Tristana with priority mid lane. You've got a very stable top lane pick in the likes of Cassante on the sort of LNG. You've got a perma-farming jungler in the likes of Brand, who is fine playing against a Xin Zhao, and then a Senna Tam Kent that wants to scale into that late game. LNG have all the tools in their hands to take them to that late game, and Weibo Gaming, and particularly Crisp, I think he's going to have to find some avenues for ganking to try and get that Xin Zhao Talia ahead in the early game.
It's really cool to see that LNG are just deciding, come at me, try to do something early. If you let us go late, we will win this game. We will reverse sweep you. And that has been the story of Weibo so far. They have had struggling times to close out series. They have gone 5 games in a row in 2 series. Last time around, they were able to close it out. This time around, LNG seemed to have momentum.
Absolutely, and of course, playing champions that they know they have already won a game with in this particular series is going to be huge for them. Every single champion that they're playing in their team, they've won a game with in this series. So for LNG, they are playing comfort.
Yeah, they are. And we actually saw LNG win a lot of early trades with the brand last time around. I really like to see them opting into some of the strengths we've picked up along this road to a 5-game series. Only one of these teams can go on to face the next Titan in this gauntlet in JDG. Weibo have gone the distance multiple times, but LNG are right and ready to go. The Chillin has awakened, but can Weibo stop their advance? Here we go, game 5. Crowd still energized, ready to go. And again, the last time we could see one of these teams until summer. Some big names on these rosters. Some old friends now turned frenemies. A lot of things on the line for these two teams that have had a struggling spring split so far. LNG finishing strong their last 5 series, going very well for them. Weibo, I feel like, struggled a lot towards the beginning of the split, but turning it around as time went on. A synergy between Xiaohao and Xiaohu turned on a lot more. And then a lot of the direction being led to be one of the best side laning teams in the LPL this split.
And what has been so mesmerizing for me now joining the LPL is the caliber of players. We're looking at teams that are number 6 and number 7 in the playoffs. And there's world champions in both of them. It's absolutely mind-blowing. There's world finalists, there's world champions. The caliber of players, the experience, the skill expression is right there. And we did criticize Scout and Xiaohu over early on in the series. They hadn't performed during the regular split. They hadn't showed up. They've been showing up and showing off the entire series, particularly for Scout. He has been trying to pull the weight of his entire team in this entire series. And here he goes again, taking a big chunk off of Xiaohu, hitting that level 2 first.
Feels like we're right back to that game number 3. Scouts found so much dominance against Xiaohu on the Tristana pick. And the Tristana has been dominant in this series as a whole, so some might say the game's already over if you get Tristana here in game number 5, but I think that Xiaohu's going to have a lot to say in that, and some readaptation of their composition for Weibo and the way that they approach it. I don't know if they have necessarily the same side lane strength that they'd be looking for typically, but they are a team in their recent past that likes to go late game as well. They like to be active around that 25-30 minute mark, and that's where they found a lot of success. They've been one of our slower teams, but LNG just do that better. So can they overcome that hurdle?
And I feel for Weibo Gaming, they have a lot of tools to actually force fights and skirmishes right here. Playing into a Senna Tamken's lane, most likely you do see the Senna roaming a lot since it's not the champion that's farming down in the bot lane, which frees one Light to farm for the late game. He is playing the on-hit Varus here, and it also frees Crisp on the map. The playmaking potential, the playmaking ability that you have on the Rakan in the very early stages of the game, and late stages of the game, the entire game actually, is pretty huge. And we have seen how pivotal Crisp's performance is for Weibo Gaming. Games 1 and Game 2, Crisp was absolutely phenomenal. And right here, he can do just the exact same thing with a pick like Rakan.
True comfort for him. We'll move up towards Xiaohao here. He lost the Scuttle Crab fight with some vision onto Weiwei early. He's going to crash over to this side of the map, though. There is nothing available for him on this side, but it might be going for a large wraparound. Can't really decide, but we'll end up having Chris clear some vision down here for him.
Yeah, Zinza's gonna get spotted right there, so there's not gonna be no ganking shenanigans. They're just going to take down that ward and go back. However, Weiwei right here, again, he is on the superior pick right here. He gets to pressure faster onto the brand. He has much faster wave clear than the Xin Zhao. And as you can see, he's a couple of camps ahead. He has double scuttle too. And honestly, he did showcase how powerful of a pick this brand can be. Especially when he was against the Setsuwani. He was taking literally with like a double combo. He was taking down like probably 50% of somebody's HP. So the more you leave him alone and the more he farms, the more he will be a nuisance and a threat when it comes to those later on team fights.
And I hate how true it is, but the meme that started to develop here that Nightmare came up with, where like with Tree you're happy if you're Weibo, without Tree you're sad. I hope that Xiaohao can overcome that, right? Because we've seen now 2 games in a row potentially where he's not going to have that facilitation. He's going to need a little bit more of the control of the reins. And last time it did not go so well for him. So I'm hoping to see a little bit of a comeback in that regard. As a new and bright face to Weibo, he'll come mid lane to Scout, who will know his face very well. Nice little seismic shove, gonna miss, but forces Scout to step forward. And now he might just go down first blood. One more auto attack, and Xiao Hu gets it. Nice damage coming out from Weiwei. He's gonna have to burn his flash, but Weibo strike first.
That flash dash from Xiaohao was fantastic, trying to capitalize. And we said the curse of the Maokai is that the only thing you can play, is that the only thing your team can be successful with. Xiaohao with the instant answer to your question right there, Mazel. You were talking about it. He displayed it for you. And that is a very great shutdown early on onto Scout, taking that flash. No teleport from the Tristana as well. You see the aggressive dash forward coming in from Scout. So he knows that the trade has been made. Xiaohao is going to take his birds right here and just stole around that mid lane. He has actually
on vision.
He was on vision, so I'm not sure what happened right there. And once Scout flashes away and the rocks go down, you can no longer rocket jump or you get stunned in place. Great gank right there from Xiaohao for Scout. A little bit questionable in terms of having vision onto the jungler. Potentially he thought he could survive that and Weiwei would wrap around.
And it's so cool to see Xiaohao take a little bit more onus to him, as he was the main face of anyone's legend this whole last year. Transplant with him and ZDZ over to Weibo, placing some big shoes. Weiwei on the other side, those shoes for Xiaohao. And ZDZ replacing the Shy. Some big moments for some not new rising stars, but some rising stars nonetheless. Xiaohao definitely a little bit newer than that. But I want to take a look at now Weiwei's success on his side of things. He's gotten a CS lead. He had those double scuttles. Now he has Scout that can pressure and move out of lane. He can utilize some of these solo lanes to get an advantage for himself.
Yeah, absolutely. Your job as a Xin Zhao is to play aggressive in the early game, to gank, to try and be frontline later on, and Weiwei has been doing the exact opposite. He has been farming. He's going to be the damage dealer for his team, and it seems to suit him so much more, especially playing right here for LNG. Just the playstyle overall suits him. You know, Hang playing more of a tank frontline for his team, having Zika as well on some sort of frontline champion too, and allowing Weiwei to unlock his carry potential through the likes of Ram, through the likes of Nidalee. It seems that it works so much better right here for LNG, and so far, yeah, you're about 15 CS up onto the Xin, which is a pretty normal case, honestly, but right here, Xiaohu is calling the priority through the mid lane, and they are chasing Weiwei. Weiwei's just too fast at taking these camps. You ain't gonna catch him.
What's important now is Xiaohu utilizing his Weaver's Ball to get active in the sidelines. Ooh, light side step, so he steps up, but not going to find anything after the hail of arrows. Now, Hung did take a decent amount, will heal back from the gray health, but I'm still looking at Xiaohu to start being proactive with the Weaver's Wall and see where he can get some pressure on the map, and right now, he's hovering with some vision towards bot side.
He's hovering towards bot side. I think it's mostly about getting some control in terms of the jungle from Weiwei. If you do know where Weiwei is, you do maybe have some potential to play towards an invade, especially with Xiaohu and how aggressively he shoves in the mid lane waves over and over again. It actually has been a pretty great case of Xiaohu being able to get that priority in the mid lane due to the fact that Scout is now missing his flash. It's not as easy to overextend onto that Tristana, so huge props to Xiaohu for that very early gank. It has won his jungler a lot of that pressure that actually frees Zinza to maybe look for Weiwei, look into the jungle, potentially invade and take down that brand before he gets completely out of control. Talking about out of control, he's almost nearing 30 CS. Diff.
It's pretty huge. Pretty huge. I do like that focus that you're putting on Xiaohu a little bit, though, because on his time on RNG, he was definitely the general. He would always look to be making plays in side lanes. Even when he was top lane, he would always call plays from there. So nice to see him kind of take that control a little bit for the Weibo squad yet again. I mean, obviously a sophomore year for him for Weibo. But I think with a double marksman composition for LEG, starting to move around the map with Gala feeling a lot more confident to roam around Scout, this is a deadly combo against Weibo.
Absolutely, and shocker alert, LNG are playing for Void Grubs once again.
No way.
They've loved them the entire series. They're one of the teams that do prefer to go for the Void Grubs, especially since their side lanes are going better. You know you're going to have Tristana. Again, we saw it in Game 3, absolutely lethal. However, Weibo, they have TP onto Xiaohu if they want to pull the trigger and fight this.
Ooh, the all-out is going to bring the fight for ZDZ to the front of the helm. Now he's going to have a ton of damage onto him. Xiaohu's going to go back in with the Crescent Guard. More grubs completed, though, for LNG. They get the first spawn of those mites. Weibo got one of them, though, and Hung makes his way out of there. LNG got what they came for. They make it out with a couple summoner spells burned. Weibo tried to answer.
They got in, they got out, Scout insta-TP towards the bot side to catch any wave under the tower. And if I'm not wrong, he even got this this cannon that was underneath the tower. Great macro right here from Scout onto this Tristana and LNG. Even though you mentioned they lose a couple of the summoners, they got what they came in for. They got the Void Grubs buff. They've got the 5. They're going to have that onto the Tristana to pressure heavily onto these side lanes. However, right now there's a bunch of major key ultimates missing and summoner spells for the side of LNG, but they have been known to drop the first 2 dragons anyway in this particular series, so I would expect no contest for that one either.
Yeah, it looks like Weibo are just going to take prime position with that Scuttle Crab taken. Now, Hung and Gala are moving over this way. They do have Weiwei over here, and Scout is available if he can move up a little bit quicker, as they are going to move around. They have the Scry, so they are able to see Weibo positioning over here. So actually a lot of pings coming this way. We're going to look at priority through mid to try to get this tussle going.
Yeah, and if you look on the top side of the map, Zeka has TP available to him, so it's not going to be a 5 versus 5 for Weibo. It's going to be a 4 versus 5 to their disadvantage. You don't want to be taking these fights, so they're going to wait out ZDZ's teleport as well as his ultimate, and I think maybe this is where you would pull a trigger to try and fight. Again, Renekton, very, very strong early on. However, there aren't many items that have been completed. There's actually is only one, and that's Rylai's onto Weiwei, but that item is so freakishly strong. The slow that you can apply onto melee champions like the Xin Zhao, like the Renekton, is that CC that you need for all the other spells to stick on them.
I do really like Weibo's cohesion in getting these dragons right now in this series, and in this one in particular, try to get something of a lead in objectives. We'll take their second dragon of the game. LNG might be caught in the mid lane as ZDZ was looking for a flank. Doesn't pull the trigger on that one. A little bit of maybe hesitancy to full in as they got their dragon they needed.
Yeah, and ZDZ walked all the way down bot, not wanting to burn his teleport. Scout is just going to dodge that knockup as well. He'll be back in top lane just in time. However, Weibo Gaming are looking for a dive bot. There is flash on Scout.
He's in a lot of trouble. He does get the call from his support hung. Pulls off the advance of Weibo. Does end up clearing out the rest. Actually got his coal completed from that as well. Ooh, nice. Oh, he hit the piercing arrow the wrong way, though. Gala still falls to light, or to Xiaohao, rather. And that'll be a second kill to Weibo. And even if you miss it, it still works.
You know what? I'm just going to say that he tried to BM. He didn't. I'm just saying it for fun. He's like, I don't even need my Q. I don't even need my Q to kill you. Of course, this ramp, this particular ramp, is an AD carry or a mid lane killer. If you get caught in this ramp, chances are that you're not making it out alive of this one. That was a very nice ultimate coming out from Light to catch Gala onto the transition, as Hank had already TP'd down bot lane to save Scout. It's going to win them a little bit of tempo on the map. You see the resets have already come through. There's no pressure on the map. Gala's just catching the wave underneath the tower. And honestly, it's just a very slow game from both teams. They've got massive scaling on both sides. You've got the on-hit Varus versus the Senna. However, scaling does benefit the side of LNG, the Brand, the Tristana. Such great champions to have over in the late game, particularly paired up with a Senna. So I feel like Weibo Gaming, even though they do scale in the likes of Varus, they need to make some more moves to make sure they're ahead enough to get to that late game.
Rift Herald already about half health, already almost gone, rather. And Weibo moving in. Xiaohao trying to get the smite fight over Weiwei. Weiwei will claim that one anyways. A couple souls come out, and LNG pushed back a little bit. Xiaohu hits a nice little seismic shove. Nothing else going to be there, but more objective control towards the top side for LNG. They're actually able to wrap around here. Nice move from Weibo to push them off of it. They could get this outer tower now.
I'm getting a little worried because Crisp had a pretty good flank from the top side of the map, and a lot of health bars were pretty low by a really great combo from Xiaohu. However, I guess instead of taking the 50-50 fight, you are opting to go for that mid lane tower, which is huge. We've mentioned how much it does for vision control, and especially when you have immobile carries like the Brand, like the Senna, that will want to walk up on that mid lane to take the wave. Depriving a team off of vision can many times catch these carries off guard from a side lane flank, from a flank through the jungle in Fog of War in general.
I am excited to see the first item spikes coming up for majority members here for both sides. I think something else that's really cool is last series for Weibo, Light went with the lethality builds for a decent amount of the games, and a lot of the time it felt like they needed sustained damage. I'm glad in a Game 5 we're getting a Varus carry from Light that is sustained damage and on hit so far.
Yeah, I'm loving that too. For Light, you're going to have to face the Cassante at some point. Cassante, Tam Kench, so tanky. They're going to be playing right in your face. However, they're already pre-building all of that armor. You see Frozen Heart already, Gauntlet. You're going for Thornmail probably slowly but surely on Zuka as well. So it's not going to be that difficult to penetrate through all of this armor that LNG is building. And there isn't necessarily any other consistent AP damage threat. You do have the Talia, but it's more of a burst champion. You get that combo, you burst someone. It's not like something like an Azir that can dish out damage that much easier. So I'm getting a little bit worried. I'm not going to lie to you for Weibo Gaming, because it's like the more stable the game gets, the better it is for LNG. They have more damage scaling into that late game. They've got a heavy front line going into this late game. For Weibo Gaming, I think they're going to have to heavily rely on Crisp finding these creative flanks to get into this backline and assassinate like Weiwei, Scout, or Gala. Obviously not alone, as a Rakan together with his team, but You get the drift.
We talked about a little bit of LNG's comfort zone in the later game. Weibo looking to set up a play here. Weaver's Wall coming across, but just a little bit late. Here comes the quickness play with the grand entrance. Double TP, and the Avengers have been called here. LNG want to strike right back. Xiaohao with the Crescent Guard delays a lot of time and a lot of spacing. Now their TP right back, and Zika gets caught out on his own, and he's down for the count.
And one member down means Weibo Gaming get to walk in that river for free. It is a 4 versus 5. There is no teleport for Zika. He literally just used it to get into this mid lane fight. Not a lot of key ultimates remaining for Weibo Gaming, but they do have the numbers advantage. This is going to be so point for the Mountain. Nonetheless, it's going to be huge getting those extra defenses against Tristana, Brand, Senna. Might be a game break if they do manage to get that soul later on in 5 minutes.
Playing that one. Light realizes he might have walked the wrong way, ends up going the other way around. Rift Arrow's going to be popped up in mid lane. That outer tower is still there. They should be able to crack this one, although Xiaohu is right around the corner and tried to delay this one.
Rift Arrow has been popped. And ZDZ is looking on the flag. I think LNG cannot pressure this one. Again, Suka all the way in that bot lane trying to catch the wave. And with Scout over on the top side of the map, this is going to be a refill that was not worth the time investment to take in the first place. But again, the creative flanks that we talked about, Great Wall will force a couple of summoner spells from Xiaohu. And then a creative flank from Crisp coming in. And now Xiaohao onto this Xin Zhao gets to push everyone away and force them way too far forward. Suka overextends and ends up paying the price. Great fight right there from Weibo Gaming. They're baiting people into the wall. And again, I think it all relies on Crisp. If he does find the same flank, this is all peachy for Weibo Gaming.
Flanks are huge. Xiaohao being massive with those Crescent Guards is going to continue to be a mainstay of the fight for Weibo. And that's what we kind of talked about from draft, is he's going to still have some of that utilitarian style for him, because he does have that Crescent Guard that delays all the long-range damage that LNG are going to be trying to do. And I think now that we're getting to a point where Weibo have a little bit of the decision-making power on the Rift, now that they are one step away from the Dragon Soul, they can work with that a little bit in their comp strengths. I still think they need to be proactive, because you do not want to be at a even 1,000 gold lead going to this composition further into the game.
Absolutely, and I feel like for Weibo Gaming, as you mentioned, having the 3 dragons here, you have the chance to pull LNG across the map. You can play the Fog of War games, you can play for Baron. If you want to allow LNG to stop you from taking a soul, that's actually super meaningful right here, because it's Mountain. It stops a lot of the damage coming through from LNG. It's huge stonks for Weibo Gaming if they do manage to get that Mountain soul. If you want to let it go through, you've got 3 more tries if you're Weibo Gaming. You could just simply go for the Baron and play for the pressure that the buff gives you. So right here, LNG are the ones that are going to have to make the choice, and they're going to be pulled apart on the map. This is something that T1 does so freakishly well on the map, is pulling the opponent team apart when they're ahead in the game by creating vision pockets. And then when a team will walk in to try and take down your vision, this is where you swap to the other side of the map and you threaten an objective.
Yeah, we've seen Weibo use that well in these playoffs and in the regular season, especially towards the end of the season itself. But I think now with this presence around this dragon, they're going to be just fighting for quality assurance from mid lane. Get some vision around here, because that could, be just putting a nail in the coffin if they already start spawning the Elder Dragon on Rift. But again, it goes back to that conversation of they have that decision-making power. We have second item now for Weiwei. He's going to be very strong with the Leandries completed. Navori also completed for Scout. So LNG will have some punching power of their own.
Absolutely, lots of crit power coming in from the Tristana. And Varus just completed second item as well. He's going to be that Rage Blade. That consistent damage that you were asking for going into the likes of a Tam Kench and a level 13 Cassandra. You need to be able to pierce through all this armor build through both of these champions. And right now for LNG, oh, that was a scouting Senna ult right there, just to make sure they're not doing the Baron. Again, you see, this fear is creeping into you. You only see Talia on the map pressuring top. This could very easily be a sneaky Baron for Weibo Gaming, and LNG are making sure they're using the resources, they're using the Senna ult to make sure that Weibo are not on to this objective. However, 1 minute time, that Senna ult I don't think it's going to be back up off of the cooldown, and in 50 seconds, it's going to be the next fight coming up for Dragon. You definitely want that shielding power and that sniper power that it gives you. Both teams setting up, and you definitely want that mid lane prior if you're Weibo Gaming. However, LNG do not have a tower to pull back onto, so they're trying to gain some river control through that little pocket entrance.
Could just try to use some of this pressure if they want to, but look at the flank coming through from Crisp. He does have an angle. LNG are moving with their tanks down from mid lane. Going to try to collapse on a Crisp already. ZDZ has been spotted out there by the control ward, as it should be moving back towards mid lane. LNG going to try to collapse onto Light, actually. And ZDZ is still on the deepest flank. He's going to see another control ward. He's like, dang, there's another one here. He just can't find the way through. He's just going to have to brute force it as the seismic shove goes wide. Xiaohu, he gets caught. Gala, his old teammate, gets the root on him. He's going to have to burn the flash. Now Xiaohu in there on the back line. Crisp already popped the quickness and just goes down to the explosive charge. Now the rocket jump reset is there for Scout, and he might find another one here. He can't get the damage down because of the crescent guard. And Xiaohu under turret with Light, but it might be too little too late. Will the light shine through? Zika alls out of, and it goes dark. ZDZ is here. Xiaohu's here. Now TP from Xiaohu. LNG might be in a little bit of trouble now, but they could just collapse. It is a 5v2 because Xiaohu is no longer in this fight. He's clearing the wave ahead of the fight.
Do the damn Dragon, LNG! You've taken already one member down. There's no way Weibo Gaming are going to be contesting with all their major ultimates down and one man down, but LNG are getting a little bit greedy, which actually has allowed time for Light to spawn back on the map in 10 seconds. This could have very easily been a Baron threat from the side of LNG, having so much damage in the likes of Tristana, Brand, and Senna. However, it's not going to be the case. And right here, Weibo, all they have to do is just be very patient. Xiaohu gets hit by the Senna root right there. They just have to be patient for ZDZ to clear out the vision and play as a side lane threat. Chris goes in, Xiaohu is on the side. This is not a proper front to back. And Xiaohu, almost ends up dying as well. Then there'll be a huge chase from LNG underneath the tower, and it's just going to result in LNG taking the soul away. However, it was very, very messy from both sides, and LNG almost overextending there for kills.
Oh, they're just going to ride that wall all day long. They actually find Weiwei completely caught out, and Light claims the kill. Now Hung just sacrifices his life on top of it. It's a 5v3, and Weibo are on the Baron.
They catching Weiwei into the jungle. Your smite is down. There's only 3 members remaining from the side of Weibo Gaming, and they're trying to do their hardest to push waves onto the map, because once this Baron buff goes down, there's going to be immense pressure from the side of Weibo Gaming. Really well done actually here from LNG to minimize their losses. They know they're losing 2, they're losing the Baron. They took 2 towers mid and bot from the side of LNG. Still, this is a very, very close series between the two. It could end up going any way possible, but right here with Weibo Gaming having that pressure with the buff on the map, this means that they can get very easy vision control for the next Dragon to come in 3 minutes. And as you can see again, Weiwei, he is on vision. They have spotted him at the blue buff, and everyone jumps onto him. You'll see that Hang actually tries to blast on himself over to try and devour him and probably spit him out the other way, but he gets stuck on the Weaver's wall. What a very well-placed wall coming out from Xiaohu.
Xiaohu stepping up big. A third item, though, for Scout. He has Lord Doms. That tankiness not going to really be there from the front line any longer. There's a couple power spikes coming online, but Weibo utilizing their strengths. Only a couple thousand gold lead, but they can have Xiaohu and Xiaohu have big engages to really set themselves up. Okay, ZDZ with the Baron buffed onto a tier 2 down here. Weibo need to find a little bit of gold back with this after they lost 2 turrets during the take of the Baron.
And as you can see, look how in a straight line Weibo is. They're yo-yoing between top and mid. between bot and mid the entire time. This whole quadrant of Weiwei's jungle belongs to Weibo in terms of vision right now, and they want to be crushing both waves at the same time to try and break through that mid lane or that bot lane. You mentioned a lot of standing goal right here, but I feel what the most important thing for this Baron is to try and create some vision control for the side of Weibo. You use your Baron buff for pressure, for vision control, so that then you can have pretty good vision to flank around the next dragon fight, because the previous one was disastrous.
Scout! He gets devoured. He is saved, hung there as a guardian for LNG's carry.
Ooh, that will free up a little bit of space actually for the Renekton to walk up bot lane as well, since 4 members of LNG are defending that mid lane. And the next wave is going to be coming. They're looking for light.
Wait,
and Shahu,
Scout just jumped in. He just gets chunked. He is out with his flash. Barely able to survive. Gala flashes forward to take down Light. And now Gala is pretty worse for wear after that one. Weiwei is trying to get some tankiness in onto Weibo's backside. He will end up flashing out away from Xiaohao.
Gala just completely ignored creeps, teammates, enemy frontliners just going in. Scout is coming back in.
He doesn't know. Oh, Scout has no chill. He wants more. Here goes the Abyssal Voyage, and there's one for Scout. He claims it with the explosive charge, and Zika found his way to a flank. It's a double flangle, and now Scout's finding another rocket jump, and he gets locked down by ZDZ. Gala has joined the fight, and LNG do not want to give up the fight.
And again, Weibo getting caught in these situations right before their soul. Right before the dragon spawns, LNG are pulling the trigger. Scout barely survives with 1 HP. Resets, TP's back in for a huge flank. And let's look at this again. All eyes on Galar and Scout, because they're just gonna jump forward. And the second Scout gets chunked here, the Devour doesn't exist anymore because Hank used it prior. But look at, he ignores everything. Creeps, teammates, enemies, anyone. He has only eyes for Light and takes him down. By taking down that AD carry, it frees Scout to actually TP back in, knowing that Shahu is super low on HP, and they have an idea that the TP is coming. They just couldn't necessarily capitalize onto Scout's Tristana, but we're back alive.
Yeah, we got half health on the Dragon. ZDZ already on the other side. Scout getting engaged on by the quickness. Chris, he's getting low. He's going to go down after the explosive charge, giving a reset over to Scout, who's already dead, though. And now ZDZ, he's in there, gets his Sterix Gauge pop. The Dragon goes over. Mountain Soul has been acquired, and Weibo have set their sights onto LNG. Xiaohao wants that fight, and he'll take it all day. Light picks up the kill, and Weibo get everything they needed, and they're looking mid lane now.
Woo, this whole game has been back and forth fights. Weibo Gaming managed to get out of this one with 2 kills and the soul. And a knock-up right there onto Zika, trying to see if we can get a 3rd kill for Weibo Gaming. But we talked about how pivotal for the game is to get that Mountain Soul. They do not have much tankiness on the side of Weibo Gaming. There's no particular tanks or tank champions to frontline for them. They just have a Renekton and a Zinzao, 2 bruisers. Right now, with the addition of the Mountain Soul, they can actually frontline much more easy, I would say, in terms of LNG having so much damage to dish out their way. But again, the damage comes with a lot of downsides in terms of immobility. And right here, Crisp, you'll see he tries to find the angle from the side. He instantly sees Scout jumping through the side and Engage splitting apart the fight. And Xiaohao ditches the Dragon to play frontline for his team. And right here, the team trusts ZDZ to tank this. Light has come back onto the Dragon to finish off with Xiaohu, and this is where they re-engage. And again, we talked about that yo-yoing back and forth, up and down in teamfights with Weibo Gaming, and how impeccable it looks, how seamless it looks, how trustworthy in terms of allowing ZDZ to 1v4 and then the rest fall back. We saw that teamfight in game 1 and 2. It's back, Mazel, in game number 5 when it really matters to push them through.
Twice in a row, they rebuff the reverse sweep. It has been insane to watch Weibo pick themselves up by their bootstraps and finish strong. But here they are in an advantageous position, not that far ahead of LNG, but they have the way in. LNG still a rearing beast, still a team that is scaling into infinity, and they're looking to go beyond it.
Oh, Chris right here was found on the flank. They do know that Crisp is always going to be lurking somewhere around that mid lane. And again, you see that pivotal importance of that mid lane tower. The second that vision went down, Crisp is living in their head rent-free. They need to figure out where this Rakan is coming from because Gala, extremely immobile. Wei extremely immobile. You pin them down, you'll have a Renekton on your head in no time. So LNG need to put down their vision very well when they want to push that mid lane wave because it's going to be Baron next and they need some vision. Oh, Crisp is lurking. He's on the other side of the rift.
Xiaohu's over here like, all right, maybe I can help you out a little bit. Ooh, shield bow just got completed for Scout. He will join the fight. Baron already half health. Weaver's Wall to block out LNG. It's going to last just enough time for them to take it down, although it will be a fight they need to take afterwards. Pyroclasm starts coming down. Chris going to pop the quickness, but haven't gotten the engage yet. ZDZ, he's getting clapped and he gets all outed. That's going to be a kill over to Gala. LNG get one back before purple capes for Weibo.
4 buffs remaining from the sort of Weibo Gaming, and I feel like it was the right call right there. I feel like they didn't necessarily want to fight, but they didn't want too many members to die. Therefore, Crisp presses the ultimate, tries to threaten the backline of LNG. However, LNG has a few seconds right here to maybe try to put some pressure on that mid lane tower. Scout diving forward very aggressively into 4 members of Weibo Gaming. They will manage to take that mid lane tower, and yet another Baron buff bites the dust.
It's crazy to me how back and forth this is.
How many more?
I'm here for it. Let's go for another 30 minutes. I'm perfectly fine with it. We are reaching the comfort zone of these two teams. Their seasons on the line in this one. And of course, it has to go the distance. Of course, it has to go to Elder Dragons and Barons and full builds. We're getting to 3.5 items already for Light, and we're going to have some pivotal moments coming up in just the next few minutes. All of the seasons that these 10 players have been working towards is on the line and going to be done within the next 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, I wish I could know, actually. Oh no, there was no Zonias there. That was just the arm guard, which means that you do not have the power of that stopwatch. That is going to be huge. Let's see if that will actually cost Xiaohu the next fight. However, we've seen all the... I actually wanted to see the gold on Light because we've seen Light clear the jungle over and over again, trying to get potential to that GA as a 4th item real quickly. It's going to be Elder Dragon in 1 minute, and a mid lane tower going down for Weibo Gaming means that they need to fish even deeper to push down their wave, but they cannot overextend with Talia or Varus in the mid lane because they're going to get punished. They do have a lot of vision in enemy territory, and they do have also teleport onto the Renekton, who's pushing towards that bot side of the map. Very
Elder
nice vision.
Dragon coming up in 35 seconds here. There is a little bit of vision down there. LNG are collapsing onto ZDZ. The rest of Weibo are here to try to stop it, but they are streaming down onto ZDZ. He's going to use his slice out. Weaver's Wall coming in. Scout is locked down. Scout going to get devoured, but Hung gets dragged back. Scout's in trouble. They have to save him. They don't. The double MVP from last year is already gone, and Weibo, they've taken 2 down. Gala, he's gonna go down 2. Everything's falling apart for LNG, and you can't write a story better than this for Weibo. 2 times they have gone the distance, and 2 times they have stopped the reverse sweep.
It was a bait! It was a bait! The Renekton was a bait! They thought he was all alone. They only see Xiaohu, but everyone flies in the screen. And Weibo Gaming, they thought they could close it 3-0. It was a deja vu from Monday, and they'll get another series for 5 games.
All 5 games, it's over, it's done for. The Tiger King of Spring has reared his fangs, and Weibo, they'll make good on their summer playoff loss, and they'll head on to the Titans of JDG.
Woo! The revenge arc. Weibo Gaming losing to LNG, falling short in Summer Playoffs 2023. They're back for blood. They take them down. It took them all down 5 games. All 5 games. And it looked grim. It didn't look good. And there's a lot of things to improve on, especially games 3 and 4. Lots of things to improve on. From the IG series, from this particular series for Weibo Gaming, but damn, when they wake up, and I don't know about the Maokai or no Maokai, but Xiao Hao on this Xin Zhao.
He's all smiles.
It was a joy to watch.
It was, and that's where I want to talk about LNG a little bit. Obviously, their season being done, a team that had a lot of pressure on them, right? Scout being a big name, Gala having honestly a heck of a season so far, obviously being 30% of the team's damage done, but unable to make those first 2 games work. They got completely rinsed in those, and now just trying to claw it back through the last 3 games. Being put in that position in the first place is so difficult, but they tried so damn hard. And honestly, Scout might deserve some sort of an award for what he did in this series, because that man tried his hardest every single game. But Weibo are able to stop the advance yet again, the second denial of a reverse sweep against them.
You better be taking the Scout out for like a back massage after this or something, because he tried his hardest. Yeah. He was jumping in under towers. He was trying to min-max the damage output. He was always playing on the edge, and sometimes it didn't work, but you saw the will was there. You saw the determination was there. You saw the skill level was there. And if I'm heartbroken, I'm definitely heartbroken for Scout. Obviously, so heavily deserved for Weibo to go forward. I feel like when it came to them being a unit, to them being as 5, I feel like their team fights absolutely shined through. I feel like the way they're yo-yoing back and forth, the confidence they have in their teammates to sort of take away a whole part of a team fight so another one can play through is just immaculate.
Yeah. They are the kings of the split pushing. They're kings of the side lane. They actually took the team fight approach a couple times into LNG. Still some question mark pings about games 3 and 4 in both their series, but hey, results-based analysis, they could just continue the story of it's more practice games, right? You just get 10 games in a row, you're a little bit tired. The gauntlet of the LPL playoffs is still upon us, and it's crazy to me that, it's crazy to me that just a couple days from now they have to face one of the toughest teams in our entire league in JDG.
Yeah, and I think they have a lot of going back to the drawing board to do. A lot of
Maokai's fine. Maokai's fine. Just that works.
Maokai is great, but you saw, especially when Crisp was put into situations where he wasn't necessarily the most comfortable in. Like, you pick him the Lulu, he can't necessarily create much space for you. Then you B1 the Nautilus, he had a pretty rough game. The second you give Crisp the room to breathe and make plays for you, he looks so much different on the Rakan, the Ashe, the Nico, things that he can facilitate for you with.
We'll take a look back at that one as well, as I'm very interested in how Weibo utilized this to move forward. A lot of happiness, a lot of emotions. You saw Xiao Hao when he got up, an incredible elation from them. Xiao Hu getting a lot of love from the coach there, but this roster feels like it's built a lot on emotion. ZDZ, a very emotional player, feels like as well in the way that he dictates the 1v1 in the top side of the map, but they have now gone through the ringer twice in a row using that momentum to move forward.
My God, I was scared, Mazel. I was scared. Seeing that Renekton R5, I'm like, that's not very ZDZ-like. You would have like a counter pick ready. I don't know, you would play Nard into like a Sante and try to shut him down. It wasn't the case. I feel like, honestly, Weibo Gaming did come together in that game number 5, and it was very well deserved.
I got to give some props to Xiao Hao. One of the biggest things at the beginning of the split was that opening trailer where you see him crying in the interview after AL were denied playoffs in summer. It was very difficult for him, but the biggest comeuppance was that Xiao Hu was willing to bring him to the mountaintop. That man earned his place on this mountaintop here. He absolutely killed it for a lot of the games here, especially on the Maokai. A lot of presence being had. He still has an insane KP, and it's been really nice to see the transplants from Anyone's Legend actually have a lot of strength on a roster that already has so many big names elsewhere.
Absolutely, and I feel like the game was also pretty much broken open by Xiao Hao and his flash onto Scout early on. Taking Scout's flash, taking his life early on, meant that Xiao Hao was unleashed on the map. And unleashed, you 25.6k damage onto a Talia. Xiao Hao was an absolute monster this series. I feel like I can't necessarily point my fingers in one person from Weibo Gaming in the games that they won and be like, yeah, he was the difference maker. He was the difference maker. They all played so immaculately well together. It feels like when your top lane's ahead with Weibo Gaming, great. ZDZ on a counter matchup. We can play 1-3-1. We love this. Shaku on Talia, on LeBlanc, on Tristana, split push. Woo, great. Like, he's always doing his job, you know, like everyone.
Yeah, it's nice to see a lot of firing on all cylinders at least, and I think that's what the crucial part was, is multiple times throughout this series we saw differing actions be the counter to what LNG was doing, and a lot of that actually relied around the bot side and a lot of strength they found to kind of upset Gala, who had been such a pivotal part to how IG, or at least to how LNG worked. And then that brings me to the point of how Weibo tried to tackle IG's bot lane as well against On and Wink, and the consistency that they're finding with Light and Crisp in the 2v2s.
Yeah, I feel like Gala had a little bit of an underwhelming series, I would have to say, especially coming into this one. Being 30% of your team's entire damage means that your team very heavily relies on you to get ahead, to have the perfect positioning, to be able to dish out that damage. And I just didn't see, you know, I didn't see the Gala that Machine was screaming about when he got that pentakill, you know?
It brings back good memories. We need to hear the call from Machine in the production room in my ears right now. I would love to hear it. Anyways, it is a sad point for LNG for their season to be done, but a triumphant one for Weibo. It was not one without its battle scars though, and Weibo definitely had to work for it.
Yeah, that was one of the battle scars right here. Weibo Gaming a little bit miscoordinated in this particular fight right there. They didn't know if they wanted to go in. ZDZ was caught on vision. He was trying to get rid of the vision. And honestly, seeing the fights that they tried to take right before Soul Dragon back to back from Weibo Gaming brought a lot of question marks to me, because I'm like, this is your win condition and you're forcing plays right before your win con. But when it came to this particular plays where they see champion instantly all on the same page, you just saw 4 members of Weibo Gaming instantly flying to the backline and capitalizing onto this. And honestly, what can I say about this man on your screen? He tried, he went above and beyond, he was playing on the limits. That TP that he took in was because he survived with 1 HP, playing on those limits that we talked about. Went back to base, bought items, TP'd back in. Unfortunately, in this last fight, he gets caught by Crisp waiting right by the wall and gets assassinated again. Crisp, fantastic performance most of this series. In their game-winning moments, Crisp, I feel like if I have to give MVP the series to someone, it'd probably be Crisp from Weibo.
He was pretty monumental. Right here, though, I love that it's Xiaohu who steps up, parts the seas of LNG, and helps deny LNG's win condition, and then they just take this to the victory.
ZDZ, it was a bait. It was all a bait. They see him all alone, level 18. Croc doesn't go down, and look at the reactions. Oh, we had them until we didn't, but then we had them in the end. You know what? They had the big smile, and they were like, hold on a minute. And then big smile, and they're like, hold on a minute. This is literally
Isn't
how
that
the entire
Weibo,
series
though?
went.
Isn't
Yeah.
that just purely Weibo? You never know what you're going to get. And right now, we're getting the run of the spring split from them. What a way to do it. And 3 days in a row of 5-game series. The LPL playoffs is closer than ever, it feels like, and we're getting a lot of strategies differing that are clashing a lot. Like tonight, we got to see some differing styles of Weibo, the way that they play side lane, the way that they play team fight oriented. But Xiaohao, he'll earn his 2nd MVP of this one, and it's on the Xin Zhao in Game 5.
Very deserved, honestly. I feel like his first gank in the mid lane, shutting down Scout off the get-go. I feel like that single-handedly won them so much pressure on the map. And a lot of people might say, Maokai or no Maokai, this guy says, I don't give a single F about your Maokai. I'm just gonna lock in Xin Zhao and win the game, and he just did.
That's it. His KP is a little lower than normal, you know. It's fine. It's fine.
Hey, he won the game, man. That works for me.
I want to go ahead and take a look at today's results, though, and see exactly the story that unfolded. Again, Weibo came out to a triumphant 2-0 start. LNG, they picked up the brand. They picked up the Nidalee. They brought us to a 5-gamer, and Weibo closed that door shut in the final one. Xiaohao earned that MVP, and what a way it was. Here is the bracket. Weibo will move on to face JDG, and next up is FPX versus NIP.
Ooh, that's going to be two bangers back to back. NIP with another 5-game series playing into an FPX where Milky Way is on his highs, and I feel like the team has picked up a lot of steam as well. However, we have talked of how important it is to have a series already on your belt, and NIP are coming off of a 5-game series where they know what worked and what hasn't for them. However, FPX had eyes on that series, and they also know what worked and what didn't work for NIP.
Yeah, Milky Way is going to need to turn it on. I'm very excited to see the rookie in his first playoffs. It's going to be a lot of fun, though. Thank you so much for joining me, Trouble. It was a pleasure to to introduce you to the LPL's playoffs and to have a lot of fun with you in 5 games in your first series. What a way to do it. LNG, we bid you adieu. Weibo does the run continue. We'll see you tomorrow for more LPL, and we'll see you for FPX and NIP.